is open in Europe. She has been
브롤스타즈 전 세계 팬들이 함께하는 대축제 브롤스타즈 월드 파이널 2019 정상을 향한 뜨거운 열기가 가득한 이곳에서 브롤스타즈 최초의 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 자, 그러면 지금부터 치열한 승부와 함께 세계 정상에 도전하는 8팀을 만나보겠습니다.
From Space Station Gaming, a chill, Group the Ace, Tenhung. Please welcome Space Station Gaming. From Three Bears, Modding, Angel, Nice Bear. Please welcome Three Bears. From SSG Brazil, Beto, Tufa, Parzival. Please welcome SSG Brazil. From Tribe Gaming, Slash, Jack Chepo, Crying Man. Please welcome Tribe Gaming. From PSG Esports, Sun Bentley, YDE, Skyrix, Twisty Twig. Please welcome PSG Esports. From Animal Champuru, Hagego, Milk Rayo, Tonkotsu. Please welcome Animal Champuru. From Nova Esports, Tom, Spen LC, Celidian. Please welcome Nova Esports. From Dr. HK, Kingsley, Dr. MYT, Sun God. Please welcome Dr. HK.
브롤스타즈 월드 챔피언 탄생의 현장. 과연 이 8개의 팀 중에서 우승 트로피를 거머쥘 팀은 어떤 팀이 될 것인지, 세계에서 가장 뛰어난 8팀과 함께 지금부터 여러분들의 함성 그리고 박수와 함께 브롤스타즈 월드 파이널 2019 화려함나게 열겠습니다.
Howdy, y'all, and welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals, where the bullets fly fast and the gems never stay in anyone's hands too long. My name's Woody.
And I'm Cairo Simon. It is time to brawl. Today we've got the first ever World Championship for Brawl Stars, and we are going to find out who the best is anywhere.
The nerves are flying high. The piles of gems are stacking up. We've got $250,000 in prizes and the first title of World Champion. They are going to be talking about this tournament for a very long time, Kairos, because it is going to set the stage for who is the best in the world at Brawl Stars. These teams have been competing for many months to get here today, and we finally have the 8 best in the world.
They've all been to each of their own specific qualifiers from around the world to get to this point, and each team today has actually won already $12.5 thousand US. But that's not all. We've got a much bigger prize pool coming up.
Holy smokes, yeah, they have a chance to double that prize pool up to $25,000 just by making it to the semis, but they're not going to have an easy path through that. They've got another really tough team right up against them, and it's a single elimination bracket. That means you can't stand to lose more than 2 sets out of this best-of-5 series. So we've got 3 players on most of these lineups. There is 1 sub for PSG, but the rest of the teams are up to 3. And let's take a look right now at the overview. Kairos?
Yes, so total prize pool of $250,000 here. Like I said, everybody's going away with at least $12.5 thousand, but the champion is going to leave with $90,000 for their team. That's at least 30 grand per player, which that's more than enough to buy enough gems for all the brawlers and all the skins for several accounts.
That's right. You will look pretty slick if you get that big prize. But hey, it's about the recognition and fame that comes with it too. Let's take a look at the schedule real quick, where we got the quarterfinals today, so 4 matches today, leading up to the semifinals and finals tomorrow, where we will crown our champion, followed later on by an invitational where you can find some of your favorite content creators competing on the main stage.
Now let's take a look at how this is going to be working out. So we've got the best of 5 for each of these sets. We're playing Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, Heist, Bounty, and Siege. And if you get 3 wins, then you are moving on. But to win your set, you have to win a best of 3 in each individual set. So your team, in order for you guys to win, they have to win they have to do the best in every single team-based mode.
Of course they do. It's a best of 5 sets, and each set is a best of 3 games. We've already picked out the maps, so they're all going to be playing the exact same one. Here is the bracket as it was drawn just a couple of days ago at the Media Day event. These teams learned who they'd be up against and got a chance to choose their bans. Each team gets to ban 1 brawler that neither they nor their opponents will be able to use in the match. And here's the lineup that we have. All 4.
All 4 today. So these players today are playing for a chance to move to the semifinals and to double their prize money from today's event to $25,000 for that position.
Some of these teams emerged victorious in an absolute 3-0 stomp fest through their qualifiers. Others had a bit more difficult of a time and might be considered underdogs here today. We've got a little bit of additional information to provide for you here on the English casting desk. And Kairos, I know you are really excited for the matches.
I'm really excited here. This is incredible. We've never seen, when you're playing in the game, you're playing on your specific server. And each of these players have all played on their servers a whole lot, but they haven't had the chance to actually compete against each other because everybody else is on a different server. And so we really are going to find out who the best in the world is, and it could go to anybody, really.
That's right, Kairos. It's anyone's ball game, but we've only got a little bit of time left to find out who is going to go home happy and who's going to go packing home. Still, though, it's got to be a nice vacation out here in beautiful, sunny Busan, Korea, where the beaches are warm enough, even in November, and have got some amazing decorations. You guys should really check out the social media feeds if you want to see how Brawl Stars has decked out this entire city.
They've basically taken over. It's been fantastic. So we got every one of the casters today have selected Korea. 3 Bears. We didn't want to make the Koreans here angry at us. I think Lex.
No, they're the hometown heroes, and
right.
You don't want to anger the crowd. And honestly, I think it's a really good pick as well. The 3 Bears were dominant in their qualifier, taking a 3-0 sweep, and so there's a pretty good level of accord among all 5 casters that it's going to be them moving on to the semis.
Will actually kind of be interesting. Lex did go with Space Station Gaming, so we're going to see if he'll be casting a little bit later today, but he'll be the only one that wins the money. Is there money on the line for us?
I unfortunately don't think so. In fact, it might be against our contract a bit on the bets, but we aren't going to talk about that live on stream. Anyways, we're going to give all the credit to Lex if he gets that correct prediction for Space Station Gaming. But props to Space Station Gaming right off the bat. They were the only organization to have 2 teams qualify for the event.
Yes, that's right. We got Space Station Gaming and then Space Station Gaming Brazil, who we'll be seeing later on play against against Tribe.
That's right. Well, all the predictions are out there. You know where the casters stand. Let us know where you stand.
Hi,
if you think 3 Bear.
Space Station Gaming. I'm Peng Hong. I'm from Malaysia, and I have around 20,000 trophies in Brawl Stars.
I'm Nicholas, I'm Coupe d'Ace, and I'm from Singapore, and I'm the team leader for Space Station Gaming.
Achille, I'm French, and I'm 23,000 trophies in Brawl Stars.
For me, I would prefer to play support because I will get very stressed out if I play the front line.
For me, I'm more of like the aggro player, so I will pick my favorite brawlers are like Rosa, Billy, and I'm more of the tanks upline in front.
Thrower brawlers can also play mid, lighting on, some range, many kind of brawlers.
Who's your rival? 3, 2, 1.
Japan.
Korean.
I choose Japan because we all normally face Asia teams, so I roughly know where Japan stands and like the rest of the other Asia teams which we play with. So I felt that Japan was like our biggest rival we had to face.
No, confident. We need to know first the team we're gonna face, but no, I think we feel confident about that. We need to be really focused and to train more a little bit, and it will be good. Outside we are all friends, but in stage there will be no friends.
곰새바위가 한 집에 있어 엔젤곰
모든 거
나이스 한국 1위로 와서 정말 기쁘고요. 쟁쟁한 선수들이랑 겨루게 돼서 좀 두려운데 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다.
일단 한국 대표로 나가는 만큼 최선을 다하는 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
아무래도 많은 조합을 준비하는 것 그게 좀 필승 전략이 되지 않을까 생각합니다.
제가 제일 잘 쓰는 브롤러는 진이고요. 진으로 이제 젠그랩에서 역전을 하는 거를 제일 좋아합니다.
저는 이제 프로를 제일 좋아하고요. 상대방과 거리를 조절하면서 독을 묻히고 이렇게 몰래 빠져나가고 도망치는 그런 플레이를 되게 좋아합니다.
제가 제일 좋아하는 브롤러는 리타고요. 대회에서 좀 많이 쓰는 거는 로사 같습니다. 아무래도 로사가 요즘 메타에서 굉장히 좋기 때문에 많이 쓰고 있습니다.
네, 이제 아무래도 시즈 모드를 제일 많이 맞춰봤고 공격 타이밍이랑 수비 타이밍이 합이 잘 맞기 때문에 제일 자신 있는 모드라고 생각합니다.
홈그라운드니까 홈그라운드의 위력을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 한국에서 여행 잘 하고 가시면 될 것 같습니다.
Kairos, we have been watching all 8 of these teams for the last few days, and I gotta say, I think that given the 3 Bears performance, they are the most at ease. They are very familiar at home here in Busan, and I think that they're gonna be quite confident up against Space Station. What do you think?
It's gonna be interesting. I have to agree with you. They're one of the only teams that have actually played at a live event like this before, and nothing quite prepares you for this type of an event where you have an actual live audience. You know, I don't know about you guys at home, but when I'm at home, I'm sitting in my office. Well, most people don't have a Brawl office like I do, but I'm sitting on my chair and there's nobody around and I'm as cool as a cucumber. But here there's plenty of people, the nerves are high, and they're playing against some of the best players in the world.
They have got over a 10,000 trophy advantage on their opponents, which that's nothing to sneeze at. I mean, most of the time these guys are going to be working in the competitive scene, so separate from ladder. But hey, it really doesn't look bad to be able to prove your ability to push that high, especially in a country like South Korea with such a really quick internet speed, low ping times. They have got some of the fastest fingers in the East.
No, you're absolutely right. And the one thing about pushing in the ladder is that you do have to put a ton of hours in order for you to do that. Now, what a lot of these players do, they go with an organization like Space Station Gaming so that they can find other high-skilled players that they can do a lot of scrims with. So you'll notice that some players might not have super high trophy personal bests in comparison to some of the other players. That does not mean that you should discredit them, because those skills really do come into play when you're playing against the best players in the world.
And speaking of playing against the best players in the world, Space Station Gaming, as we mentioned before, is an organization with 2 teams qualified to the World Finals. So you gotta imagine that these 6 players have been sitting here preparing as hard as they possibly can, and maybe even sharing a few strategies here and there, going up against each other and button heads, because even if they win here today, they wouldn't face off until the grand finals. It gives them a little bit more comfort and, you know, wiggle room to compete openly with another really high-level team.
Yes, absolutely. It gives them a really good advantage over a lot of the other teams, just like you mentioned. But you know, 3 Bears here, they're choosing which brawlers they're going to be playing. We're going to find out what their bans are, because like you mentioned earlier, when they're playing this for each map, each mode, each team gets to ban a specific brawler that neither team is allowed to play. And that does restrict a little bit of the kind of brawlers, the picks that they have to choose. They did know when they were banning the brawlers who they were going to be facing up against in today's event. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens.
That's right. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have Gem Grab first playing on the map Minecart Madness. I know that the map plays particularly a lot into their ban and their brawler selections. Is there any insight that you might have, maybe since the recent balance changes, about the type of brawlers that we would expect to see them playing?
Yeah, so typically, and this is kind of similar for a lot of Gem Grab maps, but you have one brawler that's typically really good at keeping those brawlers, and then you have an aggro brawler and then a thrower. And, you know, as you can see, you've got some of those most picked brawlers right there. Shelly, she's an aggro brawler. You got Tick, who's a thrower. You got Poco, who's a gem carrier. It works out really well. However, one thing, these are the most picked brawlers. I would be interested to see, I don't actually know if we're going to see some of these brawlers today, because this is most picked across the board, or at least over 10,000 trophies for most players. And the competitive match the competitive meta definitely does shift once you get really high up in the trophies.
That's right. I know I've seen a lot of Mortis played up at the high competitive levels. He just moves so quickly and is able to dash back after grabbing a couple of gems. Very handy on a mode like this. Something interesting about this map, though, is that there's a big train that runs through the center of the map that you have to avoid. It deals 2,000 damage per tick, and it can push you back into oblivion, drop all your gems, and really swing the favor into the other team's favor. You want to have a really quick brawl on this one to make sure that you can avoid that big trade.
Yes, and here we can see those bans. Space Station Gaming banning Spike, one of the best brawlers for gaining control in the center, and then 3 Bears banning Piper, who's one of the best brawlers for actually maintaining that control and gaining that control, because in the open, the map has a lot of walls, but in the center, it's very wide open as long as there's not a train there, and so it's no surprise to see the Pipers getting banned right there.
I know something else that we've talked about, because there's quite a few walls on this map, sometimes they'll take the option to pick a thrower like Barley or Tick or Mike. But if you do, that really leaves you open to a counterattack from a close-range melee brawler like Mortis to get stabbed down. Do you think we're going to see a thrower in this first game? Yes or no?
I do. I would be surprised if they did not play throwers in this map. It's interesting. I don't know if they're going to go with Barley or if they're going to go with Tick, but I could be wrong. They could be doing some meta comps that are very different for the competitive meta. At least when I am playing with pro players or when I'm spectating other pro players, there's almost always at least one thrower on this map. But like you said, they got to be wary of the melee brawler, the aggro brawler from the enemy team.
Well, we know now that Spike and Piper have been banned. I'm noticing, as you mentioned, that that's going to clear out a lot of the central area control that we usually see on this map, especially the long-range control from Piper. Does that make it a bit more viable to play those up-close and personal brawlers, the short-range ones like Rosa?
Well, I definitely think we're going to see some Rosa. Rosa has an incredibly high win rate for this map, and she's so solid. And the reason why is because those walls are positioned perfectly so that she can go into the bush and hide there with her bush healing star power. That allows her to really maintain control. It makes it very difficult for the enemy team to kind of push her out of there. And some of these players are excellent aggro brawlers. For example, I know that we have Tang Hoon is actually a really good support brawler. He's a fantastic Bull player. And Bull, I don't know that I would specifically play Bull on this map, but a lot of the skills that go into playing Bull, that aggro brawler, do absolutely go into playing an aggro brawler on this map. You know, very much like Rosa, like we mentioned earlier. I also do think that we're going to see some Tick. He did recently get some nerfs, so we may or may not see some Tick. And Sandy actually is a very excellent option, because when Sandy has his super up, he puts that right in the center, and that covers basically the most important part of the map.
Yeah, and a popular star power pick for him as well gives a little bit of a healing puff to anyone who goes inside that super aura. Really good against especially really clever opponents who have great aim. If they don't know where you're at, they can't aim at you.
It's true. It's true. And these pro players, they're really good at making those guesses of where the enemy player is, but they're also really good at hiding. Yeah. And so it's going to be, I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see what
most epic game of hide and seek ever.
That's right. You don't know where they are. It's like a giant bush right in the center. And it heals you, keeps you alive.
And sometimes if we see 2 Sandys, they'll stack those giant clouds right on top of each other. It just becomes pandemonium. Chaos ensues as all 6 brawlers rush into the center to try to be the first to get those crucial kills, to get that 3-2 advantage and maybe finish off their opponents and grab all the gems to retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, a little known fact that some people miss, you can actually tell which team has their Sandy super by some little sparkles that are going on there. But here we've got the Brawler Hicks. Oh my goodness. Daryl, yes. Daryl actually is a very, very solid brawler since he recently got some buff. I would have been surprised if we didn't see Gene. He's so good. With that Spirit Slap, he just charges up his super, and, you know, from then on, he gets additional damage. And, I mean, he's a super solid option.
I'm noticing that a lot of these brawlers are picking those survivability star powers. We got the steel hoops for each of the Daryls, a band-aid to give Shelly basically a second health bar, and even to Capo for our Poco here, charging out into the center to get the first gem.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy here. So we've got Space Station Gaming down on the bottom in blue. Then we got 3 Bears on red. The crowd is rooting for 3 Bears. It looks like 3 Bears already has that center control. And Rosa goes in there. Wow.
An early stab, but no reward, and that's going to force a retreat from 3 Bears. They're going to have to pull on back so that they can get their tank in front. That's going to tie things up and let Space Station gain the lead.
That Daryl play right there, he fell back, was able to actually take out the enemy Daryl, and now it's 3-3. Super close. Some Rosa action going on there. And Daryl, those offensive Daryls are just crazy.
Massive punish from 3 Bears as that Daryl rolls into a place between a rock and a hard place. Shut down, and they will tie things back up again at 4 and 4 gems apiece. Remember, it's the first team to 10 gems that holds it for 15 seconds will win. Hold on, we're about to lose our Poco on the top left. Daryl rolls out, though, and Poco survives.
He survives. Akile was able to use that clutch super, pull somebody in there, and take them out. When it's a 2v3, right now it's a 2v3, and that makes it very difficult for a Space Station Gaming. They have to kind of wait for that to open up for their teammate to respawn before they can do anything. But Akile pulls the super, makes it a 2v3 with their favor.
Space Station's behind a little bit now, and they really need to get that super back up for Gene. They need to get a clutch pull and take down this Rosa. That could be it. Ties it back up, Daryl 6 and 7. But 3 Bears with the counterattack. They'll hold the mid as the train goes through.
Daryl was able to go back in there and grab those gems and get back out, and now it is super close. Rosa is just pushing them back a little bit. Akile is able to grab a couple. But
Red team countdown!
Heal. They've got the countdown. Daryl goes in. Is it going to be enough? No, it is not. But Akile grabs Nice Bear. He rolls away. Oh my goodness, cannot believe this.
Momentum swinging back and forth like a pendulum, but the train will protect the 3 Bears. They'll take their first win in Gem Grab.
Wow, that is absolutely crazy. So much back and forth. The polls, it's almost like the polls didn't even matter because Daryl was able to roll right back out after each individual poll.
That is the #1 thing that keeps you alive in the boxing arena, if you can roll with the punches, and Daryl is great at rolling, Kairos.
Yes, he's fantastic. Now, I thought that was super interesting there, where we actually had it was basically a Gene versus a Poco kind of a thing right there. Poco did such a good job at keeping his teammates healed up. It didn't look like he was doing anything super fancy like our Gene player was, but he was keeping them alive, and that's what really allowed them to shut down those Gene pulls, because they were able to keep their teammates alive even despite being pulled over.
Hey, one of the #1 things you don't want to do as Gene is get the wrong pull. You're always aiming for that gem carrier, trying to get that soft, squishy guy on the back line. If you accidentally pull a Daryl, or even worse, a Rosa right into your face, you can lose the whole squad in seconds.
That is absolutely true. And one thing that's really crucial here, you'll know, at least for that last match, I was seeing multiple times where Gene only pulled when he had a teammate there to actually help take them off. But those Poco heals shut them down despite 2 players trying to take out a Brawler. And that was absolutely fantastic. So 3 Bears takes that first victory, and if they win this next match and they get to move, then that's it for this first set for Gem Grab, and we move on to Brawl Ball. However, we still have Space Station Gaming, who's going to have that option of being able to, it's a best 2 of 3 for Gem Grab here.
Yeah, they've got a chance to reset here, to move back in and try to get their bearings once again. Now,
bearings.
Space Station certainly isn't a team that will lose a game and then just be down for the count. They've actually been able to pull off reverse sweeps during their qualifier series up against another Bear team called Bear With Me. So they picked up a 2-1 victory in their qualifier in Gem Grab. So they're definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board here, try to figure out if they want to change up their comp at all. But once they hop back in, expect to see them going hard for those long-range pulls. If you see 2 short-range Brawlers from 3 Bears again, though, what do you think that they could do to try to counter that?
Ooh, that is really tough. You got to have a lot of high DPS Brawlers there, but it looks like we're not seeing throwers. We are seeing high DPS or high HP Brawlers there, and Daryl is obviously that with the Steel Hoops is just such a good one. Like we said, Sandy earlier, Sandy has an incredibly high win rate. In fact, the highest win rate, above 700 trophies for each individual Brawler. And so it's going to be interesting.
And picks that healing wins too. Another nice little survivability boost. Rosa choosing Plant Life, as you noticed before. She can stay alive so long, and even when she goes far down, she just hops into a bush and heals up real quick. Let's see who grabs the first gem, Kairos.
It's going to be, oh man, they had to fall back right there. Aquile's trying to get in there. Coup de Ace, it's going to be really important for Coup de Ace to, as Sandy, to charge up his super here pretty quickly. I don't even know if he has hit. Okay, there he's got a couple of hits there. But Angel, as Rosa, is playing incredibly aggressive. So aggressive, in fact, that he's pushed them back so much. Wow. Look at that. We got that trainer. He is stuck in between a rock and a hard place there.
He sure is, but 3 Bears are going to hold on to the gym lead right now. They got a tactical advantage early on, but almost had a big strategic mishap. Daryl rolling in against that Pokeball, wasn't able to finish him off, and that is going to be massive pressure from the 3 Bears, pushing far deep into the spawn zone for Space Station Gaming.
Double aggro pushes right there with Daryl and Rosa. They can't even, Poco's just dancing over there. He's just saying, hey, look at these gems here. I think I'm going to take some. But
solo guitar from the Mariachi. Madness in the center of the arena as he holds onto that gem mine. The train moving through once again gives him a little bit more cover. Can he grab that 6th gem? No, he'll retreat.
Okay, so it looks like Rosa, despite the Sandy Super being down there, decides to go in for it, and they're still alive. I cannot believe this. This is absolutely crazy. Angel does end up falling. Nice Bear goes in for the push to try and take out Coup d'Ace, and he's able to do that.
The train obliterates Dang Hoong, and Daryl is down for the count. This is an easy game, but will he try to super? No! Poco is back in action. All 10 gems for the red team. Can they hold them for the first set win?
Dang Hoong tries to go in there to do something, but Nice Bear is ready there as the shield, keeping them pushed back. Coup d'Ace throws down the super. This is the best place for him to do it. He's got 4 gems. They've got to stop the countdown right here.
Poco is down!
Wow!
Double kill! Triple!
They're able to grab it, but Nice Bear is not able to finish it off. But that train, he cannot get past that train right there.
Space Station on the retreat, but they can't make it back! Rosa survives! 14 gems for the plant-based tank. She'll move back behind her safe line, and she is gonna hold on for 5 seconds left.
Oh, Akile tries to throw out that super, but it's just a little too short, and 3 Bears wins this first set of gem grab. Wow, that has got to be heartbreaking for Space Station Gaming right there, just knowing that they got that first loss. It is so devastating to get a 2-0 sweep for here. They've got to pull their stuff together in preparation for Brawl Ball then.
Massive cheers from the audience, supporting and rooting on their hometown favorites. The 3 Bears have a 2-0 sweep in Gem Grab. It is one of their specialties. Space Station Gaming, though, definitely are in favor for Heist. That's going to be our 3rd game mode coming up. As you can see on the board here, we've also got Brawl Ball coming up next, followed by Bounty and Siege there at the very end if it winds up going to a tiebreaker.
Yes, that'll be interesting. Now, it is interesting because 3 Bears said that their best mode, or one of their best modes, is Siege. And so they have that last straw. If they need to get pulled into victory, if it goes to a 2-2 tie, then they have that slight advantage, or at least that's what they say. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, they actually both said that Heist is their specialty. So
they did.
I might give a little bit of an edge to Space Station there, but that could come down to a razor-thin margin of victory in the 3rd set.
Like I said earlier, Tang Hoon is known as an incredible bull player. And here's the map. So we've got center stage here, lots of bushes all in the center. And I mean, this is going to be a great match here.
Some of the most picked brawlers here, as you see, are Shelly, Mortis, and Rico, getting quite a bit of love from players here. But up in the competitive realm, we've seen a lot of picks also from El Primo and Mortis. Even though he gets picked quite a lot, he doesn't have one of the higher win rates. What is the thinking behind playing Mortis here? Is it his speed that gets him an advantage?
He's fun. He's fun to play in Brawl Ball. He has the 3rd highest use rate in matches above 700 trophies in Brawl Ball, but the 3rd lowest win rate.
Yikes.
Look at these bans here. We've got Spike once again. Space Station Gaming does not like to play against Spike. And 3 Bears is going with Tick. Also a very interesting option right here. Now with that bush in the center, I would not be surprised if we saw some more Daryl. Daryl could be good. I could also see some Rosa. Bull's a really excellent option here. Lots of these aggro brawlers that really get up in your face are they're really solid on this mode.
Of course, without these like area denial troops, I think that Tara might be a good option here. Her super takes a really long time to charge, but with perfect aiming, it can be the strongest attack in the game. You can bust up boxes with it, and if you get that triple kill, you're almost guaranteed a gold, Kairos.
Yes, absolutely. She's a fantastic option for this. Any Brawl Ball. She's one of those brawlers that you can turn it from a loss to a win with just one good super. So that could be interesting. We might see some BD. BD's a solid option for this map. Very close range. Also, she has a star power that allows her to move faster when she has all of her charges shot, or charged up, her shots charged up. And I also wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Rico. Okay, here we go. BB batting stance. We've got Tang Hoon playing Jean this time. Steel Hoops with Daryl over on Space Station Gaming. And Poco and Takapo over on the Three Bears. This is going to be interesting. It seems like the Three Bears really like to go with those tanky comps with the Poco to help support them. That's a very popular top tier strategy. And they're definitely going to be using that right here.
The clutch moment you're going to have to watch for here is whether or not Space Station's Jean can get the pull on that Poco. If that happens, it might be an easy three-man wipe after that, but it's not going to be an easy way to take him down.
Yeah, what's going to happen here, Angel's going to have to focus on taking out Akile. Oh, let's see here. Yep, Akile, okay, Akile's as Shelly. His main goal is...
Oh, the pull on Poco! He's down for the count. It's a 3-1 right now.
This is a really tricky situation. Akile has his super charge up. He can open that up right there to make it very easy for them to go. He's able to take out Nice Bear.
Shelly with a massive hit.
Oh, no. They do a very solid job at defending right there, and Tang Hoon just has a very tiny bit of HP, but he gets taken out. Akile's the only defense here. Is he going to be able to do it? He supers, takes out Angel pretty easily, and uses that on El Primo as well.
El Primo is the only brawler for Three Bears that can bust up these barriers, and so without any ability to punish, it seems like that left side poke is not going to result in a goal.
El Primo is doing an amazing job at keeping the aggro there so that his teammates can actually get some time to come back down there, and it looks like we're a little bit of a tie at the moment. Right back in the center. It's like the game never even started.
Well, we've got a lot of ability to bust boxes on the blue side as well. That super from Shelly can deal a massive amount of damage. But there's a lot to right here.
Look at that
super! Baby! Super! 3 Bears for the goal.
Moding, pulling in that clutch super, able to take out 2 players is what really made that happen for them. They've got to be really careful here. Akile's able... Wow, look at this. Daryl rolls up. Is he going to be able to make it in there?
Supers back to back. Shelly is obliterating the competition.
She opens it up, but they are not able to make it in there. Nice Bear has his super. He throws it in there. He supers it, kicks it to the corner, and makes another solid victory for this match. Holy cow, that is crazy. Look at that gameplay, that teamwork between each of them. They did not skip a single beat there. Three Bears. 3 matches in a row for victory. Space Station Gaming is in a tough situation here.
Undeniable. El Primo kicks the ball, supers down the wall, grabs it again, and shoots right into the corner. A perfect shot to give Three Bears the 3-0 game lead right now, and a really good chance to get this thing clinched. They just have one more game to win for this set, and you gotta feel like Space Station is on their heels now. What could they have done differently in that last game to pull ahead, Kairos?
Oh, that is a tough call right there. I think that, you know, I'm not gonna second guess their brawler picks because these guys know the meta through and through. They obviously, or they probably thought they were going to be dealing against really tanky brawlers, which they did, and so that Shelly pick could have been. Was really solid, but they might have actually gone a little bit better with some other brawlers that could have done a better job at consistent high DPS because they're Three Bears, they had so much HP on their team with all 3 of their brawlers combined with the healing from Poco. And so I think it came down to them struggling to face up against the comp that they had. Honestly though, Three Bears did such a good job. Their collaboration, their teamwork, it was just on point.
Nicely done. Yeah, sometimes you worry about having too much of a tanky team. Sometimes you have, too much DPS in the backside and you're not able to survive long enough for the goal. But the Three Bears came to a cottage. They sipped the soup. One was too hot, one was too cold, but they found the just right solution to get their 2-0 victory. Now, oftentimes we've seen the Three Bears just being able to walk it into the goal. A couple of longer shots in this past game, but they have been very aggressive in Brawl Ball. Do you think that overall that's a general better strategy, or do you like to kind of hold on to the ball, maybe poke and stab here, try to get a brawler down, and then deliver the final blow?
You know, that's a tough thing to say because typically I play a lot in the ladder, push a lot and do that, but these players, they're playing against other competitive players, and for me, I know I go for quick goals, and but they might be going for a long time strategy. But you know what? They're sticking with Shelly. They're sticking with, oh, they're actually going with Rosa and Poco. They're adapting, Space Station Gaming is adapting their strategy to make sure they actually have a really tanky comp. And this is going to be interesting to see how Carl does with Protective Pirouette by Moding. Moding did such a good job that last match. And we'll see what happens. The capo from Poco is just so solid. It got that recent buff, and in 3v3 matches, it is just absolutely insane. So let's see here. They're trying to grab a little bit of the control right here. They're not focusing on the ball. They're just trying to focus on dealing some damage. And look at that Moding right there. Goes in there, uses his super. Tang-Hoon heals up Coupe de Ace, and they're able to take Carl out.
All three Brawlers still alive for Space Station, and this is a crucial moment for them to make a stab in there. Does Shelly have her super to knock down some of these walls?
Looks like she does not know, but Coupe de Ace does have his super. He's going to kick it. Is he able to make it in there? And Akira blows it all open, so they're able to walk that in. This is the comeback.
Busts down the walls and they come crumbling down. Space Station Gaming cannot catch a break as the three Bears are holding on. Can Space Station get that second goal that they need to tie the series up?
Coupe de Ace is trying to go in there. Is he able? He's dealing tons of damage. He's got his super. Is he? And he's healing up in the bush. He's going so aggressive. Akila goes in there, kicks it in, and gets that goal. Such an epic victory. Now is the time. This is the first time Three Bears has had a loss. We're gonna see how they handle that loss, and you can see this. You can see the smug look on their face. They're thinking, okay, we just needed a little bit of time to get used to the crowd. Now that we've done that, it is time to show Three Bears what is up.
Down 0-3, but the Three Bears only put up 3 wins before Space Station Gaming came back swinging. They found their opening and they took it quick and hard. A 1-1 draw now in Brawl Ball. This best-of-3 set will be decided by our tiebreaker.
This is going to be really interesting to see if Space Station Gaming does go with a similar comp with that heavy tankiness with their Poco, or if they switch it up. I don't know I know Three Bears has been doing tanky comps almost this entire time. Is that what we're gonna see for here? I'm not sure.
And almost always a Poco out there and someone to bust down those walls. Shelly does a great job at that.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they went back to playing with El Primo. El Primo, last time Three Bears played El Primo, it went incredibly well. They were able to make some really fast plays. And that's the thing with El Primo, is all you need is just one situation for you to really turn it around and get that victory for you. So it worked for them once. We'll see if it works for them the second time, or even if they actually go with that.
You know, oftentimes we talk about momentum up here on the caster desk. We are really keyed into how the player's mindset is. It's super important to get that feeling like you are ahead, like you are winning, like you have the advantage. That's what often gives you the confidence to make those crucial plays. Now that they've taken their first loss, not just here on stage, but their first loss since that qualifiers. They picked up a 6-0 victory through the qualifiers. So this one loss is really going to tell us a lot about how they're going to perform in future sets.
Yes, absolutely. And you are not wrong about the mental game here. There's so much mentalness that goes into this. Coupe de Ace, you could see earlier, he was actually wiping the sweat off of his tablet. I don't know if it was sweat or if it was something else, but it is
what
really
else could
intense
it be,
right
Kairos?
Here. I don't know. Maybe you got. Maybe spat on it. I don't know. Clean it off.
He is a bear. Bears do drool every once in a while, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. This is going to be crazy, though. I'm excited to see what happens here. Okay. Same thing right here, that Three Bears went back to playing El Primo, and Space Station Gaming is sticking with Shelly, Rosa, and Poco. These heavy comps right here.
So the Poco and the Rosa mirror leaves only the El Primo and Shelly pick as the difference here. What do you think is going to be the crucial interaction between those Brawlers?
If it comes down to a 1v1 in Shelly versus El Primo, Shelly wins.
Okay.
But what's really going to matter here is how their team ends up playing together to make sure that Shelly can counter El Primo, or for El Primo to stay away from Shelly. Now we got Nice Bear over there. He sees that Shelly's over there, so what does he do? He goes to the opposite side. He's going away from El Primo, so the Rosa can kind of focus on Shelly there.
Rosa deals splash damage. She takes down the El Primo, and she's about to finish off that Poco as well. Stabbing deep into the enemy base, and only one red Brawler's alive. The Three Bears are sent home crying.
They've got to defend right here. We'll see. El Primo's still alive. He uses his super, goes up onto Tang-Hoon, but Tang-Hoon heals up. He is going, he's walking in there, and that is that goal. Space Station Gaming is coming. The reverse sweep right here. Let's see what happens.
Not enough damage to repel the Rosa, and a walk through the bushes gets her directly where she wants to go. She's going to kick it up again, over to the left side. Can Shelly grab the ball? It might be an easy goal. Here we go. A kill takes the second set for Space Station Gaming.
Look at that. They take the second set. They lost the first set. It is a 1-1 tie in essence. And next we're going to be playing in Heist, where both players claim to be one of their best game modes, if not the best game mode for this. This is going to be really intense to see both teams in their element. Who's stronger in their element? We'll find out.
Space Station certainly looking a lot more at ease with that reverse sweep in the second set. Meanwhile, the three bears scratching their chin, trying to figure out what went wrong. They had 3 wins in a row and hadn't lost a set at all in the qualifiers, but their first defeat here on stage to Space Station might suggest that they're losing momentum. But we've got another match coming up next that is really going to be a knockout. Heist is the preferred game mode of both of these teams, Kairos.
Yes, we've got a good shot right there. Look at that. They're thinking about that trophy. Okay, Rolling Rumble here in Heist. This is going to be very crazy. We got Ems with one of the... Look at these brawlers, okay? We got Ems, Barley, Dynamite. And this map, the thing about this map here is that it is very close. There's lots of walls, there's lots of bushes, there's lots of opportunities for you to play aggro brawlers, and there's obviously for Heist, throwers do an excellent job because they can just go behind those walls, throw onto the safe, and deal damage from a distance.
Rolling Rumble just screams Bull to me, especially because we know Tang Hoon is a fantastic Bull player. When you get that super, you can charge a huge long distance, and if you get right onto the safe, you can unleash that shotgun for an obliterating blast.
You know, I would not be surprised if we saw some Bull and we saw some Daryl. Before Daryl, well, Daryl used to be kind of somewhat weak. He got buffed, now he's really strong. Okay, look at these banter. We've got the 2 Robo brothers. We got Barley and Dynamite not being played on here.
Robots, we don't serve your kind here. Get on out. Rico and Barley are not allowed in this next set.
Okay, so what will we see? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Tick. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Dynamite. As far as some long-range control, you know, it's tough to say. We might see some Colt, although he's not in the best place in the competitive meta right now. I think that you're probably right. We'll see some Bull, and I think we'll see some Daryl here.
How about maybe BB or El Primo? You really need to have that up close and personal, big blasting short range damage.
Yeah, absolutely. BB has one of the highest win rates for this map specifically, and El Primo's not too far off behind, both with very high use rates. That means we can absolutely trust that they are excellent brawlers in the competitive meta.
Assuming that we do see a Bull somewhere in the map, what is the one brawler that Bull does not want to go up against? What would be the counter pick to Bull?
You know, for Heist, Bull's kind of the king. He really is.
And there is no Kingslayer.
You can play, it comes down to skill. If you have a thrower that can play very well against the Bull, typically that's going to be Barley though. And Barley's banned right here, so you can't actually do that. Rico would also be a really excellent option to counter Bull. You might even see...
Rico's banned.
Rico's banned, exactly. We can't even see that. So it's going to come down to Bull v. Bull, I think, if both teams do play with Bull or Daryl. You might actually be able to see a little bit of, you know, it's maybe some long-range, medium-range brawlers. Ems could do pretty well.
Okay.
Because she can keep her distance from Bull while also dealing a ton of damage.
And you also expect to see these walls get busted up quite a bit with so many Bull supers going out there. We're talking about Bull like he's already going to be guaranteed to be in this match. We haven't seen the lineups yet, but I agree with you that Ems is a good pick there. And yep, we are going to get 2 Bulls, 2 BBs, and 2 Daryls. An absolute mirror match.
Not surprised at all. This map is just made for these brawlers, and it's gonna come down to skill. Both teams say that Heist is one of their best game modes, and both teams pick the same brawlers. There's no excuses right here.
So in a very similar matchup, the only difference I spy is that Daryl from Tang Hoon Space Station has chosen Steel Hoops for a little bit of added survivability, while the 3 Bears have picked Rolling Reload, giving a little bit of a quicker fire for their Daryl.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. That Rolling Reload is really going to come into play only if he's able to get onto the safe. If he's able to do that, well, look at that right there. Nice bear pushing Tang Hoon. Tang Hoon is down. Coop to Ace is about to get. We got split damage on both sides. Almost a race. except we got Space Station Gaming there's able to pull off a really good defense, while Akile is dealing a ton of damage to the enemy safely and runs away, staying alive for his teammates to actually catch up to him.
Advantage here for Space Station Gaming as they've done more damage to the enemy save and are now at a 3-2 advantage, pushing into their opponents once again. They're going to let that bull run as they make their way onto that safe, busting it up. Daryl rolls in for some massive damage, but it is shot after shot. A race for the ages.
Look at
nice
that
bear
one
for the
and
last
one.
shot. A 1% advantage.
What?
3 bears take the win.
What? That is absolutely crazy. We were having a conversation before today talking about how often a base race actually happens in competitive heist, and I told you it doesn't
Almost
happen very
never.
often, and I was wrong. What really came down to that was Nice Bear actually supering away. He was just trying to get into position so that he could use his super. He knew exactly the range. I'm not sure if you noticed that, but he barely broke through that fence. He was able to go onto that safe, and the fact that it was completely uncontested, he could just sit right there and deal as much damage to the safe as he possibly could. That is what ended up happening. But Space Station Gaming was so close to doing the opposite as well.
Space Station won the first battle, getting an advantage on damage there, but the 3 bears won the war. Their counterattack was overwhelming, even able to catch up and then some against the damage dealt out by Space Station. With that first win, they've finally managed to get back on the board after a 2-game back-to-back loss to Space Station Gaming. They got to be feeling pretty confident about their Brawler picks as well, seeing as their opponents chose the exact same ones.
Yeah, they might actually end up going with some type of a counter comp, but like I said, it's going to be tricky for them to choose a good comp that's actually going to, or even a Brawler. I mean, I'm going to have to look through here and see what Brawlers I would pick for there. What do you think?
I mean, the fans at home know that you are one of the stats masters of Brawl Stars, Kairos, and that you've got all the key data to back up your claim. So let us know as soon as you've finished your review. I know you work with Brawl Stats as well, and another great way to get a sense for the best Brawlers to pick for those solo queues and for team comps. But it's also really important to have a solid 3 Brawlers that work in synergy together, not just picking 3 good ones out of the map, but 3 heavy hitters like we saw last time. 3 tanks can work really well in Heist.
Yeah, so they may, I doubt that they're actually going to go with a Dynamite because there's just too much aggro for them to really focus on that. They're going to go with the same. They're going with the same Brawlers again. The only other thing I was thinking was maybe a Nita, maybe a Spike, who could actually try and charge up their supers and try and control things, but it's going to come down to skill once again. I mean, this is the highest competition you can actually get, so of course it's coming down to skill.
And it's an all-in move. This is not the sort of comp that you would run hoping to get a little poke damage here and there. When you have a super with Bull, you can charge pretty much halfway across the map. Daryl has a similar advantage with his roll. It's just that knockback from BB that's going to try to play a little bit of defense here.
Okay, now it looks like Tankoon, they are doing the base race.
No.
Look at this. They are doing it again. Angel with a higher DPS than Bull as Akile, but Coop to Ace and Akile, it's a two players on the save. This is absolutely crazy. 40 and 30%.
Firing
Look
back
at
to back to back. Angel is rolling through that safe. The swings from the 3 bears are gonna do it again. Taking the 3rd set, and they are up 2-1 in this match.
Look at that. I can't even believe this. This is absolutely insane. They've got so much damage. They're just avoiding each other and trying to go for that base race, and that is what ended up working out for them.
Wow, sweeping the 3rd set. If Space Station thought they were the best heist players in the world, they've got another thing coming to them. But they've pulled off a reverse sweep before. Can they now get a reverse to tie up this match? Bounty is the next game mode, and it is one of the most strategic modes in Brawl Stars. It often involves a lot of really slow play in the first couple of minutes, followed by high-paced, quick action to follow up as we try to figure out who gets the most kills, who's going to grab that star in the center, Kairos.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people that have not played competitive Bounty are going to be a little surprised to see how very slow it is. It just starts out with just a little bit of back and forth, trying to grab that. We've got the map is layer cake with Tick, Piper, and Dynamite as some of the most picked Brawlers, and those are all 3 excellent Brawlers for this map. I'm interested to see what kind of assassin type brawlers that people are going to be playing. Typically what I see in Bounty is you have a long-range sniper, you've got a thrower, and you've got some type of an assassin that goes in there to try and take out those squishier brawlers. So we'll see if that actually happens or not. I'm curious to see what the bans are going to be.
Yeah, it seems like the bans have often been for some of the more popular brawlers, bans that these teams think that they can work around best to kind of shake up the meta. This time it's going to be a ban of Tick, that most popular brawler we were just looking at. He is not going to be available. Brock as well is down for the count.
Yeah, both of these are really solid options here, so I can almost guarantee we're going to see some Piper gameplay between both teams. Just because Piper is so good here. Despite her very, very small nerf that she had, she's still she's the queen of Bounty. Brock's the king, she's the queen. That's how it works out here. But we're not going to be seeing Brock here.
Well, the king is dead. Long live the queen now.
That's
Piper
right.
with super long range and the ability to retreat with that super very crucial when she gets a couple of shots off and then ducks out of the action. That can be the make or break difference between getting the damage that you need and falling short.
It's going to come down to it's interesting. Bounty is all about getting kills, or at least most people would think that. It's actually about surviving. You focus on surviving and you can win. So what really comes down to is these players being able to dodge each other's shots.
That's right.
And keeping that distance is going to be really helpful. And falling back so you can actually heal up.
And most people also know that you cannot trade kills here either. If you get one kill and then you die trying, that's going to be a 1-star advantage for your opponent. So don't let that happen.
That is absolutely right. So Space Station Gaming is going with Piper. Oh my goodness, okay. This comp here with Poco, Rosa, and Daryl, if played right, is so good. I've been on the playing end of this. I've been on the receiving end of it. It is so hard to stop if you do not have the right brawlers to counter it. And Space Station Gaming does not have the right brawlers to counter this.
Not good news for Space Station. They can deal a lot of damage, but that gene pull is really only going to be useful against Poco. They can dish it out, but can they take it? They got some really squishy brawlers on their side of the map, and they're going to need to be super careful about getting steamrolled by double tanks from Three Bears.
Tang Hoon is doing a really good job at kind of pushing them back, keeping them, making some room so that they can actually pick up that first star. And Akile gets into a tricky situation, but Nice Bear, look at Nice Bear. That positioning is so scary for them. He goes in. Is he going to be able to take it against 3 players? No, actually, he goes in, tries to run away. Coup d'Ace pulls him over, and they finish him off. This is going to be tricky for Three Bears to actually come back from.
Yeah, a scary start for the Three Bears. They have a nice comp here, but they got to be able to leverage it for the victory. They are able to take out that Piper, and all of a sudden it's looking a lot closer. 3-2 advantage still for Space Station, but the roll in there from Daryl popped her down. Now the lead is on the Three Bears.
Okay, look at that there. Tang Hoon is in a good spot right there, and it looks like Space Station Gaming was able to snag a kill, and it is going back and forth between each team right here. Coup d'Ace is trying to just keep moding push back, and he's able to. They're a 5-4 advantage, so all they really need to do is just kind of keep their control right there, but Nice Dark, he's just waiting.
Meanwhile, this Daryl has to be really close. With 4 stars above his head, he cannot die, or it's going to be a big swing in the advantage of Space Station Gaming. He gets the pull, rolls in, takes a few shots, but he'll be back at it. Another pull, and he's down! Space Station Gaming with a massive lead.
Man, Tang Hoon is doing such a good job at controlling the field, and despite Three Bears having so much HP, it's not able to keep a Nice Bear away because of those
collapse. They all charge in. Gene is down. Piper's out for the count. Punched out, and it's a tie. 9-9.
Let's see right here. It looks like Three Bears is able to get the advantage right here. He's coming
being squeezed, pushed back.
11,
another 13. She's down. Three Bears in the lead, but they cannot hold
Space Station Gaming's able to grab that and barely misses. Three Bears barely missed that victory right there. That is absolutely insane. That was so back and forth, but not in the way we discussed earlier. It was just so swingy that entire match.
The fireworks are going off, and revenge is a dish best served cold. Space Station Gaming pick up their first win in this 4th set and are eyeing the draw to go into that tiebreaker siege game.
This is what they need. This is what they need to do to actually stand a chance right here. They put themselves in a really good spot right here. The last time that they got a victory, at the beginning of this match, or at the set, it really put the three bears, I keep on calling them nice bears. It's the three bears, nice bears on three bears. It put them in a tricky spot, and we're gonna see what happens.
When you see that double tank Poco comp charging in at you, there's often not a whole lot that you can really do except just fire away as fast as you can, hope that you can dish that damage out so that they don't have enough steam power to keep pummeling away at you. I think that was the crucial advantage from Space Station Gaming. They just kept on firing. They never gave the three bears a really good chance to charge in until the very end when it was all lost. They were trying to run the count down, but 2 stars behind with the final kill on there. Three bears came very close, but you said you thought they had the advantage in that comp. Do you think that they're going to pick it again?
I wouldn't be surprised. They've done a lot of that kind of same comp where you've got a Poco and a couple of tanks to kind of keep them up. It's a very solid comp. What it comes down to here is if you don't have something, these are much more skilled players than I am, right?
Given.
These guys are absolutely insane with their skill. And
I think they're more skilled than literally everyone in the world because they are world finalists.
You are not wrong about that. And so Space Station Gaming, what happened there is that Carl Tang Hoon did such a good job at keeping them pushed back, and that Daryl, he would go in, deal some damage to them, and try to come back out, trying to like pull them out, you know, like get them under their rock kind of a thing. But what happened is that Gene was just ready with his super every single time, pulled them right back. We've got a mirror matchup right here. And let's see here. Yes, the one difference is Piper with Ambush on the Three Bears team versus Piper with Snappy Sniping on Space Station Gaming.
New star power making its appearance for Space Station. I know that you mentioned before we started casting that you thought Snappy Sniping might have a bit of an edge here if you can land those tough shots, and it's often the pro players who have the best aim. But there is a damage advantage in playing Ambush if the Three Bears are able to keep their defenses strong. They might be the ones to grab the win.
You know, where this map has a lot of bushes, I think I would rather go with Ambush most of the time. But we'll see. I was wrong last time, and there's a good chance I could be wrong this time as well. But looks like they're just trying to do a little bit of control. Moding there is thinking about going for the star, but he knows that Akile there, his pipe, is just waiting for the right moment to throw out those shots. Akile there is able to do some damage, and unfortunately they miss. Nice Bear with 101 HP, just one shot away from getting taken down.
Oh, and on the right!
They take each other out with those Carl Supers.
But an advantage for the Three Bears. Technically, the Three Bears died first. That means that they got the 3rd star from taking out the Space Station Gaming, Carl.
And that does give them that advantage and that control right here.
And also when they respawn, they only have 2 stars, so he gets an advantage without giving up 1.
Moding there, hitting those shots, dealing so much damage. Tang Hoon has to fall back, and now she drops the super to open it up, giving Three Bears a massive field advantage here.
Wow. Tang Hoon on the right side up against his opponent Carl, but he wasn't able to get an advantage previously, just trying to push them back so that they can get another little inch up in here. They really want to deny Bush access to that enemy Piper since she gets a little bit of a bonus from her star power, but ahead by 6 stars right now. Three Bears is happy to play defense for a while.
They're in a really tricky situation here, or at least Space Station Gaming is, because I think what's going to happen here is Coup d'Ace really has to land this super. But if Nice Bear lands his super, it's going to be game over for Space Station Gaming.
All right, only 20 seconds left, and Space Station Gaming is not able to find an inroad yet. They've been taking chip shots here and there. Hold on, we can able to make the pull. Takes him down, and that's another couple stars.
But it is not enough. They
not over yet, but they have the 3-2 advantage. Can they push in and find another kill somewhere?
Oh no! Three Bears able to grab kill after kill after kill. 15-4, and now we are 1-1 for both teams here in Bounty.
Kill, and it's all tied up once again, but this is now the match point for the Three Bears. If they can take a win in this 3rd bounty game, it's all over for Space Station. They picked up their win the first time, but with this comp change, it seems like they couldn't get the edge in that mirror match at all. They weren't ever ahead in that game, were they, Kairos?
They really weren't. No, as soon as they got that control, they got that first kill, then it was really hard for Space Station Gaming to get in there. They weren't able to push them up because that Gene was just in the right position where if he pulled them, they couldn't get in there, and that meant they couldn't get those kills in order for them to catch back up. So this match here is very crucial for Space Station Gaming. Three Bears is kind of a little bit more relaxed because they, you know, they've got the advantage so far. But Space Station Gaming has to win this next match if they want a chance for them to compete in, or for them to move on.
I've noticed that the crucial moment in these games often comes down to whether or not Jean gets a pull against a really squishy brawler on the backside. I know that oftentimes you are not trying to get the pull on Piper since she can just jump right out if she has her super, but pulling the enemy Jean will often give you like a 2-on-1 advantage because then your opponents can't get a pull of their own. You're up 3-2, you're usually able to collapse onto the last remaining troops, and that can be the #1 sign of victory.
Absolutely, you're 100% right there. And those Jean plays, I mean, both of those players were incredibly good at playing Jean, but Three Bears, they did such a good job maintaining their position, being very patient. That was the match that we just described the first time, is where both teams are just being very chill, calm, making sure that they fall back to heal up so that they do not get taken out, because that survivability is so important, and just waiting for that one moment for the enemy team to make their first mistake so that they could actually get that kill.
Oftentimes in really high stakes games like these, it's not always about making the best play yourself, but waiting for your opponents to slip up or make a mistake, get out of position for even just a couple of seconds. It's a hard punish when you have such high damage dealing brawlers and such long range, especially with Piper being picked for both of these teams. They're really eager to get into game 3, as you can see here, and we now have the lineups. Once again, it's another mirror match, but we're going to see ambush from both players this time. No snappy sniping for the Space Station player.
I think that's the right call here. This map is just perfect for ambush because you have all those bushes controlling the center, and one hit from the X range deals an additional 800 damage, and that can be enough to really make a huge difference.
Jean can also get a little bit of additional chip damage in there to boost up. So with ambush and maybe a few chip shots from Jean, that's often enough to take out some of those weaker brawlers. Carl, of course, can provide a little bit more tanking and has some nice mobility with that super when he gets it charged up. But with them both kind of isolated over on the right side of the map, it seems more like the Jeans and the Pipers are taking care of the action here.
Yeah, it's coming down to Carl v. Carl, Piper v. Piper, and Jean v. Jean. So this really is coming down to skill here. However, Space Station Gaming does have that first star, so they're able to be a little bit more calm and relaxed. And you can see Coupe Day is trying to, just keep people pushed back. And now the Three Bears are actually focusing on a center push to try and make it a 3v2, where Coupe Day is kind of pushed out there, but it looks like they actually reverted. So we'll see what happens here. Akile is really low on HP. He has to fall back to heal up. And we got both Carls just unloading shot after shot after shot.
Ooh, a risky play here from Piper. She'll be able to pop down some of those defensive barriers that Space Station Gaming was using. She'll survive as she retreats out, but that Jean is looking really low up on top. Three Bears gonna have to pull back, and not at a time when they really have an opportunity to do that. They're down right now the star and need to get a kill, less than a minute to pull it off.
This is really close right here. Obviously, it's just 1-0, but Space Station Gaming does have that 1-star advantage, and that can be all you need to have to win this match. And so it's going to come down to them having that control.
Oh,
looks
nice
like
shot
Piper's
from
able
Piper.
Wow. Both teams end up falling back, though. Coupe Days heals up, and we also have Piper on Three Bears' team healing up as well. Nice Bears flashing that super, giving them a warning shot, saying, hey, I'm here. Don't forget about me.
Some nice shots up on top from Piper, but still not able to connect, and the Three Bears are really running short on time. We're going to need to see a charge in here from one of their Carls. Preferably the Three Bears. Hold on! The pull is good! Jean goes down! Piper goes down!
Piper!
The shots are coming back to back to back, and the Three Bears are in the lead!
Look at that, they were able to get that Carl over there as well, and Coupe Days tries to deal some damage. Aquile's able to get some kills, but looks like Nice Bear takes Coupe Days out as well, and they lose space. Three Bears moving on to the next match, the semifinals tomorrow. Absolutely crazy, some very skilled gameplay. It wasn't, I mean, that was really close right there. That last match, I cannot even believe that. They had that 1-star advantage the entire time.
Space Station Gaming sent out to orbit as the Three Bears are grounded and advancing, walking through the forest to the semi-final match. The hometown favorites are getting lots of cheers from the crowd, and we could not have asked for a better match one.
That was absolutely fantastic. So much intense gameplay. Three Bears, I have got to say, they had some incredible teamwork in all of the modes. Really, they did. And it came down to those team plays. One person does something, another team does something to help support that. and it really came down to those team gameplay moments.
So dominant in gem grab, so dominant in heist. 2-0 victories in both of those sets. It really did come down to a very close match in Brawl Ball and in Bounty, where they weren't always ahead, but when it came down to it at the very end, they knew what they had to do. Perfect synergy the whole time, and they cleaned up against Space Station Gaming.
You know, I will say, Space Station Gaming still did an absolutely incredible job. They made some fantastic plays, and it doesn't matter if you didn't make it to the finals. They definitely came home with some, just knowing that they're really excellent players.
Yeah, a lot to be proud of. And if you're a fan of Space Station Gaming, don't forget that they still have a team competing. Space Station Gaming Brazil is going to be coming up shortly. We'll see if they'll be the heroes to advance to the semis.
That's going to be interesting. They're going to be playing against Tribe Gaming, who's known as one of the more popular teams here. And so we'll see what happens.
And full disclosure, you are a big fan of Tribe Gaming yourself.
That is right. I am a Tribe member, so I'm kind of excited for that. So.
All right, well, the match is over now. We're getting ready for match number 2, but we're going to head over to the post game, Kairos.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a look at that here.
Very shortly, of course. We've got our Korean commentary that we're enjoying in the background here and filling over the background. But make sure to let us know in chat which team you're rooting for. 3 Bears going on to the semis tomorrow. They've doubled their prize amount, and it's just going to be a matter of time to see which teams will be joining them on the big stage for that huge check.
Yes. Absolutely, $25,000 already that they've guaranteed. They doubled their price.
Space Station Gaming. I'm Peng Hong. I'm from Malaysia, and I have around 20,000 trophies in Brawl Stars.
I'm Nicholas. I'm Coupe d'Ace, and I'm from Singapore, and I'm the team leader for Space Station Gaming.
Achille, I'm French, and I'm 23,000 trophies in Brawl Stars.
For me, I would prefer to play support because I will get very stressed up if I play the front line.
For me, I'm more of like the aggro player, so I will pick my favorite brawlers are like Rosa, Billy, and I'm more of the tanks up line in front. Piper.
Thrower brawlers can also play mid, lighting on, some range, many kind of brawlers.
Who's your rival? 3, 2, 1.
Japan.
Korean.
I choose Japan because we all normally face Asia teams, so I roughly know where Japan stands and like the rest of the other Asia teams which we play with. So I felt that Japan was like our biggest rival we had to face.
No, confident. We need to know first the team we're gonna face, but no, I think we feel confident about that.
Yeah.
We need to be really focused and to train more a little bit, and it will be good. Outside we are all friends, but in stage there will be no friends.
곰새바리가 한 집에 있어 엔젤곰
모든 곳
나이스. 한국 1위로 와서 정말 기쁘고요. 쟁쟁한 선수들이랑 겨루게 돼서 좀 두려운데 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다.
일단 한국 대표로 나가는 만큼 최선을 다하는 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
아무래도 많은 조합을 준비하는 것, 그게 좀 필승 전략이 되지 않을까 생각합니다.
제가 제일 잘 쓰는 브롤러는 진이고요. 진으로 이제 젠그랩에서 역전을 하는 거를 제일 좋아합니다.
저는 이제 프로를 제일 좋아하고요. 상대방과 거리를 조절하면서 독을 묻히고 이렇게 몰래 빠져나가고 도망치는 그런 플레이를 되게 좋아합니다.
제가 제일 좋아하는 브롤러는 미타고요. 대회에서 좀 많이 쓰는 거는 로사 같습니다. 아무래도 로사가 요즘 메타에서 굉장히 좋기 때문에 많이 쓰고 있습니다.
이제 아무래도 시즈 모드를 제일 많이 맞춰봤고 공격 타이밍이랑 수비 타이밍이 합이 잘 맞기 때문에 제일 자신 있는 모드라고 생각합니다.
홈그라운드니까 홈그라운드의 위력을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 한국에서 여행 잘 하고 가시면 될 것 같습니다.
Welcome back to the desk. We are now out of match 1. It's in the books, and the 3 Bears have stamped their tickets to the semifinals, but I know we've got a lot to break down from that round. Kairos.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look at some of the highlights for those matches. They were absolutely fantastic. 3 Bears taking the victory 2-0 in gem grab. And then we had, you got the scores right here. Let's see here.
Oh, yeah.
We got
It
Brawl
was a
Ball.
2-1 lead for Space Station in Brawl Ball, a 2-0 sweep for the Three Bears in Heist, and then the 2-1 turnaround in that bounty set at the very end.
You know, Three Bears say that one of their best modes was Heist, but they also selected Siege as one of their best modes. And I'm sure that they're feeling pretty happy they didn't have to show their cards before tomorrow.
Good point there. Well, we're going to take a quick look at the highlights. You know, if a match is a delicious meal, the highlights are the sweet, sweet dessert at the end where you get to see the choicest plays and the most delicious revenge enacted against your opponents. Take a look now at the gem grab map that we saw.
Yeah, so here, this was really important here. Nice Bear throwing down, we had that super cover right there, and Nice Bear goes in, kind of keeps the advantage there, but he's able to, despite that pull, Modding's able to escape because of that super. They grab those gems, and this is where it gets really hot. We got them, Sandy throwing down his super. They've got, this is crazy. So much damage going on. They're able to take the gems. Rosa gets taken down out. Chile runs down to try and escape, and he's able to do so, except there's a train in the way.
Pretty rare to have to push all the way up into your opponent's side, then retreat, then your opponents grab the gems once again. The back and forth on that game number 2 was incredible. Rosa taking the lead and holding onto those gems safely to give Three Bears the first set.
Now here in Brawl Ball, where they're facing off against each other, and we got, let's see here, I'm remembering what was happening. Here we go. Okay, Coup de Ace throws down that super. He's able to stay alive. He's going in. He's able to just very simply walk it in, which is a really safe way for you guys to win. Now here, this play right here, 3 players against 1. Akila's able to just very easily kick it in.
Blasts through and an easy kick into the goal. That led us on to Heist, where the Three Bears had another opportunity to pull back into the lead. We had some really close base races here with an early stab from Space Station, but it went down to the wire, and only a 1% advantage for the Three Bears, blasting at that safe. A 3-on-1 as Daryl tries futilely to push them off.
Absolutely crazy here. This was the play of the day for Bounty. Both players playing the same team comp, doing the best that they can to try and get an advantage. But Akile pulls down Nice Bear, and look at this Three Bears. Sitting very nicely, a 4-star lead, and is able to kind of keep that advantage.
Yep, Space Station forced to fire back and try to gain enough stars to compete, but to no avail. 15-4, a crushing lead for the Three Bears, cementing their advantage and definitely proving that they are a force to be reckoned with here
The other
in their home.
The other players, I am sure, the other teams that are going to be playing later today, I'm sure, are keeping notes on what each of the players are doing. The one thing...
I sure am. I got a lot of notes.
Absolutely.
I'm taking here.
The one thing that I noticed a lot of Three Bears doing is playing a Poco with a couple of very tanky brawlers, and that makes it very difficult for the enemy team to actually out DPS the amount of HP that they have. And they showed that over and over again across multiple game modes.
Yeah, you said it about Bounty, that it's not about getting kills, it's about surviving. The same could be said for almost every game mode, and it's really hard to take someone down if they've got steel hoops rolling right into your face with a Poco super healing them up as they charge in. We even saw quite a few uses of Band-Aid with Shelly to keep her alive and firing away in those Brawl Ball maps. It's hard to take down some of the best players in the world, especially when they're packing so much heat.
These players know their positioning through and through. They know how to dodge shots. They know how to hit their shots, and they know how to stay alive. And that, like you said, every game mode, the more you can survive, the better. And
yep, survivability really important. So we often see a healer or 2 tanks in all of these comps, except for, I guess, Bounty, when we saw a bit more long-range action. We actually did see a double tank and Poco combo in Bounty for the first game there. It seemed like the Three Bears had a good comp to charge in there with, but the aim from those Space Station Gaming guys was just impeccable, able to take down the Bears and force them to get that comp switch out of Bounty.
It looked like they were actually going to win the Three Bears. They had that tankiness going in there, and it was very back and forth.
All right, So we've got a little bit more to share with you now, the results from each of the games as they were played out. It looked like we were going to get 2-0 sweeps from the Three Bears, but we got some nice turnarounds as well from Space Station Gaming. These are actually going to be the MVPs from each team, Moding from Three Bears and Coup de Ace from Space Station Gaming.
Yes, you can see right there, Shelly played by Coup de Ace, and then Moding playing Poco. He played Poco so much during this, and he actually got star player 4 times throughout all of those matches, and it really showed the skill that he had. I mean, those Poco plays with those team tanky comps really came into play for those matches, and there's a reason why he was definitely one of the key players.
Coup de Ace is the team leader for Space Station Gaming, and he loves playing up at that front line. That makes Shelly a perfect pick for him. The star player in 3 of those games certainly isn't a dominant overall performance, but since they only won 3 games and he was the star player all 3 times, I think he's got a strong claim to lead the Space Station guys. Over on the Three Bear side of things, though, Moding is the team cheerleader, he likes to call himself, so he's going to be cheering pretty loud after 4 star player pickups.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you could see that not only the brawler that he picked, he's playing a support brawler. He's like, hey, I got your guys' back on the stage. Hey, I got your back. And that's exactly what he did.
He was in a very comfortable spot, and the Three Bears are going to get to sit back and relax now. Their day is over. We've got 6 more teams to compete in the last 3 matches of the single elimination for the Brawl Stars World Finals.
That's right. Coming up after these messages here.
We have some messages to share.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy the messages, and make sure to keep that chat active. Let us know who you're cheering for, and if you're enjoying the action here today. I'd like to see some Brawler picks, too. What are your favorite Brawlers, chat? Let us know, and maybe I'll get a sneak peek while Lex squeezes in here for the next round, and I'll report on the results when I return.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you guys very soon. Maybe not so soon. Yes, but it's going to be SSG, Space Station Gaming. They're not done for the day. We also have Space Station Gaming Brazil against Tribe Gaming coming up next.
Yep.
And that's
the
we're
real
gonna see
closing, so we're told. So, see you around soon.
my goodness, my
And then finally. What's going on here?
No time to explain. Go.
Someone normal. What is this place?
Well, you got a vest-wearing cactus, grave-digging bats, and a killer biker crow. Oh, and if you stop to explain, you're a goner.
Okay.
Hi, we are Space Station Gaming. I'm Ting Hong. I'm from Malaysia, and I have around 20,000 trophies in Brawl Stars.
I'm Nicholas. I'm Coupe d'Ace, and I'm from Singapore, and I'm the team leader for Space Station Gaming.
Achille, I'm French, and I'm 23,000 trophies in Brawl Stars.
For me, I would prefer to play support because I will get very stressed up if I play the front line.
For me, I'm more of like the aggro player, so I'll pick my favorite brawlers are like Rosa, Billy, and I'm more of the tanks upline in front.
Thrower brawlers can also play mid, lighting on, some range, many kind of brawlers.
Who's your rival?
3, 2, 1.
Japan.
Korean.
I choose Japan because we all normally face Asia teams, so I roughly know where Japan stands and like the rest of the other Asia teams which we play with. So I felt that Japan was like our biggest rival we had to face.
No, confident. We need to know first the team we're gonna face. Yeah. But no, I think we feel confident about that. Yeah. We need to be really focused and to train more a little bit, and it will be good. Outside we are all friends, but in stage there will be no friends.
곰새바위가 한 집에 있어. 엔젤곰.
모딩곰.
나이스. 한국 1위로 와서 정말 기쁘고요. 쟁쟁한 선수들이랑 겨루게 돼서 좀 두려운데 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다.
일단 한국 대표로 나가는 만큼 최선을 다하는 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
아무래도 많은 조합을 준비하는 것, 그게 좀 필승 전략이 되지 않을까. 생각합니다.
제가 제일 잘 쓰는 브롤러는 진이고요. 진으로 이제 잼그랩에서 역전을 하는 거를 제일 좋아합니다.
저는 이제 크로우를 제일 좋아하고요. 상대방과 거리를 조절하면서 독을 붙이고 이렇게 몰래 빠져나가고 도망치는 그런 플레이를 되게 좋아합니다.
제가 제일 좋아하는 브롤러는 리타고요. 대회에서 좀 많이 쓰는 거는 로사 같습니다. 아무래도 로사가 요즘 메타에서 굉장히 좋기 때문에 많이 쓰고 있습니다.
네, 이제 아무래도 시즈 모드를 제일 많이 맞춰봤고 공격 타이밍이랑 수비 타이밍이 합이 잘 맞기 때문에 제일 자신 있는 모드라고 생각합니다.
홈그라운드니까 홈그라운드의 위력을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 한국에서 여행 잘 하고 가시면 될 것 같습니다.
Hello, fellow Brawlers. Welcome to the Brawl Stars World Championship here in Busan, Korea. I'm Cairo Simon. It is time to brawl.
That's right. Annyeonghaseyo means hello here in Korea, and we are welcoming you back to the Brawl Stars World Final, where we just saw an insane, absolutely crazy match between the Three Bears and SSG, and we're hoping to see a repeat of that coming up here soon with Tribe Gaming and SSG Brazil.
That's right. SSG had 2 teams to qualify into this championship. Unfortunately, their first team did not make it into the semifinals, but they've got another option or another chance here in Space Station Gaming Brazil. Now, my good buddy Lex and I, we're both Tribe fans, so we're voting for Tribe, but these teams are all incredibly good. Absolutely the best teams from around the world. They all won their own regional qualifiers to get here today against some of the best players.
Months and months of playing, and they have made it all the way here. Not only are we Tribe, guys, so of course we're rooting for the home team here, coming from the North American qualifier, but there are some interesting things here about both SSG and Brazil. First off, Tribe Gaming is the youngest team in the entire World Finals here. So when we're going to go here, take a look at predictions here in just a second. Like I said, we're going to be, of course, rooting for Tribe here at heart, but you don't get here unless you are one of the best teams in the entire world, and that's what we're going to see here. You went with Tribe too, of course, and
yeah, we'll see what the Korean casters went with.
Yeah,
we'll see what the Korean casters went with. I don't know. You're absolutely right. Youngest team, but these are some of the best players that I've played with. Now, we're both from North America. We've actually played a lot with these players. We've seen them play, and I know they're so good.
Yeah.
I know they're so good. And I don't know very much about SSG Brazil, honestly.
No. And that's honestly one of the reasons that kind of shaped my predictions. As you're seeing them on the screen right here, both me and Kairos, June and Taemin Park all went for Tribe, but SSG's getting some love over here from one of the Korean casters.
Don Kuhn, he's rocking it. If he wins, see, he even has the wrong color.
He's gonna look like the smartest man in the room if Tribe goes down right here.
That's right. That's right. This is gonna be absolutely crazy, though. Both teams, even though I don't know a whole lot about SSG Brazil, I haven't watched them play as much as I've watched Tribe. I mean, I know some things about them, but Tribe, man, I've just watched them so much because.
Yeah, it's what's interesting about these teams is they've seemed, on paper at least, very different in terms of their personalities. The Tribe team, they have very big personalities. Not only they're the youngest, they're very flashy, and SSG seems to be much more reserved. And when they were asked to have their team described in one word, they said unbreakable. The team, they're not going to fall apart. And can Tribe get them to crumble under the pressure and take some of those aggressive, flashy plays?
Yes, we'll go ahead and see. Let's see some more about the teams.
Meu é o Spike, porque quando eu comecei a jogar foi meu primeiro lendário, né? Aí foi o que eu mais me apeguei, assim, sempre curti ele.
O meu é o Brock, porque além de você ter que prestar atenção na movimentação, você tem que ter tiros muito precisos.
Meu é o Coach, porque apesar dele ser um dos Brawlers mais difíceis de se jogar, quando você percebe que está jogando bem com o Brawler, com ele é muito satisfatório.
Mais uma vez? 1, 2, 3.
PSG.
Esqueci de falar, cara.
1, 2, 3.
PSG.
Eu escolhi a Tribe porque, apesar deles não serem muito conhecidos, tem, na minha opinião, ótimos jogadores e eu acho que seriam o oponente mais difícil.
Porque é o único time que tem jogadores que já disputaram um Mundial de Brawl Stars e foram os campeões.
1, 2, 3.
Brawl.
É um modo muito dinâmico e rápido, você tem que tomar as decisões bem rápidas e nosso time é bem conhecido pelo nosso set de Brawl Ball. A gente só perdeu um set de Brawl Ball em todos os jogos que a gente já jogou.
Eu estou muito feliz de ter chegado aqui, estou satisfeito com os resultados. Eu acho que a gente treinou para estar aqui e a gente conseguiu alcançar nossos objetivos.
Qual é a nossa classificação?
Primeiro campeão. Eu quero desejar uma boa sorte para os nossos inimigos, porque eles vão precisar bastante. Estou aqui, ó.
We are Tribe Gaming. Hi, my name is Crankman, and my trophies is 20K.
My name is Jose Ramirez, aka Chabutube. Highest trophy is 20K. I'm the team leader, captain.
Hi, my name is Sean, aka Slash. I don't really push trophies anymore, but I've been #1 in the world before, #1 US over 10 times.
Heist. We just work together good on that mode.
Yeah. My favorite brawler is Tara because you can suck in all 3 of the people and they can't move and you can just kill all of them.
My favorite brawler is Piper because I love to play a long-range brawler.
Which team do you think is going to be your biggest rival?
3, 2, 1.
PSG.
They've been to a lot more lands than we have. This is the first one we've been to. That's why we feel like they'll be our biggest rivals.
I'm excited. I think we're gonna win.
So are you guys nervous or you just have confidence?
I'm not nervous, I'm confident, yeah.
I'm a little nervous.
Hey guys, you guys are not on our level, so if you want to win, try next time.
Look at that confidence there from Crying Man.
Those are some big words right there. What struck me watching that right there is how confident, it's just like almost a solemn confidence that SSG has. Although one interesting note is that as they're walking onto the stage there, Beto over with SSG, when he was asked who his most feared player in this tournament is, he said Jack Chepo. He's going to face those fears in just a moment. We'll see if he's able to overcome them.
They gave each other the friendly handshake, though. He was, so we'll see what happens here. SSG Brazil with 61,000 total trophies versus Tribe Gaming with 48,000. Last time against when we had Space Station Gaming versus 3 Bears, 3 Bears who had the most trophies actually came out on top. Now, what do you think? Does that actually mean that we're going to see a victory here from SSG Brazil?
I don't think so. I mean, there's some little issues there with Crying Man's trophies. They had some issues there, so it's a lot lower than it really actually has been in the past. And so trophies does not equal skill, not always at least. It's definitely something that is not easy to achieve, but you can't pin all the skill, base it over to the trophies themselves.
Yeah, look at them. They actually look really excited.
They look
at
calm
that.
and confident,
They
man.
do. I don't know if I could do that right on the stage there. You got several people here in the stadium, not to mention the thousands of people that are watching on YouTube. And wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. He's saying, hey,
no
it's time.
more.
That's right. We got YouTube and Twitch people watching here. And who are you guys rooting
That's
for?
right.
Let us know in the chat.
Who do you got? Right, make your pick in the chat right now. Tribe Gaming or SSG. We want to see those picks. But look at here as we're taking a look at Crying Man. He's actually got a really big YouTube channel, and he's a really nice guy. Some of the other guys here on Tribe Gaming, Jack Chepo. I've played against all of these guys, and Jack Chepo, we're looking at Slash right now, I played with him. He's a really aggressive player, but he makes the plays with his aggression. Most players, you can't pull that off. You get too aggressive, you end up dying. And then moving over to Jack Chepo at the end, he plays some of the best long-range brawlers I've seen around. I mean, he can hit shots like crazy. So I'm really interested to see how the new guys stack up against the team that seems so confident.
Yeah, you know, I've played some matches with these guys, and it's almost like I don't even have to do anything. I can just sit in the corner and spin around in circles while they basically just carry me.
That's pretty much how it goes, you know.
I'm real good at spinning those circles too, but not in Showdown,
That's
guys.
Right.
No.
Don't do that.
Message of today. Okay, so first map and mode, they're going to be playing in Gem Grab. This first set, it's a best 2 of 3 in Minecart Madness. We have some of the most picked brawlers there in the lower right-hand corner there. Shelly, Tick, and Poco. However, they are actually going to be able to make some bans. Each team is going to ban a brawler, and once that brawler is banned, neither team can actually play that brawler for this map. And so but they knew that going into here. They knew who they were going to be facing. They're familiar with their opposition.
Right, and so with knowing those bans, they can tailor a team to either work well against something that they know that they're going to be playing, or they can use those bans to their advantage. And you can see right there, Daryl and Tick have both been banned. Neither team can play either one. Tick is a great thrower for this. So going into the match, knowing that Daryl and Tick are banned, who do you think that we're going to be seeing?
Well, you know, that's actually, I think we're going to be seeing some Gene. I made that Gene prediction earlier.
How about Gene versus Piper in the mid? What do you think?
We could see that. Piper was banned last time. I'm actually really excited to see this Daryl ban right here because we saw a lot of Daryl in the last matchup between Space Station Gaming and 3 Bears. And he's such a good brawler since he got his buff. I wouldn't say
2 buffs here recently, and he has really... He was actually a pretty decent brawler before, and now he's an exceptional brawler. It's just he can get up on you so quick with that super, and then he can do so much damage that you cannot escape before you're dead.
Absolutely. I also would not be surprised if we saw some Rosa and some Sandy.
Okay.
Sandy has one of the highest win rates here, and Rosa does as well. The thing is Rosa, both these brawlers, they can grab that control of the center.
Yeah.
They can go onto the enemy side and grab control there, just push the team back, so their gem carrier can just be right in the center. And
you mentioned Sandy.
Pick up gems.
Sandy is almost like the perfect. He's almost the perfect fit for this map because his super can cover that entire center and give you so much. The other team gives you fits because you don't know what's happening there in the middle.
Absolutely. Now, you did mention earlier thinking that we might actually see some Piper.
Yeah.
I could absolutely see that as well, especially because Piper does such a good job. She has that long range in this map. Although there are a lot of walls, the center is very open.
Absolutely.
And with her ambush star power, she can just go hide in the bush and deal an insane amount of damage with
Over
every single shot.
3,000 with a single shot is absolutely devastating to anybody who walks in her path and gets hit by one of those shots.
Yes, you are not wrong right there. They're just getting ready here, selecting the brawlers that they're going to be playing for this matchup. I'm excited to see what they end up picking, and I'm excited to see, is this going to be a 2-0 sweep like we saw last matchup between Space Station and 3 Bears? I don't know.
I'm hoping we see 5 sets out of this game. That's all I know.
All 15 possible matches between here. It's going to be a sweat fest between both teams.
I mean, last match that we had there, some of those games came down to just, I mean, fractions of a second, and that's what we want to see. That's what you at home want to see, the best games, the most exciting ones, and that's what I'm hoping for. I don't want to see a sweep.
Yeah. Now we'll see. We had some favorites for Brawl Ball.
Yep.
It was SSG Brazil who selected Brawl Ball as one of their...
They said they've only lost one set their entire time.
Yes.
That's a pretty darn good record.
However, I do know that Tribe Gaming, they're also really great Brawl Ball players, but they actually said that their best was Heist. We will for sure see some Heist matches here and some Brawl Ball matches, but whether or not we actually move on to Bounty or Siege is going to come down to whether it's a tie or not.
Yeah. Look at the players here. They're getting ready. They're focusing in right now. I tell you what, man, just looking at these guys, SSG looks so calm.
They do.
They look relaxed and happy, and Tribe looks a little bit nervous, honestly.
Look, yeah, they're smiling. They're making jokes with each other. They're feeling confident.
They are.
You know, and despite these players being incredibly skilled players, they're in a very different environment than normal.
Man. The nerves got to get you when you're sitting on a stage with tons of people watching you, not only live, but also from all around the world. The pressure can get to you, and right now it doesn't look like SSG is feeling that pressure, but you know what? It's all just theoretical until you get in there and somebody punches you in the mouth and to see what actually happens. Let's see how, confident and calm each team is once the action really starts happening.
Yeah, they're just getting ready here, and you mentioned earlier that Tribe is the youngest team.
Yes.
That could also play into things here as well. A little bit more life experience can go a long way in these competitive matches. However, also being younger can help a lot with those reflexes.
Right. There's something to say for those 16-year-old reflexes. I don't have those anymore.
No, neither do I. Oh man, but they're all super skilled players. I'm excited to see what ends up happening here. Looking at their faces, it really does. It does strike some confidence with SSG
but, I mean,
Brazil.
It may seem like a little bit nervousness on Tribe's side, but they could just be dialed in right now, and not soaking in the moment, but rather just really concentrated on the task ahead of them.
Yeah, looking at them though, they actually do look like they've kind of settled in a little bit.
Yeah, Crying Man definitely is looking pretty nice right there. He's definitely feels like he's feeling pretty chill.
They've got their headsets on, so they don't have to hear the commentary. They can just focus on communicating with each other, and that communication is very key in these competitive matches. It's really the best way to play if you've got some friends.
Right.
Let us know in the chat. Do you have some people that you play with online? Do you get on that voice chat? I know that I do.
Oh, it definitely really helps whenever you're able to communicate with your teammates. But going back to their team comps real quick, so Piper and Gene I think are probably the two most likely to play the mid, the gem carrier position. As for the lanes, do you think Rosa, BB, something like that is going to be played more on the lanes?
Definitely think we're going to see some Rosa.
Carl, maybe?
BB could be good. Yeah, Carl also could be. He's a brawler that a lot of people don't recognize is really strong, and he actually got some really good gameplay from 3 Bears earlier as a brawler that just really applies that pressure. It's hard for players to play against a really skilled Carl.
If you had a dark horse pick that most people wouldn't expect to see, but we ended up seeing it, who would it be?
8-bit.
8-bit. Okay.
Yep.
Why?
Well, I don't know. He actually has an incredibly low use rate for this map, but he has the second highest win rate. And if you play 8-bit well, he could be a good counter against that Piper.
He's actually I can see him work really well on this map because you're not too worried about wall breaks, and he's got the range and he's got the damage in spades. So, of course, the only real issue is his mobility.
Yeah.
And if there's
that train comes and he can't run away.
That would be, try to run out of that choo-choo and you're going to get hit right in the backside. But Piper would feast on him if the other team picked him, though. If the other team picks Piper and then they were going up against 8-bit, that might be some serious trouble.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually...
Here we go.
We might... Okay.
Look at this. What do we got here? Look at Slash.
There we go. We got Tribe going with Barley. We got 8-bit, and we got Piper. Who called it?
Right?
I called it.
Here's the thing that's interesting to me about these comps. They're all good. However, you don't see any big, heavy aggro lane brawlers that we have been seeing.
Very different from the matches that we saw earlier, and that's just a testament to how much the balance of this game has actually been. I would say that the meta is one of the most balanced right now. There are some things that need to be tweaked here and there, Daryl.
Here we go.
But we'll see. I think a lot of this is going to come down to the skill of these two Piper players. They're both throwing off some shots, attacking the center, then attacking the side. Jack Chepo, man, that Barley's going to be a
I tell you what,
real nuisance.
Sandy is going to have a tough time going up against the Barley with no real way to get around the corner. Now, if Sandy can get around the corner, it's just a three quick shots and he is down for the count. So, wow, great
look at that
shot.
first shot right there. Getting that first kill is very important here. Beto, he really has been struggling against that Barley that entire time, but still, we've got Tribe who has not gotten a single gem.
All the way up, really being the aggressor as the Barley. That's not something you see every day, but finally he got a little bit too big for his britches right there, and Beto comes up, takes him out, and they regain control with 5 gems to none, or 5 gems to 3 right here. Slash is the only remaining Tribe player alive right now as the other team comes back in.
Now Parzival actually avoided that gem. Look at that shot, able to take him out. And that is so important right there. Parzival is able to fall back, avoid this train. Slash now has really good control in there though, and Tufa has to end up falling all the way back out of there.
Chepo and Slash did a great job because even though Crying Man went down, they held the fort. They kept the other team back and did not lose control.
Yeah, now that Barley's there though, it's going to be tricky. Beto is able to do a little bit of damage to him, and he does end up falling. And now we've got the Sandy center in the center, but Cryman's able to get that shot and take him out. He's able to get that shot in the middle of that invisibility. Parzival's able to pick up those gems and run away with 300 HP.
Just barely. He saved
crazy.
them from disaster right there, but that was an incredible shot by Crying Man, and he's got 2 in his eyes, locked in his sights again, and he goes down. They have control of the center, but the minecart is stopping them.
Another kill. Crying Man is getting kill after kill after kill.
If they pick up this gem, they can move back without having to pick 11. They just need to make a slow retreat. You don't want to move back too fast, but they are dominating the middle right now. It started off hard for them, but they have really came back strong.
Wow, look at that.
Shots.
That minecart went onto the enemy side, onto the... Look at this. They're even able to deal some damage to Parzival, and they're not able to get that. Holy cow! Tribe starting off with a dominating victory.
It was the tale of 2 halves of the game. The first half, SSG dominated.
Yes.
And then it turned around. Crying Man started hitting those shots. Jack Chepo was pushing Beto back all the way, and Slash just kept holding his side, and they turned the tides of that game and cinched in that first one for themselves.
He did such a good job, and one of the most important shots that he hit was when somebody from SSG was actually in the Sandy Super, invisible, and he knew exactly where to go.
That's one of those things where it's just, you feel like, okay, I saw them go in, I think that they're going to go this way, and you time that shot, and when you can land it, it's got to feel really good, especially at this sort of level.
It is absolutely insane. Those shots, it really came down to it, and I didn't see if he used snappy sniping or if he used ambush. My guess, by the way he was playing, is that he was playing snappy sniping, but that could be totally wrong.
Okay, first game down. Do you think that either team is going to change up their comps? Are they going to bring something to counter that Barley that was a complete nuisance to Beto there?
I think that would be a very smart call for them to do.
You see a Mortis?
Or another thrower. I think another thrower would probably be the safe bet, but we could see some Mortis gameplay. I know that Tribe Gaming has some Slash. Well, both Slash and Crying Man are both known as really good Mortis players. In fact, Crying Man has a YouTube channel, and a lot of his really popular videos are excellent Mortis gameplay. If you guys want to see some skilled Mortis gameplay, that's a great place to go check out.
Yeah, definitely. It's a Korean channel, but you don't need to know all the words to understand great gameplay.
Yes, that is absolutely right.
I'd be interested to see if the teams, what they're going to do differently. If you're on Tribe right now, you probably feel like you don't need to do much differently until they make you do something different.
Yeah, my guess though, because they did end up getting that victory near the end, but it wasn't it was closer than I think that they wanted it to be. Okay, so they are actually going to switch it up. They're getting rid of 8-bit. They're throwing in Rosa.
Wow.
And Crying Man's keeping that ambush Piper.
SSG did not change a thing.
They're confident.
Here's the thing, is that it's one of those where if you play something that you've worked on and you lose, and you got to tell yourself sometimes, you know what? Do the same thing, but better. It's like, we know we can win with this. We've just got to perform better than we just did.
I think what they're going to probably try to do, I mean, both Sandy and Carl are kind of okay options against Barley, but I think Carl's slightly better against
True.
Barley.
He can make those shots go around the walls just a little bit.
And also, if he does get his super with that protected pirouette star power, then he can go in there, take out that Barley, and also Carl's actually a really good option for this map, and he can just grab those gems and run away with that super. He can do whatever he needs to do.
Yeah, as you can see, Parzival is going out right on the left-hand side, probably expecting Barley over there. Instead, he finds Slash. The Rose are right over there waiting to come over on there. So, you see, instantly they switch sides. Parzival's like, wait, no, that's not the matchup I want.
But Tufa's able to actually get that shot off against Slash, which allows Beto to actually start healing back up and regain some control. It's 2 versus 2. Shapo is basically just hanging out there. Ooh. He's preventing Parzival from trying to get in there as much as he possibly can, and he's got that advantage. Wow.
The shot from Crying Man just absolutely obliterates Tufa right there. And they're both playing ambush, and look at now they have him in a position where they can't get out of their own spawn.
They are totally spawn trapped right here. Slash is just ready to just do whatever he needs to do. Beto ends up throwing down his super, and Crying Man's throwing out some shots, but they're just keeping back.
Yeah, I still don't even know how you could really get out of that. Even if with that super, you still had a Rosa standing right there in your way. You had a Barley. It did enough to hold them back for a little bit, so they didn't completely lose control. But Crying Man fell way back there when, who was it?
It was Tufa.
Yeah, no. When Slash went down,
Beto,
so Crying Man had to fall back because of his protection. And now the tides are turning. It looks like right now SSG has control of the center, and they need to keep it that way because 6-3 with 2 gems off on the left-hand side there.
Yes, it's not as close as you might think that it is because they need to regain that control. But Crying Man's able to get that kill. Slash is able to deal some damage. Tufa's in a tricky spot.
Oh no!
Crying Man dealing more damage with that super from the ambush and is able to pick up that 10 gem. He has all 10 gems. He also has his super, so he can jump away if he needs to. And they are in a really tough spot.
That was team killing at its best. Not only did Slash get in there and pound on him, Barley comes in there, finishes off the shot while Crying Man is nailing them with those sniped shots from a distance. That was teamwork, definitely right there. And the first set right now goes over to Tribe.
You know, SSG Brazil really did like they were very calm and collected. I can't imagine they're feeling that way now. Look at Tribe right there. Crying Man, he's just like, hey, I'm here.
If there were any nerves on Tribe Gaming side, they are gone now.
And they're over on SSG Brazil's team.
You've got to be like, okay, they're probably be able to shake that off pretty quick because they know that, like they said before, our best game mode is Brawl Ball. And what are they headed into?
Brawl Ball.
Brawl Ball.
Yes, now is the time. They say it's their best. Are they going to be able to come back from it?
They've only lost 1 set of Brawl Ball the entire time that this the World Finals and all the qualifiers have been happening. That's one heck of a record. Let's see if they can take that to the top level competition right here and do it again.
Now, for those of you guys that are joining here recently, let's go ahead and recap some of the rules. Basically, we have 5 sets. Each is a separate different game mode, and each set for Gem Grab is best of 3. Brawl Ball, best of 3. Best of 3 for all 3 of them. So Tribe grabbed that first victory in Gem Grab, and now we're moving on to Brawl Ball, where they have a chance to get a little bit ahead of SSG Brazil. We'll see if they are able to or not, because SSG has said in the past that that is their best game mode.
Right, and the map that we were playing on, which map is it we're playing on Brawl Ball again? I didn't see here.
Let's see here. It is going to be Center Stage.
Center Stage, really cool map.
Very bushy in the center.
Yep, we're gonna see their bands here in just a moment. But you're gonna see a lot of tanks that are going to sneak around and get you in that grass. But you can also see some picks like Rico that try to keep them out of that grass as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time we saw this map, it was a spike ban and a tick ban.
Okay.
We'll see what ends up happening here. We did see a lot of Daryl gameplay in the last Brawl Ball match. I wouldn't be surprised if we did that. Okay, here's the map here for those of you guys that aren't familiar with it. Most picked brawlers are Shelly, Mortis, and Rico.
That's okay. So
I wouldn't play Mortis here.
No, I think that would be a little bit too risky because you know you're going to run into some big tanky brawlers, and he is going to get countered pretty darn hard. However, once we see the bans, will be interesting. But the brawlers that you're looking at right now, that is for the most picked brawlers that are over 10,000 trophies. However, it starts to deviate a little bit as you get up really high in trophies. As for the brawlers that are picked a lot in the really high trophy count, as you can looking at the sorry, let's back up.
Yeah, let's talk about this here. Daryl ban and tick ban.
Yeah.
I think those are both really solid. I'm actually kind of curious about Tribe Gaming's ban on Tick right there because it is kind of a little bit more open. I believe, they're more skilled than I am, so they know the meta.
I know
very well.
All I know from personal experience is Tick has got to be the most annoying brawler to play against in Brawl Stars. The area control that he has is absolutely astounding, and so maybe they just didn't like him enough. They're like, you know what, 2 sets in a row, we're just going to ban him both times.
Yeah. If I were to select a brawler based off of like really high win rates above 700 trophies for each of the brawlers, I would go with Sandy, I would go with Rosa, and then I'd probably, as a competitive player, they'd probably have a third option, but possibly even Tara. Or, maybe even Jean. I don't know. I think the one thing that's interesting about Sandy here is that center area is very open, and so if you can get that super in the center, kind of similar to like what we saw last time, then you can really control, you can grab that ball, and then you can also force enemy players to fall back. And with that healing wind star power, you can keep your team alive. And that really does impact things a lot.
Yeah, and with the super that covers that entire center, you could sneak out left, right, and still be in the grass. You could move beyond the super and still be hidden. So that's got to be just a terrifying thing if you're the enemy. Okay, here we go.
Ooh, this is very interesting. The only same brawler that we have is Jean on both teams, but Tribe's actually going Rico. Oh, he's an excellent Rico. Chepo, such a good Rico. Crying Man's going with Shelly. Most likely as a try to counter some of the tankier brawlers, which they're going to need against SSG Brazil for Rosa.
Ooh, this is going to be a really good matchup. On paper, I mean, it's a toss-up. I really don't know how to call this one because I do like the Rico play. Rico can sit back on one side of the map, bouncing shots off the wall inside, and reach the other side of the map, and you pretty much lock down one entire lane. As you're seeing right there on the top left, Chepo just keeping that lane, on the left-hand side where they can't not move up it. But Rosa sneaking right back up in there. Parzival grabs the ball, but facing 2 other brawlers, it probably couldn't do much because Rosa does go down right there.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to do a really solid defense there despite pushing it up a little bit there. Chepo is just doing a lot of damage from a distance. He's bouncing off the walls exactly as he needs to and checking the bushes, making sure that they know where those enemy players are. Parzival's just kind of, doing a little bit of chip damage. Slash goes in there. Crying Man doubles up with it on a super, and now Beto has his super charged up. Is he going to drop it right now? No, he's going to save it and wait for his teammate to respawn him so that
was a really smart play. Not only to...
Oh, wait, look at this right here. Are they able to make it in here? Oh, Shelly's got that super. He's got to fall back. He does throw down that super, so it's going to be really hard for them to tell. The healing wind star power, you can see that with the animation. And
another
Parzival pulling Rico out of there, and looks like they pull that Slash over in there, and Beto passes to Parzival, and they get that first goal to SSG Brazil. They are talking the talk. This is their favorite game mode, and they showed Tribe that they know how to play it.
That all started off with Beto. He was backing up his teammate when they got killed. He threw down a super. He returned killed, and then gave them a chance with that super to regroup, and then dominate them on the other end.
That is absolutely crazy. Right now, they're just trying to regain some control here. Slash, Crying Man, Chepo. Tribe is just doing the best they can. He's able to throw out an entire super on Tufa, but Tufa is able to take him out regardless. Beto puts some control in there. Tufa puts it in, barely able to sneak it in. He threaded the needle and got that goal right there.
That game was less than 2 minutes. That was absolute dominance by SSG. They said that Brawl Ball was their best game mode, and by golly, they showed it right there.
That is absolutely right. Those plays with Sandy did such a good job at building up his super, putting it down, and from that point, he waited till his teammate was able to come there and support them. That was a very good team play. Me or some players might, as a solo player, just drop it down whenever you can to try and get the advantage yourself, but no, they waited it out, they got that control, and then used it when they could best take advantage of it.
Yeah, and Sandy's so dangerous in Brawl Ball because if you get that super in the right spot, you don't know where the action's coming from. You know where the ball is, but you don't know where the enemy players are. And just a quick pass to a spot that you would not think of, and next thing you know, that ball is in your goal.
Yeah, the tricky thing there, despite Rico getting a health buff recently, he was the squishier brawler there, and with Sandy dealing, all that Sandy had to do is just get close enough so he could throw out a couple of shots, and that really put Rico in a tough spot.
And they had Shelly. Shelly could have countered the Rosa, but she wasn't matched up against her most of the game. Yeah,
and what a lot of these pro players will do is they are, they don't play solo. They're focusing on who am I playing against, who's my teammates playing against, what's our best counter situation going to be, and unfortunately, Tribe was not able to make that happen. And because of that, Shelly wasn't able to get the value that she was trying to most of the time.
Yeah, if they see there's a better matchup or a matchup that they've been planning on, they'll swap sides, they'll change it up, and right there, I guarantee you that SSG knew that if they took Rosa up the right-hand side, he could overpower the Rico on that side and give them a better shot at scoring.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, and they're calm again.
Yeah.
They're calm again.
They are focused in. They are ready to get this game on. They've got to feel extremely confident after that last game.
Yeah, and Tribe there, you see them discussing, trying to figure out exactly what the best comp is going to be. Crying Man is really thinking there.
So what are they going to do? What is Tribe right now going to do different to stop what just happened from happening again?
My guess is they switch out Shelly. They probably went with Shelly as a good Rosa counter, but I think they're probably going to go with something a little bit tankier instead of Shelly.
Yeah.
And rather than trying to counter a tankier Brawler, let's see here.
Here we go. They picked Rosa. They're like, you know, they got Rosa and Shelly. They got rid of the Rico. They've got Rosa and Shelly, along with still with that Jean. Yep. So they've got a much beefier comp now than SSG does. Because Tribe just got outplayed the last game.
They did.
So they're going to try to overpower SSG on this match, and let's see if they can use all that extra beef to make it count.
They might be able to. In fact, you know, last time we were watching again Space Station Gaming versus 3 Bears, a different Space Station Gaming. This is Space Station Gaming Brazil. Then we saw a lot of those tanky comps actually work out very well. Crying Man is facing off against Tufa. It's Rosa v Rosa over on the left side of the map, and then we've got Beto is just trying to charge up a super along with Parsifal. And look at that. Oh, okay.
Chepo sidestepped that shot there and was almost just a couple more seconds, he would have been on Parsifal's toes. But Tufa with the ball, Beto passes it to Tufa. Tufa gets yanked in by the Jean, but it doesn't matter. They're still going to push it all the way through, and they're going to walk that goal in right in Tribe's face.
That is crazy. Parsifal with that epic Jean shot was able to pull away the defense, which allowed them to make that shot. And now Tribe here, the pressure is really on. They are all bunched up in this one little section here with Tufa. Oh, no. This is not good for them. Let's see here. Tufa's able to take Crying Man out there, passing it up. Tufa's keeping the pressure on Chepo, and all 3 of them are still alive, and he's able to just barely stick it in. Look at that domination in Brawl Ball for SSG Brazil.
That game was less than 1 minute.
That was insane at these competitive matches where you're playing against some of the best players in the world, actually the best players in the world.
Here's what gets me.
That's crazy.
Tribe took that first game, and they had to say, okay, what do we got to do to keep that stop that from happening again? They came up with a plan. They walked in with that plan, and they just got punched in the face, and they lost that set in total of about 3 minutes of game time.
That is so fast, but you know, SSG Brazil said their best game mode was Brawl Ball. Tribe Gaming said that their best was Heist.
And what's up next?
We got Heist.
All right.
So it's going to be very interesting to see. We'll re-go over these bans, the Brawlers that they cannot play, and then we'll see. I don't know, man.
No, this is going to be exciting. I am actually looking forward to seeing what Tribe pulls out right here, because I know that Crying Man and Chepo both excel in long-range brawlers.
They do.
So
yes, and this is a very closed-in map.
Yeah, and that's so it's. We were seeing on the last match that we saw triple tanks on them. Are we going to see something like that again? And if so, that doesn't suit Tribe, at least some of their strengths, the best there.
Yeah, typically, I mean, this is a very closed-in map. Lots of walls, lots of bushes. Last time we actually saw quite a few base races with a lot of Bull and a lot of Daryl here. And we'll see what they end up actually banning. Could we see both Bull and Daryl being played from both teams like last time? It was Bull, Daryl, and BB.
Yeah.
And that was the heavy comp that's really so good in Heist right now.
It's wild that not even a single thrower came out of that match. I was expecting when I was watching it from the crowd here, and I was expecting to see a thrower, but no. So no Rico, no Tick. Of course, Tick, the best, really strong thrower along with Barley, and then Rico is really good on this map because there's certain angles that he can hit the save from a very long distance, and that's just not something you want to deal with.
Well, and also yeah, exactly, which we're not going to see it.
No.
But the reason why they went with that is because he can control so much. He can prevent a really big tank like a Bull or a Daryl from actually going in there.
I'm expecting triple tanks again, or one thrower and some more tanks.
Yeah, the hard thing with playing a thrower here is the fact that you have such tanky brawlers. I mean, if we see a Daryl, a BB, and a Bull.
If either team goes off map and picks something other than triple tanks or 3 really heavy brawlers, and the other team does go with that, it could be a really rough matchup for them.
You know what? I would not be surprised to see like Spike or maybe Nita. I think Nita's a little bit less likely. Typically, they're not the best when you're like trying to push on Heist, but in this competitive match, it might be a good idea for them to go with some type of a counter brawler.
Here we go.
There we go. Tribe
Wow.
going with Spike.
Such different comps. Look at this. On the bottom, SSG, triple tank. And on the top, we've got Spike, that tank stopper. And we've got Barley, who's obviously great at Heist. And then Daryl, the big tank, probably one of the best tanks, if not the best tank right now.
Yes.
This is a very drastically different way to play this game mode.
Yeah, SSG Brazil, it's going to come down to how well they prevent Tribe from actually countering them, because they have the opportunity to, but we'll see. It's going to come down to the matchups. Which brawler's playing against which brawler. We got Chepo. Crying Man's already in a really rough spot right here. He's throwing down some pressure. He's able to take out Parzival, and we got, oh my goodness, we got Chepo trying to deal damage. This is another base race here. We got
up with this
half and half right there. Let's see, Doofa's just trying to do a little bit of damage.
Chepo gets rolled
He's able
over.
to take out. Oh my goodness.
Now we've got Daryl free and
even
clear.
more damage there onto the safe, and he's able to escape right there. But
not
Slash,
before a massive amount of damage is done, but 9%.
That's all he needs.
Is he going to be able to
This is
get
really
that?
close.
He
Daryl
rolls
rolls in there.
Can
Doofa's able to
Chepo
deal some
stop him?
damage. 9% versus 17%.
That was an insane defense, but a big charge by
Parzival
Bull.
goes in
Can
there.
he get on there?
Oh, they're able to stop it between the two of them. A solid defense right there. Are they able to come back around?
He stops the
Look
Slash
at
trying
that.
to get around the corner, and they get him with the Barley over the top. Spike Super over the top.
Look at that comeback from Tribe. That was absolutely insane. That super crucial defense is what really helped them do that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
man.
tell you what, Slash, or no, not Slash.
Whoever
but
was Daryl.
Well, who also spiked there at the end, too.
Yes.
It was him versus two Brawlers, and he held them. Sure, they did a lot of damage, but he did a great job holding them back. And when they came in, he was there once again. So Spike, as that defensive option, did a stellar job. Even though there was a lot of damage, that was a really, really close match. And in the end, they were able to hold off that defense and then counter push for that one last time.
Yes, that Spike pick was very crucial. Like you said, he didn't go on offense. He focused on that defense, and he was able to do a lot of damage against two Brawlers at a time and kind of keep them pushed back. Man, that last push right there, that defense is what really mattered for Tribe. In order for them to actually make that defense, I mean, they would have lost it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They literally had a Bull charging down on your safe. When you've got 9%, that is not a situation you want to have happen.
And that Bull only did like
he didn't even hit it.
Yeah, he did. He died before he ever got to the safe. They knew what to do in that situation. They mounted a massive defense and then came back down and just finished off the rest of it. That was a stellar game by Tribe Gaming. Now, they said that Heist was their best mode. They showed a pretty great game right there, because on paper, that looks like it could be a very rough matchup.
But that's not it for SSG Brazil. They have another option here, and look at this. We've got Barley medical use, and the only other difference here is BB on, no, Bull on SSG Brazil.
So basically, Tribe says, Spike, you did a great job, but I think despite that, we're going to step it up a notch and bring in BB with that massive baseball bat. See if she can keep some of these bigger tanks back a little bit, and I think that she will.
I think you're right. I think BB is a very solid option against these tankier Brawlers, and Barley's an okay option against these tankier Brawlers.
Another good thing about BB here on this map is that the area right around that safe is pretty closed in, and she can use her super. Wow, Beto just walks right past Slash. They both see each other like, yo, I'll catch you on the other end. I'm going for the safe right now.
Oh, but we got two people on that safe over on the SSG Brazil side, and they're taking a ton of damage right now. Look at that, a dominating victory. What was that? That was less than 30 seconds.
That was 24 seconds to that match. What is up with the base races that we're seeing? You don't normally see this, and right now they're going all out. They're like, I think that we can get there and get it done quicker than you can, so bring it on.
They're doing an excellent job at going 2 on the offense, 1 on the defense, which is something we haven't seen a whole lot of for Heist in a very long time. That used to be a thing. But now, look at this.
Okay.
2, oh man.
So SSG, their best mode was Brawl. They dominated. Tribe, their best mode is Heist. They dominate. That's great, except for the first gem grab. Tribe was able to take that down. So now SSG's back is against the wall. You can't drop any more sets or you go home.
Yes, absolutely right here. Tribe has got to, or SSG Brazil, they've got to do well in bounty right here. It could be over in 2 matches for them.
Yep.
2 matches is all it is could be in the way from them. Doubling their prize money from 12.5 thousand for their team to 25,000 per team, with a chance of going all the way for $90,000.
It's a pretty important 5 minutes coming up right here, I'll tell you that much.
Absolutely, the pressure is 5 minutes, you're right, that's insane. Okay, so we've got layer cake right here in bounty. Some of the most picked brawlers here are Tick, Piper, and Dynamite, and I agree with those. Those are really excellent options here. I wouldn't be surprised, but you know, we'll probably see some assassin brawlers. Probably Daryl. You know, we're gonna see what their bans are actually.
Daryl feels like the new Mortis in some ways.
He does. He does. The new Mortis, the new Leon.
Daryl is really strong right now,
really
and
strong.
I wouldn't be surprised. As we see,
he's banned
again. Tribe Gaming, Tick has been banned every single time. They really hate Tick.
They do not want to have to worry about Tick. It's interesting for them to go like that because Tick is, I mean, he's good.
The bans have been the same this entire time.
Yes, we've had Daryl.
Daryl and Tick.
Oh, let's see here. Except last time we had Heist, SSG Brazil did end up banning Rico.
That's right. But so I think these are great bans for this map. So instead of that, you're probably going to see something like a Gene, a Piper, and maybe a Carl or possibly even a Penny. Or here's something interesting I might like to see. Jack Chepo is a great Brock player.
Yeah, he is. He's super solid.
I would like to see him play some Brock.
Brock was lagging, except not when you're playing with Jack Chepo.
That's right. There he is. We're looking at him right there.
Can he hear us? Because he know we're talking about him. He's like,
if he does, come on, just play a little Brock just for us. But I don't think it works that way. But I think that like Piper, Carl, Gene is probably the most common things that you're going to see here. Anything else that we're missing?
You know what? It could be interesting. This is Penny recently got his buff. Penny could be really solid if Penny could charge up 1 super and put it in the right place, but it doesn't look like that's actually going to happen. Jack Chepo playing Brock.
Ask and ye shall receive. Let's see what Jack Chepo can do with Brock and his rocket number 4.
Okay, so we've got same star powers for both Gene, same star powers for both Pipers. It's going to come down to Brock. Rocket number 4 with Jack Chepo or protective throw out with Carl as base.
It all comes down to hitting those shots. And Tribe Gaming, when they were asked who is the team's ace, unanimously they said Jack Chepo.
Yes.
He's going to get his chance to prove his mettle right here.
And here we go. We're starting off right here. This is going to be very important right here. Who can grab that first little bit of control? That first kill is very important here. Toof is throwing out some shots. Crying Man's throwing out some shots. We saw some amazing skill gameplay from Crying Man as Piper earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And Jack Chepo, he's checking the bush on the left. And Crying Man, he
so
didn't even pick up that star. He's focusing more on staying alive.
I thought that he was going to. I wonder if he just barely missed it. But here's
so.
a big super right there. It doesn't connect. And unfortunately, it didn't clear up as much of the walls as he probably would have liked it to do.
Yeah, now Crying Man's at really low HP, and that's going to be an opportunity for Toof to go in, pick up that star, and keep Crying Man pushed back. Look at Parzival. They're just shaping it. Toof on the right. You got Parzival on the left. They're just pushing them, funneling them into that little hidey hole. And now they have the advantage with the star and the field advantage with more control of the map with Chepo, with Tribe pushed up against the wall here. And
yeah, Tribe is on their heels. Chepo with 152. Parzival throws some shots in there just to hopefully get it, but the super almost.
Oh, it does not finish him off, but it does push them back, but they are still pushed up against that wall. And, oh man, I've got to say, I'm really liking SSG Brazil's position right here.
Yeah, actually, here they go. They're pushing them back a little bit.
Look at those 3 quick shots from Jack Chepo. Was able to grab that kill, and that puts them in the lead and allows them to actually push forward a little bit. That super pushes up that down there, and Peiko has to fall back.
What did I say before this match? Chepo knows how to play some Brock, and he hit some great shots right there to give them the lead. But with only 26 seconds left, here comes the push. There's always this moment where it's poke, poke, poke.
Parzival's able to grab that super, pulls him back, and takes out Slash. They're able to return it 3-2 with 15 seconds left. It's coming down to this right here. 1 kill could finish it for your team.
Talking about needing that time to push, here it is. Tribe Gaming got 7 seconds, 5 to get this done. Another pull
right there. Tufa's able to throw
in. They are coming in. Parzival almost went down.
Look at that.
Wow.
We got SSG barely pulling in that. That was intense. At first, SSG looked like they were going to solidify that victory, and then Tribe pulled it back out. But in the end, SSG Brazil was able to come back with that victory right there at very much at the end.
Yeah, I wanted to see some Brock play. He played him and got the only really kill that Tribe got right there. But the difference maker in all of that was Parzival there. He charged up his super quickly, and then he used that to pull in twice. Tribe pulled him in and really collect those stars. And Parzival was the MVP of that last game.
He waited for the absolute perfect moment in order for him to pull, and once he got that, once he knew that they were in sight, once he knew where they were going to be, he used that super. It was never wasted one bit, and that is what helped them get that. And then he charged up his super immediately right after so that he could get another kill.
So,
man,
going into the next game, do you think that they're going to change anything?
I wouldn't be surprised if Tribe decided to add a G. Or they already had G, didn't they?
They did.
Let's see here. Okay, so we got the same
They changed
situation
nothing.
here.
I didn't think they were going to change anything because really what happened there is Slash got outplayed by Parzival in that last match.
Yes.
And so it's more like, okay, we didn't lose because we got outcomped. We lost because we got outplayed. Let's do this again. Let's do it better.
You know, in Crying Man, he'd made some amazing Piper plays at the beginning in Gem Grab.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. Tufa ended up actually having a little bit more luck, at least from what I was paying attention to.
You know, it might have been a different story if Crying Man would have actually picked up that star last time, but that match is dead and gone, and then now he decides, I know how to get the star this time, and I will. With a shot on Tufa, has to make him retreat, but look at Slash on the right-hand side, poking at him from the wrong side, and then he takes him down.
Look at that. They've got a very dominant victory right here. Crying Man's got his super. He could get in his position, break down some walls, and he's just waiting for one hit on Tufa. And Tufa does not have enough HP to survive one hit. Look at that. Jack Chepo getting in a kill. A third kill. They are at a massive advantage right here.
Another big super from Chepo goes down. While it doesn't connect with anybody, it does open up the walls, giving them less place to hide while they've got a great position. But Beto's doing a good job working his way.
Look at that pull from Slash. He was just waiting for the right moment and was not able to finish. And then he ends up getting pulled. Parzival gets that kill, but it's only 2 stars.
Throws down the reverse Uno card and pulls him right back and takes him down. Yeah, you didn't see that one coming, did you?
Look at the Gene Pulse right there. Is he able to finish it off? He's only got 141 HP. He does heal just a little soon enough for him to survive.
Crying Man has got to be the target for SSG right now with 4 stars above his head, a prime target to take down to get them back in this game.
They have to get at least 2 kills. They've got 40 seconds to do it. Very possible here, especially with them pushed back up in the corner right here. Jack Chepo accidentally shoots a shot and it hits the wall, and Parzival now has his supercharge up. That means they have to fall back. They can't avoid, they cannot risk getting shot. Slash ends up losing that super there.
Yeah, he tried to grab him and just missed, but then Parzival misses as well. Beto goes in with that super on Slash. Can he finish him off with He does, but they still need one more
super. He's able to finish it up. He was just waiting for the right opportunity to use that super. He's able to get it. 7 seconds left. They've got a 6-star lead. And
there's not going to be enough time to finish this off. That means Tribe is going to win game number 2 to bring this back to 1 game apiece.
Wow, that is absolutely insane. 1 match for each team. Check them out. They are smiling.
You know that they got to feel better about that because, like I said, that first game, they just got outplayed. They said no more, none of that. They came back with a vengeance right here, and they played extremely well and dominated that game.
So are we going to see some Brawler changes? I don't know. I feel like
I still don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that, you know what, they did, we dominated the first game. We lost the second game. Both teams can say that they played well and or played poorly, and that's what the difference was. So it comes down to we're comfortable with this team comp that we're playing. We feel that this is the one to play. Do it better.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen right here. I mean, the one thing that I might think that SSG Brazil might actually end up changing, maybe they'll switch up their Carl.
If they were to move away from the Carl, then what? You're gonna be keeping in mind that that's going to be laned up against Brock most likely.
That's true.
You're gonna have to have some serious range to compete with that, or some other type of control.
Yeah, you know what? That's really tough. Maybe another Brock.
Maybe a Brock, right?
Maybe
a Penny, but Penny's going to get outranged by Brock.
Right.
I think that the Carl is still going to be the pick.
Yeah, because all 3 of the Brawlers we got. I mean, Brock, Piper, and Gene are they're the longest range except
Rico,
for like Tick.
But you're not going to play Rico on this map.
Rico and Tick are both banned.
No, Daryl is banned along with Tick. So they could
Daryl,
play. They could play
right.
Rico, but I just don't think that that's a pick that you're going to play on.
You're
this
right.
map.
Yes. Yeah, he's a little too squishy. He
Yeah.
doesn't quite have that range in order to compete with them.
So I think that they're
I
going to
don't know.
stick. Nope, they said, you know what? Brock versus Brock. Beto versus Chepo. Let's do it.
Except SSG Brazil is actually playing with Incendiary instead of Rocket number 4. So that Incendiary is going to be very helpful in helping to kind of control things.
It
It's going
does.
to help keep them pushed back a
It's
little bit.
quite literally area control, and
Yes.
I really like. Brock is my second favorite brawler, and I actually really like Incendiary. I think that it doesn't get enough love as compared to Rocket number 4. However, we'll see what the difference is between not only these two players, but these two star powers right now.
And they're jumping right in here, getting that first control right here. Beto, it looks like they split up, so it is an even match. Brock v. Brock, Piper v. Piper.
Ooh.
Wow, okay, look at this here. And Chepo
Chepo
has
hits
a little bit of that
2
ground right there.
early
He's
shots.
He's pushing. He's kind of keeping Tufa. Tufa's in that one little corner like, this is my square, this is my home.
See, right now what Beto's doing, though, he's slowly chipping at Chepo, and he can slowly back him up a little bit with the fire on the ground there. But Chepo sidesteps him and connects with another shot. On the right-hand side, Slash is about to go down, and he retreats back behind the safety of that wall.
Okay, now Jack Chepo, he's got his supercharge up. The enemy team cannot
looking
see
for
that.
it.
He does end up. Ooh, that's
there's a guess.
center right there. I don't.
Oh!
Look at that! Beto's able to get that kill, and he's able to throw down that super, opening up the wall and taking out Crying Man, giving them
double
a
kill.
4-1 lead.
Chepo tried to use a super to guess that Tufo was going to be in the middle, and he failed, and Beto turned around and dominated it. Now they are in a hole. They've got some time, but they need to start really focusing on getting back in position and getting some kills.
Neither Gene has their super charged up right now, so it's going to be very crucial which Gene charges up their super first and if they're able to actually use it to land a shot. Crying Man's checking the bushes. Tufa's just keeping push back right there. Okay, it looks like so Crying Man's able to do a lot of damage to Tufa there. And he's able to take out Crying Man. I do not.
Beto,
this is crazy.
he knows that Jack Chepo's walking up and over there. Chepo does get the kill on Beto. He's walking up. He's got his sights on Tufa, but he's not able to finish it off, so he backs off. But Beto does have his super, so they need to be careful about that.
And they've got them pushed back right there. Parsifal's got his super charge up. Clash. Oh, okay, so Slash right there. He's able to avoid getting taken out at least.
He
Man,
pulls
he's able
it
to pull
out.
it there. 7, except they get the kill over there. 9 and 7. It's coming down to 6 seconds left right here.
They need another kill. They got one. Put him in the lead, but they need more with a jump in the air. That's not going to be enough.
So it looks like SSG Brazil is able to take the victory here for Bounty.
Wow.
And we are going to see some Siege.
They had that game, and then it was like the moment of, we've got this, and then instantly back in, no, we don't.
Yes, that was so back and forth. That's why I love Bounty so much. It's a little back and forth at the beginning, but once you get to the end, that is some intense gameplay, and every single second absolutely counts.
That was crazy. That was a crazy, crazy game right there. But it's done now. SSG takes it 2-2. Going into Siege, man, I don't even know what to expect anymore out of this.
This is crazy. So these next 2 matches could be it. If they can sweep, if one of the teams can sweep the enemy team, then that's going to be the victory for them. They're looking at that prize. They're going to be playing in Junk Park for Siege right here. Some of the most played brawlers are Penny, Tick, and Barley. And
yeah, of course those throwers are always doing really good right there. And Penny is always just a really great option on Siege. So with those out of the, or actually we don't know their bans yet. I wouldn't be surprised to see.
Bull.
I mean, Bull,
BB,
Rose is not bad. A Tick ban, I wouldn't be surprised to see any of those brawlers banned. I could almost lay some money down right now that Tick is going to be banned.
Yes, Tick is so good. There you go. So we got Barley.
So unless you're playing
Tick.
Dynamite, you're not playing a thrower, and Dynamite's probably not the best option here.
He's not the best option for this. So really, it's going to come down to those long-range brawlers or those close-range brawlers who are really good at controlling things. I think we're going to see some BB. I think we're going to see some Bull. And I think we are going to see some Rosa. Maybe not those 3 on the same team.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Although
Maybe
I think that they probably would but it wouldn't be a bad idea to have somewhat of a range, brawler to not only deal damage to that Ike from a distance, or to the Ike from a distance, but also to provide a little bit of control in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it would be interesting to see maybe possibly some Gene play. Gene actually isn't played very often, but he has one of the highest win rates in the competitive meta.
True, and if he uses Spirit Slap, it ups his DPS enough that he can actually not stand toe-to-toe, but the tanks aren't just going to look at him and scoff and walk right up to him and blast him away.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. This map it's got a lot of walls, it's got some bushes on there, so we might even see, I don't know. This will be interesting. Look at them, though.
They seem pretty calm.
They do.
Both teams, I mean,
I'm sure that
SSG
they're
looks
not.
locked. Oh, no. You know that their stomachs have to be in their throats right now because on the line over the next few games is going to matter. $12,000 is difference here.
Yes, right here. Okay, so we've got Gene, Daryl, and Rosa over on Tribe. Very tanky options, just like we talked about. We mentioned Gene.
Gene versus, Daryl versus Bull. That's the real difference here. I think I like Bull better. He's got a longer range to get in there. But then again, Daryl's going to have more opportunity to roll around, grab some of those bolts, and also maybe like assassinate someone who's got a bolt to take it back for your team. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I don't actually know which one I like. Ever since Daryl got a buff, it's been tricky to say. So
Daryl is dominant, but here they are rolling right in. Gene feeding in the center, and we've got Roses versus tanks on this side. Again, just what I'm saying, Slash rolls in there. Is not able to finish him off, though, just barely.
No, he is not able to. It looks like it's a 1, it's a 2. Okay, so it looks like we've got
SSG's got complete control.
They got complete control. They're going to get that third. So at level 3 bot, plus they have 1 and a second.
And that kill right there is really going to help him.
That's
Not
really,
only
yes.
have they got every single bolt that's dropped, they've gotten kills at the right moment, and now they are pushing in. How much damage are they going to be able to do? Slash, or Tufa gets a pull right there.
Look at that, he opens up that wall. That's going to be very important. The boss is not going to do a ton of damage right here, but they already have the control of the center and 3 bolts. Tufa right there.
Nice pull.
Oh, he gets in and ends up getting pulled, but he's able to take out Crying Man just before he gets taken out.
Man, I tell you what, they were able to,
Those
really
G
nice
pulls. Oh my goodness.
And they're finally starting to bank a few bolts here. 3, and this will be their 4th one. They need those.
No, it looks like
they may be able to get the
you know what? It looks like Tribe's actually going to get some more bolts right here, so we'll see.
All right,
it is barely. Okay, so they've got to make this happen right here. Otherwise, the other team has a 4 and 1
I don't
lead.
like that Crying Man just used his super, and it's not going to be able to take some of those shots from the Ike coming in. But let's see what they can do right here. Jack Chepo's got that super built up.
The boss is already on there, and they're just staying back, keeping them alive.
Content.
Their whole goal there was to just regain control of the center, and
now,
they did that.
Whenever SSG comes back out of that spawn, they're going to see Tribe waiting for them in control. So if Tribe, here's the play, if Tribe can hold control, if they can keep it this way, they're going to have a great chance of winning, but they can't lose control. They gave up damage for control here.
Yes, and that actually worked out very well for them. Look at that.
Look at this.
They're regaining. I think the Tribe has this right here. They've just got to have another push, and I think that's going to be it for them. 9 bolts right here. Are they going to get 10? They got 10. Are they going to get...
Bento's looking for a dive right there.
A level 11 siege bot. This is not good for SSG Brazil. That bot gets pulled just a little bit by Tufa, but it does not end up happening. Tufa ends up getting taken out. The boss,
they're holding him up.
They're wailing on that boss. It is a fist fight.
Are they going to be able to hold it back?
Tribe ends up taking them out.
Slash.
6 seconds, and there we go. That is enough damage for them to get that victory. That was insane. What you saw there, the reason why Tribe was able to get that victory was because rather than going in with that second bot, they just focused on dealing a little bit of damage, regaining control of that center so that they could catch up to the bolt amount that the enemy team actually had, and they were able to basically double it.
Yeah, and that may seem weird to a lot of players that don't play the higher level stuff, is that you think, why aren't they going in to get that damage on the safe? Because, or this Ike, it's because they gave up that. They knew they were going to get a little bit, but they knew that most important thing right here is that we have to control the mid. If we don't control the center, if we don't get these bolts, we're going to end up like we were at the very beginning of this game. So let it go. It'll do what it does, and we're going to hold this position. We are going to hold the fort. They shall not pass. We will get these bolts, and we will win it on the next push.
Yeah, and on that last push, it was actually really crazy. You basically had all 6 players right around that boss. One team was trying to defend against the boss. The other team was just using it as a tank, as a shield, so that they could actually deal damage. They wiped them, and that's not what you want. You do not want to get wiped when you got a boss coming down onto your Ike turret.
Yeah, any kills that happen right around when that boss is spawning, are a bad thing.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I mean, it's never good to die in general, but that's really bad timing because you either need to be there to push or you need to be there to defend.
Yeah, so as far as like which Brawlers Tribe is it?
What changes? I think that was, I mean, aside from a really great strategy by Tribe there, what they pulled off, the game was relatively close, I think.
Yeah,
it was closer than it seemed.
What was really crazy there is we actually had Gene, who was doing a lot of pulls and using that pull in order for, with the Ike turret to take out Brawlers. And they even did use it to get rid of some of the walls and stuff like that. So it looks like, okay, they're going with the tank comp. They're doubling down on their HP. And Poco with Da Capo, or Da
This
Capo,
is
however you say it.
something we haven't seen yet. Yeah, Poco's running Da Capo. He is going to get 2 Brawlers that have shields while he can spam them with shots, keep them healed up, and just be almost unkillable in that way.
It's going to be really hard. The enemy team, they've got a lot of HP as well, but Gene just lacks on that DPS. However, Gene does have that advantage of using that super to pull them onto the enemy side, or onto their side, so that the boss can actually...
This is a very interesting strategy that they're going to try to employ. Is it going to pay off? Is it going to get them to the semifinals?
Crying Man getting that first kill right there. Toof is able to grab a bolt and is able to pull Crying Man over, but Crying Man does deposit that bolt before he gets up to falling.
While he was being yanked through the air by that magic hand, the bolt flew back. Slash rolls in, grabs it.
And we've got a tie right here. So
Holy
control
cow.
right here is very important right here. The Jack Chapo's, Beto ends up actually falling back. Very smart move on his part. We're 3-3, but Tribe actually has control of the center here. Crying Man going in there with that Rosa is able to deal some damage, but Parzival is able to fall
Shoves
just
Parzival
far
all the way back. With 30 seconds, it looks like Tribe, unless something changes, Tribe is going to get this next bot. I think that they're going to. Now the question is, SSG has 4. Are they going to push hard with this bot? They probably are, because it's going to be a pretty sizable one.
Yes.
But they don't need to overextend and not be able to hold control once again.
You see Crying Man almost get pulled in there, but Jack Chapo's ready with his super to heal him up. That is excellent gameplay. Watching out for your teammates. They're going for a massive push right here.
This has got to feel bad.
Is it going to be 16? 16 Siege Bot coming down.
The big purple bot of death is charging at SSG. They have to take it down right now, or their tournament hopes are over. Parzival pops the super, is holding him up, but he can't hold him up forever. No, they can't.
Look at that.
He barely touches the eye. 13% damage is all they get out of a level 18.
That was insane. That Rosa and the bull and everything they used to just keep that bot pushed back. However, Tribe still has control of the center right here. This bot is going to be the deciding factor, and Tribe is once again.
SSG cannot sniff the center. They just can't get out. They can't push him out.
Look at that. Crying Man gets pulled into the save area.
It doesn't matter.
He gets healed by his teammate with the shield.
This is it.
Dominating.
This is it. It looks like Tribe is going to take them down right here.
Look at that. He tries to just push a little bit, but it's not enough
Another
damage.
Siege bot running down there, and this is going to be the end of the tournament hopes for SSG.
Oh my goodness.
Well played, but this strategy that they just employed was brilliant, and they executed it flawlessly. And right now, Tribe is going to take the win, and they're going to move on to the semifinals and bank another $12,000 in their team's pocket.
Look at the faces. They are so ecstatic about this. Talk about a great victory. It was, for each of the set, it was 2-2. But Tribe really did have a majority of those matches and absolutely dominated that Siege gameplay.
Wow, this was really a game or a match of back and forth. It's like, who is better on this game mode? And it was back and forth and back and forth. But in the end, Tribe was better at just one more of those game modes than SSG was.
And that's what really matters here for these competitive matches. You can't just be good in one game mode. You can't just be good with one brawler. You have to know how to play all the brawlers, all of the game modes, and be able to play against the best players in the world, which we have here, because each of these teams won their own individual qualifiers within their regions, and this is the first time we are seeing the best players in the world compete against each other for that shot at that $90,000 prize for first place.
Yeah, no, that was a really great play. I love the fact that we got to see them and they utilized a strategy that we haven't seen yet in this tournament. And not only did they try something different, they absolutely hammered it. They did so good.
They got so much control, and they knew exactly when to actually sacrifice the bot to go on the push.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's one thing that a lot of players don't see very often is, you know, hey, let's let our bot just go down there. Let's just hang tight by these walls so they can't come in here.
Yeah.
And that's what got that victory for them both times.
Yeah, no, they worked for it, but they're like, you know what, control's more important, and it was just some really brilliant gameplay. Going back to even like some of the heist gameplay that they had was great too. They did suffer some losses, obviously, there in Brawl Ball, where they just got pretty well dominated. SSG played brilliantly, and you've got to tip your hat to SSG because they played a very hard-fought game.
They really did, you know, and that just goes to show how skilled all these players are. You know, you and I, our favorite was Tribe. We ended up coming in close, but it really could have been SSG Brazil.
Yeah.
They did a fantastic job. And you know, even though they're not moving on to the semifinals, they are going away with $12.5 thousand US for their team. Between the three of them, that's a lot of money.
That's not too shabby. Hey, guys, I could use a few bucks.
Yeah, that's right. But this competition is not over. We are going to be seeing PSG Esports against Animal Jumperoo. This is the match to watch.
Excited. I'm excited for this next one because almost unanimously, every team was asked, which is the most feared team? Which team do you think is going to?
Yeah,
and
these were the two teams that people picked, and they're playing against each other.
PSG and Animal Shampoo. It's going to be pretty amazing.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at this and see what they have to say.
E aí, nós somos da SSG Brasil.
O meu é o Spike, porque quando eu comecei a jogar foi meu primeiro lendário, né? Aí foi o que eu mais me apeguei, assim, sempre curti ele.
O meu é o Brock, porque além de você ter que prestar atenção na movimentação, você tem que ter tiros muito precisos.
O meu é o Coach, porque apesar dele ser um dos Brawlers mais difíceis de se jogar, quando você percebe que está jogando bem com o Brawler, com ele é muito satisfatório.
Mais uma vez? 1, 2, 3.
PSG.
Esqueci de falar, cara.
1, 2, 3.
PSG.
Eu escolhi a Tribe porque, apesar deles não serem muito conhecidos, tem, na minha opinião, ótimos jogadores e eu acho que seriam o oponente mais difícil.
Porque é o único time que tem jogadores que já disputaram um Mundial de Brawl Stars e foram os campeões.
1, 2, 3.
Brawl.
É um modo muito dinâmico e rápido, você tem que tomar as decisões bem rápidas e nosso time é bem conhecido pelo nosso set de Brawl Ball. A gente só perdeu um set de Brawl Ball em todos os jogos que a gente já jogou.
Eu estou muito feliz de ter chegado aqui, estou satisfeito com os resultados. Eu acho que a gente treinou para estar aqui e a gente conseguiu alcançar nossos objetivos.
Qual é a nossa classificação?
Primeiro, campeão. Eu quero desejar uma boa sorte para os nossos inimigos, porque eles vão precisar bastante. Estou aqui, ó.
We are Tribe Gaming. Hi, my name is Krangman, and my trophies is 20K.
My name is Jose Ramirez, aka Chabutube. Highest trophy is 20K. I'm the team leader, captain.
Hi, my name is Sean, aka Slash. I don't really push trophies anymore, but I've been #1 in the world before, #1 US over 10 times.
Heist. We just work together good on that mode.
Yeah. My favorite brawler is Tara because you can suck in all 3 of the people and they can't move and you can just kill all of them.
My favorite brawler is Piper because I love to play a long-range brawler.
Which team do you think is going to be your biggest rival?
3, 2, 1.
PSG.
They've been to a lot more lands than we have. This is the first one we've been to. That's why we feel like they'll be our biggest rivals.
I'm excited. I think we're gonna win.
So are you guys nervous or you just have confidence?
I'm not nervous, I'm confident, yeah.
I'm a little nervous.
Hey guys, you guys are not on our level, so if you want to win, try next time.
Look at those matches between those players and that story. It's great. They were both very confident, but Tribe ended up taking that victory between the two matches.
The quote there from Parzival is like, you know, you're going to need a lot of luck to beat us. I don't think that was luck. Certainly there probably was some, but both teams actually showed a lot of skill. Tribe just edged them out right there.
Now, I will say, though, PSG Brazil, they did say that their best game mode is Brawl Ball. They only lost a single set throughout this entire tournament, even leading up to today.
They kept that streak alive.
They kept that streak alive. They only lost one, and Tribe was not able to upset that victory streak. And but unfortunately, just one game mode is not all it takes.
One of the interesting things there is that about SSG Brazil, for anybody doubting that they are just a top-notch team, first off, they got here, so they're definitely a top-notch team.
Yeah.
Secondly,
we got here too.
Well, different. But the game lead developer for Brawl Stars, Frank, he was their pick. They were his pick to win.
Yeah, but we're actually going to take a look at some highlights here of those matches to see exactly what it came down to. I mean, like Woody said earlier, if you're enjoying your home meal, this is the sweet treat at the end, you know, where you get to,
right on.
to see it all.
No, this was in the very first game when Slash was playing 8-bit right there.
His Piper shots were on
right there,
point.
as you saw. Crying Man was getting those snipes. He started off slow, and then he just turned it on. It's like a faucet that just opened up and poured all over the top of him.
That's exactly right. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, giving them 4 kills, getting that dominant area where they're able to grab those gems. It doesn't even matter if the enemy team had 9 gems. 9 gems is a lot of gems, but it is not enough to win if your team has 11.
But then on the flip side, we got right here their preferred game mode. Those Sandy Supers were just blocking the views, and they just pushed them back. And it was so easy for them just to walk it in, basically.
They were all clear back in their spawn area, and they were still crushing it. Look at this here. That control from Beto, he drops down the super. Tufa's controlling. Everybody's controlling. They're able to shoot those shots in right where it counts. Here in Siege, in Heist, this was insane. Okay, we had that one Spike who was able to take out one Brawler, take out another Brawler. And this is... Look at that.
The next one. Let's see. I think it'll be the next to pull the charge.
Here we go. We got Parzival, 9% left on there, and the 2 Brawlers is able to stop.
Never sniffs a single shotgun shell on that.
No, and then on that return, able to get that victory. They crushed it in those heist matches here. Now, Bounty was
These
close.
games were really close.
Oh, so close right there. Chepo was able to grab that kill. Gives them a solid home place. He's able to use his super, break down the wall, and get a kill, and that helped them win this first
Big super right here, though, from Chepo was able to do really good, and they got him in position here where they had a chance to win. Slash pulls him in. They thought they had it, but at the same time, Beto takes him down on the other end.
This is literally back and forth. 9, 7, 2 seconds left. They're not able to get those extra kills, though, unfortunately. And Siege, Tribe dominated in Siege.
They did. There was only one small section of the very first game where they didn't dominate it, but I am most impressed about how they played the second game in Siege. It was just amazing.
Absolutely amazing right there, where they're able to do that. And, you know, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at some graphics here very soon, showing some of the best players for each of the teams.
Some of the standouts that we saw here in these matches that we just witnessed. There are going to be some really great players on both sides of the
Oh, obviously. You don't win this by being a solo player.
No.
All players on each team they're all-star players in my heart.
But not on paper, they're not.
Not on paper, that's right. Oh man, but Tribe, that last match there for Siege, like you said, was just so dominant. Just knowing when to let the boss go and regain that control is really what it came down to.
Yeah, it was a really interesting strategy to see them use, and I actually am really glad that they did that. Not only because it's something that's different that you don't see all the time.
Yeah. Well, let's actually see who ended up being the MVPs for each of the teams here very soon. It's gonna happen. Okay, here we go.
Here it is.
Okay, most picked Brawlers for this year. Beto ended up playing Sandy 4 times. Tufa played Piper 6 times and did very well. But you'll notice, actually, the one player that actually stands out over on Tribe Gaming is Crying Man, who played Piper 6 times. And
yeah, that is a lot. That's a lot of playing Piper there. He obviously has a personal favorite there, or one that he's really good with. Chepo's playing Brock 3 times, but Barley, we saw a lot more Barley than we have in some of the previous matchups, though.
Yeah, we absolutely did. We saw some, we didn't see any Sandy over on Tribe Gaming, but SSG Brazil played Sandy 4 times. kind of interesting to see what these players are actually playing here. A lot of Rosa, and key players here. Crying Man. Look at that kill participation. 46% of the kills. That is
almost
nuts.
half of the kills he was there and either had the hand in killing them or he was part of the kill as well.
Wow, that is absolutely
half
crazy.
of all the kills. That's
Star
crazy.
player 5 times out of all those matches.
Yep.
Very impressive there.
That was a pretty dominating performance by Crying Man right there in the quarterfinals.
You know, Beto did a really good job with Sandy too. A lot of the times it came down to Sandy having that, or Beto ended up having that supercharged up and ready to drop down. And he did very well too. 37% of kill participation.
That's very respectable.
Very
Beyond
respectable.
actually.
Yes, absolutely.
I can usually get about at least 3 or 4%. But I mean,
you're just in the corner spinning because they're carrying
that's all we need to do, right?
That's what you're saying.
That's it.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Yeah, these were so. Obviously, we picked Tribe at the beginning. Did you think it was going to be as close as it was?
That's really tough to say. You know, I'm Tribe all the way, so yeah.
Right?
I think the Tribe was going to sweep it originally, but you know, that didn't happen.
Yeah. No, I actually really thought that. Yeah, it was going to be really good. But that's going to wrap it up for this one right here, because next up we've got PSG versus
Animal Jumper.
Oh, it's going to be a good one. You guys don't go anywhere.
This is the one to watch.
Oh my goodness, my
And finally.
on here?
No time to explain. Go!
Someone normal. Cool. What is this place?
Well, you got a vest-wearing cactus, grave-digging bats, and a killer biker crow. Oh, and if you stop to explain, you're a goner.
Okay.
E aí, nós somos a SCG Brasil.
O meu é o Spike. Porque quando eu comecei a jogar foi o meu primeiro lendário, né? Aí foi o que eu mais me apeguei, assim. Sempre curti ele.
O meu é o Brock, porque além de você ter que prestar atenção na movimentação, você tem que ter tiros muito precisos.
O meu é o Coach, porque apesar dele ser um dos Brawlers mais difíceis de se jogar, quando você percebe que está jogando bem com o Brawler, com ele é muito satisfatório.
Mais uma vez? 1, 2, 3.
PSG.
Esqueci de falar, cara.
1, 2, 3.
PSG.
Eu escolhi a Tribe porque, apesar deles não serem muito conhecidos, tem, na minha opinião, ótimos jogadores e eu acho que seriam o oponente mais difícil.
Porque é o único time que tem jogadores que já disputaram um Mundial de Brawl Stars e foram os campeões.
1, 2, 3.
Brawl. É um modo muito dinâmico e rápido, você tem que tomar as decisões bem rápidas e nosso time é bem conhecido pelo nosso set de Brawl Ball. A gente só perdeu um set de Brawl Ball em todos os jogos que a gente já jogou.
Eu estou muito feliz de ter chegado aqui, estou satisfeito com os resultados. Eu acho que a gente treinou para estar aqui e a gente conseguiu alcançar nossos objetivos.
Qual é a nossa classificação?
Primeiro, campeão. Eu quero desejar uma boa sorte para os nossos inimigos, porque eles vão precisar bastante. Estou aqui, ó.
We are Tribe Gaming. Hi, my name is Crying Man, and my trophies is 20k.
My name is Jose Ramirez, aka Chabutube. Highest trophy is 20k. I'm the team leader, captain.
Hi, my name is Sean, aka Slash. I don't really push trophies anymore, but I've been #1 in the world before, #1 US over 10 times.
Heist. We just work together good on that map.
Yeah. My favorite brawler is Tara because you can suck in all 3 of the people and they can't move and you can just kill all of them.
My favorite brawler is Piper because I love to play a long-range brawler.
Which team do you think is going to be your biggest rival?
Ready, 2, 1.
PSG.
They've been to a lot more lands than we have. This is the first one we've been to. That's why we feel like they'll be our biggest rivals.
I'm excited. I think we're gonna win.
So are you guys nervous or you just have confidence?
I'm not nervous, I'm confident, yeah.
I'm a little nervous.
Hey guys, you guys are not on our level, so if you want to win, try next time.
And welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals, where the action is still heating up. We are halfway through our day, and the quarterfinals have seen 2 teams advance so far. You want to say who they are, my friend?
We've got Tribe Gaming and the hometown team, the Three Bears, and they have been incredible matches, but the incredible matches have just started because we've got one of the most anticipated, matchups that's going to be here tonight, and that is going to be PSG versus Animal Champeroo.
That's right. Paris Saint-Germain is one of the biggest teams in terms of fear instilled in their opponents. We asked all the teams what they thought their #1 opponent was going to be, and PSG was the team that got mentioned the most in terms of opponents that they thought might be able to take them down. But Animal Champeroo wasn't actually far behind. This could be one of the best matches of the entire weekend, Lex.
Yeah, one of the players for Animal Champeroo, Hagageo, he was mentioned many times as one of the best players in this. And some of the best players, obviously, right over on the other side, YDE probably has one of the... Yeah, he has like so many level rank 35 brawlers. It's pretty astounding, and we're going to see here
rank 35 being the highest you can get in the game right now, and he has been able to play all of them at a really high level. That really speaks to me about his diversity as a player, but we're just about ready to get into the predictions now, and I think that we might actually be disagreeing on this one, not because I'm so passionately against PSG, but look, I felt like the Japanese team has a solid chance. They're underrated, and Animal Champeru is going to give you an upset. That's what I say.
Well, I mean, if you're right, you are obviously would be the smartest man in the room here, because you will know something that nobody else does here, because we've all went with PSG except for you. And, obviously, they've gotten here. They've done a great job. There's no way that they're going to even remotely think about going down without a massive fight.
I've been to Paris. I've seen the team. They are a great squad of guys, and they clearly have a lot of support here in Busan, Korea. But Animal Champeru has got a lot going for them as well. They got a grand finals win in their qualifier at only 3-2. They are very familiar with these super tight matches, and I know that they have been training super hard in the days leading up to this event. They're also relatively local. They don't have a big time zone adjustment, so I think that that's going to play into their favor. They're well slept, they're prepared and ready to go. Let's take a look at the teams.
Hello, I'm Sam Batley. I'm living in France. I'm 23 years old.
Okay, I'm Mustafa Ibrahim. I'm 18 years old. I live in Austria.
I'm Whitey, and I'm 17 years old, and I'm from Denmark. We found each other over the game and played a lot together, and we ended up doing really well together in tournaments. Then we got signed by PSG.
Who is the best ace of the team? 3, 2, 1.
I pick me because I know really me.
Gem grip. I picked it because I feel like it's a game mode where it's a lot about holding control and winning your lanes and the sides, and I think we are very strong. There's a lot of great teams from all around the world that is participating, but we have prepared a lot, so we are definitely feeling really ready for this. For the tournament, we have prepared a lot before by playing against a lot of other great teams. So we have prepared what brawlers we would like to ban and prepared for what the other team could ban. Definitely we want to go all the way. We will do our best to beat you and make the best team win.
こんにちは。私たちはアニマルチャンプル
自分のチームでの役割は2人をサポートして試合に勝つという役割です。
自分の役割はとにかく粘って味方の援護を待つということです。
私の役割は常に対面に勝ち続けることです。
自分の好きなキャラはペニーです。
スパイクです。
エリザベスです。意識することはとにかく視野を広くして仲間の対面相手に弾を当てて仲間を勝たせるというところです。
8개 팀 중에 예상 순위
ナンバーワン。一番練習してきたんで、どのチームよりも練習してるんで、連携力で勝ちたいと思います。日本の強さを見せてやろう。1セットも取らせない。
Confidence from the Japanese team, and that's exactly what I want to see. I picked them, and they seem like they're going to the top. They've been practicing a lot, and they hope to not drop a single game, Lex.
Not dropping a single game would be quite the feat as we watch PSG stroll in here and shake hands with Animal Champeru. Always the good sports, which is great to see, but I tell you what, looking at some of these quotes and the questions that they've asked them, apart from aside from their own team, they were asked Animal Champeru, who do you think is going to win this all? And they said PSG.
So their nemesis sits across from them in the arena in the quarterfinals of all time to meet up with such a tough team. They're ready to just take them out. First day, first chance they get, and then cruise through the semis and finals to victory.
That would be good for your prediction. However, when PSG was asked the same thing, they said, you know what? The best team will be the one that beats us. Is Animal Champeru to be that team?
It might be. Well, PSG is unique here. They actually are the only team that have brought 4 players. They have 1 substitute available. Sun Bentley is going to be sitting out of this first match. They've sent in YDE, Skyrix, and Twisty Twick. Now, we've already given props to YDE for having some of the most level ranked 35 brawlers in the game, but he's also one of the reigning champions on the international stage, having come in first place with the Red Bull MEO alongside Team Consti. So congrats to him on that. An old timer and a veteran at the competitive scene. He's here kind of to defend his title at this point.
I mean, he's got the experience playing in front of a live audience with the pressure on him, and that's going to be the case here today. So that's got to give him a little bit of an edge right there.
On the other side, Animal Champoru, we saw Ponkotsu, who actually likes to play Penny, and I don't think that that's a brawler that we've seen yet today, Lex.
No, I don't think we have seen Penny, not a single time. We'll see if they tend to break her out. You know, and I've always felt that you play the brawler that not only is good for the game mode and map, but the one that you're comfortable with, because if you can't play them well, then you're not going to, it doesn't matter which brawler it is. And so we'll see if they break out the Penny action here coming up in these matches.
In their grand finals for the qualifier, Animal Champoru got a 3-2 victory, so very close margin there. But Brawl Ball is not their preferred map. They said that Gem Grab is where it's at. So expect to see them going hard in this very first set. On the other side, PSG's YDE says Gem Grab is also his favorite, but Skyrix is a bit more of a siege expert himself.
Well, I mean, if Gem Grab is their favorite, it's going to be coming right up, and it's going to be a great opportunity to set the tone for the entire match. If they can come out of the gate strong and pick up that first win in the first set, that's going to be looking good for them. We're going to see their bans here in just a moment. Some of the most picked brawlers here on this map, Shelly, Tick, and Poco, although we've been seeing mainly a lot of Jean, a lot of Piper, a lot of Rosa and Carl as well. Of course, depending on the bans that we see coming out, which we'll be seeing here in just a moment, it'll affect the picks as well.
That's right. So it's possible that both teams are going to pick the same ban, but it's much more often, since there's over 30 brawlers, that they pick different ones. That leaves 2 different brawlers out of the running, and oftentimes they do pick those really popular brawlers, just ones that they don't play a whole lot with, that can disrupt their opponent's setup. And yet, we have the bans up now. It's going to be Jean and Mortis.
Interesting, Mortis. Here's my thoughts on the Mortis ban. They banned Mortis solely because of YDE. He is so good at Mortis that they did not want to have to deal with that. I would lay money down that is why Mortis was being banned. Now, Jean is just a great mid, so I expect we're going to see Pipers or maybe a Poco mid, but I doubt you're going... This actually opens up throwers a little bit more now, too, because Mortis is a hard counter to throwers. Maybe we'll see some Tick, who has been banned every time before, so look for maybe a thrower that we haven't seen so far.
Well, I do love to see the top players at the best of their game, but it's a strategic choice there from Animal Champoru to deny YDE access to his favorite brawler. That Mortis pick is going to keep him out of the action. Still, he'll have access to Carl, another really popular brawler that we've seen multiple times in Minecraft Madness through the past couple of sets, and soon we'll see which team is going to emerge victorious. It's interesting to note also that the team that won Gem Grab also won the match overall in both of our previous matches, so it passed as prelude. This is going to be a good indication for which one is going to move on to victory.
No time to slowly press down on that pedal. You've got to put it to the floor right from the very start. I'm looking forward to the teams. I think that we're, like I say, we're going to see some throwers, maybe a Rosa and a Carl in there as well. So it's going to be some interesting matchups here. And the two ones that I really want to keep my eyes on here are YDE and Hagageo. I want to see how those two pair up against, because those are two, when everybody was asked the most feared person in this entire World Finals, those two names came up more than any. And look, he has almost 30,000 trophies as a personal best. That is not a small number.
A mountain of trophies. But the Animal Champoru guys know who they're up against. Twisty Twick was their #1 pick for the Nemesis in this tournament, and they're going to be going up against him right now. PSG Twisty Twick loves playing Barley a lot, so we'll see if he chooses to bring a thrower here.
Take a look at Twisty Twick's trophies. Over 31,000 trophies.
Nabbit, I thought 30,000 was going to be a lot, but Twisty Twick just surpasses expectations every time.
Yeah, he's a really dominant player, and this was just a couple of seasons ago. He was #1 in the world and broke that record for the number of trophies, so he's extremely...
Is he global #1?
Not at the moment, but he was. He's just an incredible player, and he's very... To get that high, you have to hit like over 1,000 on every single brawler, so he knows how to play them all. And looking at here right now, Spike, Piper, and Daryl versus Carl, Piper, and Daryl. So the difference here is Carl versus Spike. That's interesting. I think that Carl's got more range, but Spike has a little more stopping power for that Daryl that might be rolling in at them.
We saw Piper picks preferring that ambush star power, but this time it's going over to snappy sniping for both teams, thinking that they can get some good hits in there and keep the firepower up. Meanwhile, just like we expected for YDE, he's picked his second favorite brawler there. Carl was a great option in matches 1 and 2, and he's going to be back in the action now. It's going to be up to Animal Champeroo to deny access to that middle using that area denial with Spike. She can dish out a ton of damage, that Sakura Spike, so watch for those cornering attacks.
Yeah.
Throwing him in right now.
So Hakageo said that his favorite brawler was indeed Piper, and you can see he's playing it really strong right now. Instantly hits a couple shots on Skyrex, pushes him back, and they just walk right in, assume control of the center, and they do not want to let that go.
Train's going through the center, but Animal Champeroo down a brawler now. Spike has been eliminated, and that's going to give them another opportunity. PSG pushing into the center. They get a second kill now, and that's 3 easy gems to pick up.
Yeah, Daryl rolled in there, and he was not able to seal the deal. Got a little bit too big for his britches right there and was taken out.
Well, Animal Champeroo are still in it. They're actually going to be ahead if they're able to pick up that 4th gem. But hold on, rolling on in. Double Daryl trouble over on the left side. Firing away at each other, but those steel hoops keep them in the action.
Yeah, they both rolled in there. One of them had a pretty good roll. One of them, and Twisty actually missed as a tiny bit. But again, double rolls again. They can't really harm each other too much when they have those shields going. But at the moment, it's a pretty close game. Now, PSG does have the upper hand with 6-3 with another gem about to be collected, but now it's only 6-5.
Yeah,
really close.
Small disadvantage for PSG, though. They've got their gems a bit spread out, so if they lose any of those attackers, that might be a swing in favor of Animal Champeroo. Animal Champeroo is going to leverage this train chugging through the red side of the map to take hold of the middle. Can they get that 6th gem and stay in contention here? Daryl pressuring over on the left side. Piper's not willing to go into the center.
Yeah, I've got my eye keyed on these 2 Pipers in the center because if one of those Pipers hits a shot
Piper
right
goes down
there, I was just saying, and Skyrex nails Hakageo. Twisty Twig rolling in there. Can he get the gems? No.
Needs to deny access. They've got the 10. Last shot finishes off that Carl, and it looks like YDE will not get the 10 they were looking for. Piper is going to jump back, and that's going to be a blue team countdown. Can they finish off? Yes!
The train hits him and takes him down, but they pick him back up. Now with 7, they may have enough time to pick up another gem in the center. They may have to come back in and defend some more because they can't just give it up.
They're holding on to that center. We get a gem spawn every about
it's
7
real
seconds.
Close.
So, it spawns at the bottom. That's going to be a picker for PSG. But eliminated! And the jump from Piper out of that action. But
wow!
PSG's going to hold on to their gems, and they still have that 2-gem lead.
Yeah.
We need 2 more gems from AC if they're going to have a shot at winning this match.
Hakageo made a great shot to stop the countdown, but can they keep it? They've tied it back up now, 11 gems apiece. A gem spawns, and it does come down to PSG's side, but they're held up by the train. They can't immediately get back into position.
A bit of an awkward setup now as YDE has got all the gems for PSG. They really wish he was on a long-range brawler like Piper, because that means that Carl doesn't have the freedom to make those charges like he really wants to do to get that aggression in. He's firing away, but it's a countdown for Animal Champeroo. 15, 20, 25 gems. They're on the retreat. All they have to do is hold for 5 seconds, and that'll be victory for the Japanese team.
They've got it going right now. Twisty's got that super, but it's going to be too late. They cannot get to him in time, and Animal Champeroo coming out strong right out the gate and picks up the first victory in that first game.
Certainly not dominating fashion. They were down quite a few times, but they held consistent. They were telling us about how their main advantage is their synergy, their teamwork is what's going to get them the win, and they were cool under pressure. They were able to pull off that victory, sniping down Piper's and Carl's left and right. Very well played to them, lads.
Yeah, I tell you what, Hakageo said that his favorite brawler is Piper, and he is the one at the very end that was able to hit a shot with just a few seconds left on countdown to stop it and to give them another little breath of life, and they took that breath of life and they breathed it in and they came back.
The breath of life. Hagego's Piper snappy sniping cannot be denied. Rapid fire shots in from our long range brawler is enough to deliver Animal Champeroo the first victory. But remember, this is a best of 3 games in each set, and the match is a best of 5 sets overall. So we are just getting started here. PSG are going to have a chance to return fire. the leading team from Europe is still prepared and expect to see them play Carl again, Lex?
I do. I think it's one of these situations where you didn't, I mean, it was really close. You played a comp that you were comfortable with. I think you've just got to do it a little bit better. And talking with some people before this, they said that, and I actually know they go with a tick, actually, there instead of a Carl. That's an interesting, that actually changes the entire dynamic of how they're going to play and what Animal Champ Peru can do, because if this tick is able to hold back the spike, they're going to have a hard time. Then they're going to have to rely heavily on Hagageo and those sniping skills.
That is a really interesting pick from my perspective. Tick was actually banned in both of our previous matches.
He's incredible on this map. Incredible.
But he doesn't necessarily have that high of a win rate or pick rate from the pros. It must be something at the very highest level of gameplay that gives Tick that advantage.
Yeah, we'll see right here. They actually have it over. He's on the Daryl side. With the kill real quick, Skyrock's able to take him out. But the thing about having Tick over on this side is that it's a little bit dangerous, because once Daryl gets that super, if he turns the corner and rolls in, there is just like 2 shots he can take out Tick.
And it's Salt from Daryl on the left, but it's denied, pushed back by Milcreo. That spike is really heavy hitting, dealing a ton of damage close range like that. When you can get that shot right on, and a double kill. YDE is eliminated, and the Piper super is going to block off that wall over on the right side.
I am incredibly impressed with the Piper skills of Hagageo. He has just been hitting shots.
Bonkatsu! All the way down in the enemy spawn point, grabs a gem, but can't hold on to it.
Yeah, he may not have been able to hold on to that one gem, but he held them back so long, they were just sitting there collecting gems, and the jump right there from Hagageo opens up that wall and renders Tick almost useless now. He's not a brawler who can sit out in the open. He's got to have those walls.
Hagageo holding 6 gems now, looking for a 7th and maybe even an 8th to spawn soon. A massive lead for Animal Champ Peru, and more pressure from Bonkatsu. There is no safe space on this map from Bonkatsu. Barreling in, Daryl is an absolute monster, and we're already at 9 gems, 1 more to spawn, and that will be countdown for Animal Champ Peru.
Oh, it just spawns just on the other side, and they didn't. It was probably a very smart move not to risk and walk in close. They've got so much time, so many gems, they can take their time and pick that one up, which he does. Twisty Twig.
Lots of damage. Twisty Twig goes down, and that's going to be another opportunity for AC to get their 10th gem.
There it is.
They get it, and the countdown has started.
Oh, they do not even let up the pressure at all. Bonkatsu rolls in and smashes Piper to show them, yes, we have got this, and we are not letting it go.
5 seconds left, and Animal Champ Peru will claim the first set. Gem grab goes to the team from Japan.
Both teams said that they were the best at gem grab, and right there, 2 games. Now, they were pretty well contested, especially the first one, but Animal Champ Peru comes out on top of the game mode that they both thought that they were best at.
And in dominant fashion, a 2-0 as well. That first game was close, but not at all in the second. The whole time Animal Champ Peru was ahead, both in terms of long-range sniping and Daryl just finding those great little windows to sneak in and deal a ton of close-range damage. That Tick pick might have seemed good in theory, but in practice, it did not work out.
Not when you've got Piper just hammering almost every shot. They played extremely well, and I gotta say, Woody, your pick's looking pretty good at the moment.
Hey, every team that's won Gem Grab has won the whole match, but it's not over yet. Even though they both said they like Gem Grab a lot, I'm not, quite ready to call it. I'm feeling confident. I think that Animal Champ Peru is as well, but we've got a few more sets left. Next up is going to be Brawl Ball. That is a game mode that Animal Champ Peru won in their qualifiers, but it was a very tight 3-2. What I observed when I was watching them is that they are a very patient team. They're very happy with the score going 0-0 for the first couple of minutes, then in overtime, just waiting until their opponents make one small mistake, sniping someone down, and then drilling in with a trick shot at the very last minute.
Ooh, that would be very interesting to watch. That's not usually how most people would play it, but I could see that if they were, if you can make it to overtime and you've got the range and you've got the supers, you've got a massive upper hand. So we'll see how that they play it there, and we're going to see the fans here in just a second. For a map like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see Daryl banned. He's so good at Brawl Ball. Oh, Rosa and Spike. Okay, the tank stopper, a big tank that is probably the most prevalent on this map. I can see it. So looking at these, I mean, the options are pretty limitless right here. Well, I wouldn't say limited to 28 other brawlers. But let's see.
Well, we do know that it's very popular to pick a big, heavy hitter. Shelly and El Primo are both popular options here. But we've also seen Bull every now and then, and he's got a pretty decent win rate of his own. But with the bans coming in from Rosa and Spike, it looks like Animal Champeroo and PSG are willing to go a bit more heavy-handed and try for that aggressive hit. You know, I was talking to Kairos earlier, and he agreed with you. It's often more the case that teams build up a comp that they think can get an aggressive lead early on, score a couple of goals, and get it done in a minute. But Animal Champeroo, it hasn't really ever been the team that scores first in these Brawl Ball matches. Twice in the qualifiers, they were down 0-1 and then came back with 2 goals in a row. So they never are the first one into the action, but they usually do get the last word.
Well, there's definitely something to be said about feeling out your teammate, getting a feel of how the flow of the game is going, and then finding your moment and capitalizing on that. However, of course, you never want to start with your 1 foot in a hole there in the grave, because then you're just going to get buried in the end unless you can turn it around. And taking a look at the picks that they've got here, Carl, Shelly, Sandy, pretty classic picks for this map. But then here's what's really interesting right here is that YDE's team, PSG, they are going with a very heavy Poco, Daryl, El Primo, with Poco using the El Capo star power. So they are going to be incredibly hard to kill. Hagageo has his work cut out for him with the Shelly.
Animal Champeroo lost their first Brawl Ball match in the qualifiers against a team running Sandy, and ever since then they've included Sandy in their lineup and have been able to pull off wins in these matches. It's going to be Hagego as the heavy, though, or the top side. Animal Champeroo looking to clear out some boxes for an early lead. They're going to throw away the ball, though, not really too eager to grab that yet, just trying to bait their opponents into picking it up so that they can get some early kills. And they're going to be rewarded. Poco goes down, and Daryl soon after. It's going to be Shelly for the goal. Hagego for the first score.
So much for not, for biding your time and waiting, of course. When you get the ball and you dominate that much and it's just given to you, you can't turn it down, and Hagego shows right there.
Nice backstab here from the PSG guys. They get a good shot, but can't follow through. Just not enough firepower to shut down this Animal Champeroo team. It's going to be another attempt here from Shelly, but looks like no super to help her out this time. She's going to hold back and play defense rather than pressure.
Yeah, she's sitting back, just chip, building up that super. Now that she's got it, she can build up a little health right here.
Oh, Shelly goes down. That's real bad for Animal Champeroo. They need to hard defend now against this Primo. He's getting healed by Poco.
He can walk it in.
Yes! YDE for the equalizer.
When you have Poco healing you like that, and you've got nobody in your face that has a full-on tank stopper, you can just do that and walk it in right in their face.
A nice cloud in the center here to provide some additional coverage for the Animal Champeroo team. They are able to get 1 kill, a second kill now. Are they going to pressure, or is their time not yet here?
It's going to be close. I think that they're going to sit here and wait for the other tank to respawn, get Twisty Twick back in there, and now that they do, with the full steam ahead of them, they can move in there. Shelly doesn't have her super. She does now. This is going to be interesting. If they can get in position. Hagege.
Super on Daryl, and it's now 3-on-1. El Primo cornered from both sides. Shots from Carl and Sandy aggressively shutting him down, but Poco's in to give him the save.
Yeah, but with the super ready, and they know that El Primo's right there, they're not going to walk in, because Shelly is the only one that can take him one-on-one.
You can't see me when I'm hiding in my cloud. Over on the right side is where the action's at now. Daryl sends his ball in, but can't get a goal. We're going to send him packing as the blue team has been rebuffed. It's only a 2v2 right now, though, and no team with enough advantage to push. We're going into overtime, ladies and gentlemen, when all the walls come crumbling down.
That's right. Those walls are about to drop, and Twisty Twick has a super. But now it's 2-on-3, so they're probably not going to get a chance to push right here. Milk Rayo, he's got the ball. He's looking over toward the middle. Passes it to Pongatsu. Looking over to Hagego with the super. Can he get? No, he doesn't need it. He kicks it right in the corner. No passing needed. He takes it all the way home by himself. And with the win right there.
Victory for Animal Champeroo. We have not yet seen them drop a game. The 3-0 so far. They are feeling great, pumping that fist, Keep the hair out of your eyes. Make sure you can see the game. I think he knows what he's doing, though. No need to give Hagego any advice. He is prepped for game number 4 to deliver a dominant finish in the second set.
All the teams in this World Finals were looking at PSG to be the dominant team, and right now they're the ones getting dominated.
The reverse domination never feels good, but if you walk in here with swagger, you can get knocked off your kilter pretty quick, Lex.
That's exactly what's happening right now. They're going to have to regroup and, take a deep breath, get back into the game that they know they can play, because if they continue down on this path, they're going to find themselves on a plane trip home pretty soon.
PSG does play Brawl Ball really well, though. I got to give them props in that last game. They play almost like a soccer team, which makes sense since they're allied with Paris Saint-Germain, but they do a lot of passing. They do a lot of juking moves, moving to the side, to the left. They're happy to play the entire field. So we'll see if that gives them an edge next time, or if that aggression is just too much against such a hard brick defense like what Animal Champeroo has.
Props to Animal Champeroo on that last game, because PSG had El Primo and Daryl, both two very dynamic scorers, and they were never able to even show off those skills because of how well they were held back. And that's big props to the whole team, but especially that tank stopper that Hagego was playing the Shelly, which would just shut them down. They're changing it up here a little bit. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try Gene, Carl, and Daryl. And on the other side, Animal Champeroo, they've got the Carl, the Shelly, and the Sandy.
Same setup. They're very happy with what they got in that last game. Why not? If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it, Lex.
That's right. They did really well with it, and they're sticking with it. Hey, until you can beat us with what we're playing, we're not going to change it, and that's what's about to happen. We'll see if PSG, with an entirely new strategy than what they used last time, is going to fare any better.
Gene with some early poke damage out of Carl on the right side. Shelly's hanging back, not able to get any of those close-range shots yet. No team ready to make a move, Lex.
Yeah, Daryl doesn't really have a place to move with both the Sandy and the Carl holding down those sides. He's going to have to choose to take a little bit of damage to go for the ball. Oh, wow.
Double elimination. Shelly and Daryl both go down, and without big tanks to go out in front, neither team is eager to attack. Carls are just using their little mine carts over on the left side to try to get some more star power, but
they've got those hot rods, and they're zooming down the side there, but they can't really do much by themselves. So once the team spawn back in, which is right now, they're going to look to see use some of those supers. Look at Daryl's super. Watch the super right here. He's got it. Shelly with the super.
Shelly's going to kick it out. Can Animal Champeroo respawn fast enough to keep this Gene away? Looks like that's a maybe. Misses with one of the shots. Denied. Animal Champeroo's defense is rock solid.
I was looking forward to seeing him try to use the wall up there and bank a shot in, but that was an amazing play because Daryl had them dead to rights right there with that super, and Hagego comes in with that and just takes him out.
Ooh, the super from Carl on the left, protected pirouette, delivers the kill. Sandy's eliminated, has the super up there, but there's no more defenses. YDE grabs it, he scores!
After he got through spinning like a top, he shook off the dizziness and kicked it right in. Now we're back up here 1-0, and it's kind of reset. Everybody's taking their time again like the game is just now starting.
It's a reset, but not entirely. Still an advantage for PSG, and AC has only got 45 seconds to get that goal in there. No chance to get an overtime shot here unless they can deliver the equalizer.
Yeah, Carl, YDE playing that Carl is doing an amazing job, just rolling around, spinning around.
Oh, the
he didn't get the shot.
The cross is good.
What is that?
YDE destroys Animal Champeroo. The 2-0 victory ties up this set, Lex.
They've got to feel great, finally getting a win on their side of the board. They needed that desperately, and now if they can pick up another victory right here, they'll be back in this game, and they're not going to have their backs quite against the wall as it would be.
I do happen to remember the first match we saw between Space Station and Three Bears. Three Bears picked up the gem grab map and then won the first game in Brawl Ball, but the reverse sweep from Space Station set the field even. Is it now PSG's time to follow that lead and tie this series up 1-1 with another Brawl Ball victory?
Well, one thing's for sure, what they just did worked a whole heck of a lot better than the first game that they tried. So I bet you they're going to stick with the strategy they just did. Now, the question is Animal Champeroo going to change what they did to counter what they just encountered?
I don't think so. I think that they've got a setup that has picked up a win before. They feel pretty confident about how it performed in the qualifiers. This is their preferred comp, so I think they're going to stick to it. They might want to throw a curveball out there, but I think it was more of tactical errors this time rather than strategic choices in their brawling
fair
mix.
enough. They did get pushed around in a few spots, and maybe they can just learn from those mistakes and shore up the defense there a little bit and see if they can pick up the win and, you know, get set number 2 here.
They rarely are the first team on the attack, but Animal Champeru will always bite back. Paris Saint-Germain in trouble, but gaining confidence off their last win. A good comp switch there from them. Do you expect PSG to keep their second comp?
I think
here we go.
They will.
Answer is on the board.
And from both sides, actually, there's one change on Animal Champeru. Instead of Shelly, they take her out and they put in Daryl. They just had so much fits with the Daryl that they just faced. They decided that, you know what, I want some of that on my side.
Interesting, though, that there's no way for Animal Champeru to bust up boxes now. They are going hard and heavy right in your face. They're expecting to get that triple kill and walk it in right after.
Yeah. Again, they're going to start off the match here, both poking down on the sides. Interestingly enough, though, YDE goes way to the side, gets to that angle, and it pushes them down way to the left there.
Aggressive play from Milcreo. He tries to punish Skyrix, but not going to happen this time. Twisty Tweak running in with the ball, but Sandy denies at the last second.
That was actually a misplay. He actually used the super in just a little bit of a slightly wrong angle. If he would have done it right, he could have went up there, and that would have been a score.
Sandy and Carl getting stacked up over there on the left side. Not a good spot, especially when YDE's throwing that boomerang straight into your face. Daryl takes a few shots. We've got a super to defend here. Sandy trying to get some cover, but not good enough. 2 red players down, and Animal Champeru have to play defense a little bit longer. They need that respawn before this 3v1 becomes the goal. They take down Daryl, and that's exactly what they needed. They'll recoup, and that 0-0 score will remain.
Yeah, no, they've done a really good job. For a moment there, they were in trouble, but Milcreo really came in handy there and clutch with that Carl play to get a couple kills and push them back and say, you know what, you almost got us, but you need to back off for a minute because we're here.
Nice hit from Milcreo. Carl is getting some spin damage over there on the left side. Can he get his super up and charge into the right, though? Gene is denying over on that right. And remember, we can see all these brawlers, but that green square in the center denies vision to the opponent. So they're just hoping and praying that they're going to get good hits, and oftentimes they're right. Nice Gene grab there, rolling from Daryl. This could be it.
They're going to kick it back up there, Pete. YDE is kicking it up to Twisty Twig with so much. There's nothing that can stop him. He's just going to walk it in.
Skyrix gets the goal, and PSG in the lead, looking to claim set number 2. They only have 45 seconds left to defend.
They don't have a lot of time to make this happen. Hakego rolls in there. He's not able to get it.
Oh, a double kill! PSG on the move, but they can't finish him off. 3-0, the team kill from AC, but is it enough to get the win?
YDE desperately trying to get the ball out of there, but Hakego just walks it right past him. There's nothing he can do. 1-1, 20 seconds left. Who's going to score? Are we going to overtime?
Hakego equalizes, and this is a familiar spot from Animal Champeru. They often get scored on first, but come back with the reverse
Watch
sweep.
the supers right here. Oh, he just missed it.
Daryl's rolling in left and right, but no team gets a clear advantage. Gene looking to score, but he's got too much up against him. Red team will hold the ball as Animal Champeru looks for their next attack.
He had that super in the grass, waiting for the fence to drop to kick it with the super just in time when they all opened up, but they killed him before that happened. But now, Hakego with the ball. Milcreo's got a super, so watch out for that. Gets in there.
He does! Takes it! Animal Champeru with a 2-0 lead!
Past the entire team. He got the ball past every single PSG player right there into the goal to cinch it down. And now PSG's back is against the wall. They cannot lose any more sets.
Wow. Again, losing that first goal and coming back with 2 more. They'll take a hit, but they keep on swinging. The left, the right. Animal Champeru seems indomitable here at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Man, PSG was the home favorite, or at least the what everybody thought was going to be the favorite.
Everybody.
And right now,
did you say everybody?
Oh, well, except for one very smart man next to me. They are absolutely getting pushed around right now. It is, I mean, huge props to Animal Champeru. They said, you know what? Disrespect us, we will show you how we play.
Well, their practice has really paid off, and they are rolling into Roll and Rumble. The third map is going to be a heist. You see the most picked brawlers on the screen. There are Ems, Barley, and Mike. We really love that splash damage, and we love those throwers even more. Those walls give great edge to that long-range damage.
Yeah, you know, it showed Ems as one of the best picks. We actually haven't seen Ems played yet this entire tournament. She's actually a really good brawler, and she's banned on this one right here.
Ems and Rico both going to get banned out.
Yeah, Ems has got such great spatial control, and then Rico, like I said, on this map in particular, he's got some range spots where he can reach the safe from so far away and do damage, and it gets really annoying to deal with, so they're not going to have to deal with either on this one.
Ems, the newest brawler in the game, is denied access to this chamber, and it's going to be Animal Champroo trying to punish once again and go for that 3-0 sweep. They would be the first team to get a 3-0 sweep if they manage to pull it off this time.
That would be amazing if that happens. Again, the favorite to do really well gets swept in the quarterfinals.
I think everyone would have their eyes on Animal Champroo at that point.
How could you not? They would have to be locked on them, because that would be, and if they were to win, and there's still a lot of games to be played, but they were to win in that dominating of a fashion, it would be extremely impressive. Looking at here, we've got triple tanks across the board. Only difference is Frank versus El Primo.
Massive damage on both sides. I got to give a shout out to PSG though. They dropped the finals against Q-Lash for the European qualifier, but the one set that they picked up a victory in, it was Heist. On a 2-0, they can't be defeated in Heist until they've met their match. Will Animal Champroo be that team to tear them down?
They're sure going to be trying really hard. And it looks like, okay, so Animal Champroo, it's going to be playing Frank with Sponge, which gives him almost 10,000 hit points, 9,640. That is not a small amount of health to burn through.
That's going to be one of the tankiest brawlers in the game. He can take a hit and keep on swinging that big hammer. It's going to be an attack from Skyrex, but no, finished off. Hagego barely able to keep it going. He's going to take a few shots on the safe, though, and it's going to be going down hard.
Oh, look at
big
this.
hits from Bulls on both sides of the map, but the advantage so far for Animal Champroo.
Yeah, with the big...
Oh, that big smash. Frank up top gets a big swing in, and it's going to be closer to equalize. Not yet, though. Looks like Animal Champroo is still ahead.
Yeah, YDE was still... Another super from Bull coming in there, doing some damage. 3 players in there on the safe. Down on the other side, they have 2. It's a race.
Single digits. Animal Champroo defeated.
Wow.
PSG will remain in the lead. Their first pickup.
Another millisecond, and that game could have been different. It was so close at the very end. Huge tanks pounding down on the safe. But now, PSG gets that one right there, so they get a win, which they desperately need. Animal Champroo, that game was so close. What do you do any different? What do you do?
Razor tight. I guess if you were Animal Champroo, you have to either charge in harder or do a better job on defense. They were playing the bigger, slower, heavier brawlers like Frank, so that signals to me that they thought that they could hold off the attack from PSG. But when the immovable object meets the unstoppable force, it seems this time the unstoppable force will power through.
Yeah, absolutely. At one point there, they had Bull and Daryl both just hammering down on the safe. The 2 highest DPS brawlers in the game, just nailing it. And that safe melts so fast, as we saw when we went to split screen there, which is also a beautiful shot. The safe's health just melts, absolutely, and it happens so quick.
Some of the highest close-range DPS brawlers in the game right next to your safe. Can't feel good to see it going down so fast, but they were dishing out the damage almost as fast as they were taking it. Only 2% separated PSG and Animal Champroo in that last match. I gotta wonder, do you think Frank is gonna get swapped out for a quicker hitter this time?
I would.
Nope, they're not gonna swap.
See, I actually really like the El Primo pick, but obviously they know more than I do about what they can play and what they can play well.
Well, I'd still like to hear your thoughts, Lex.
Well, I do think that with El Primo being a lot more dynamic and being able to cover a lot more ground, he still has a stop, and he counters Frank directly. So it's interesting that they stuck with him despite that matchup. However, there is another change. YDE and PSG, they switch over and they have a Shelly on their team. They said, you know what, you want to play tanks? We'll roll in with the tank stopper.
Sounds good. Twisty Twig getting double teamed over on the center here, though. Gonna push into this safe. Looks like Daryl's gonna get a few shots off, but he's gonna have to get pushed back out. Frank not having a fun time as he tries to defend this top, but as you mentioned, El Primo is a hard counter, and he's getting lots of punches on this safe now.
Oh yeah, and if you're gonna, PSG, yeah, YD is still sitting up there. They can't leave because if they do, he's going to do just that, jump in there, but he's actually gonna go down right now. He finally was able to, after they rolled out a double team on him, that they finally took him down.
Whoa!
But a big super, he kills him and then rushes in.
The running of the Bulls, Skyrix gets the kill and delivers the big damage to that safe. It's now lead for Animal Chanpuru.
Oh, so I didn't see if Shelly's up near the top now. Normally, okay, she's dead now, but normally the Shelly is just going to sit back by the safe and do nothing but play defense the entire match, but she had it so under control. She rolls up top. A big super does catch Skyrix. That was a critical one.
Gets one but misses the other. It's going to be another race as Shelly makes it onto the safe, kills the enemy Bull, but doesn't have much health left to take those shots. Animal Champroo getting hammered, down to 24%, Lex.
Yeah, Shelly's still sitting back. The game's going to be a little bit slower because normally Shelly isn't going to be pushing just like the other tanks, but here's the big flying elbow drop, drops him in, and finishes that safe off. Bam, bam, bam! PSG picks up a win right there to even, or actually to pick up their first set of this match.
Paris Saint-Germain with the 2-0 in the qualifier picks up another 2-0. This might be the strongest heist team in the game right now. They're only down 1-2 in the set score overall, and they are a strong bounty provider. Will the bountiful team pick up another set to deliver our Siege tiebreaker?
Yeah, they desperately needed that win, and they pulled through and got it. Now they can breathe a tiny bit, but not too much because they still cannot drop another set. They have to sweep it on from here on out, and Bounty looks to be a really good one, and I know that YDE over for PSG is exceptionally good at Bounty. However, that being said...
What's he good playing, though? Which brawler?
Well, Mortis on Layer Cake.
And Mortis was banned in the first set of this matchup. Do you think we'll see another Mortis ban?
I wouldn't be surprised to see if they did that because they know that he's good at it. And so they want to take away, if you want to eliminate the other team's strengths, you do just that, and you make them play slightly outside their comfort zone.
Well, Layer Cake sees a lot of Tick, Piper, and Dynamite, long-range brawlers who are very good at denying access to the center of the map. That one star that spawns in the center can sometimes be the deciding factor between a win and a loss. We have the bans on screen now, and it's Mortis and Jean.
Those are actually two extremely prevalent brawlers. Well, Mortis is a little bit less prevalent than Jean is, but again, with YDE sitting on the other side, just chomping at the bit to play that Mortis. They say, no, sir, that will not be done. And so what I'm looking for here is, on the other side, Animal Champroo, Hakego, his best brawler is Piper, and it's still sitting there. You know he's going to be playing it, and he's been dominant with it. So we'll see how PSG deals with that.
You just saw the look of despair on YDE's face. The only 2 times Mortis has been banned in this entire competition has been against him when it's his favorite brawler in his favorite game modes. That's gotta hurt PSG, but they are still looking strong, and with the Jean ban, are looking to shake up the meta entirely. We haven't seen Jean banned in Bounty yet, but we often see both teams running a Jean in their comp, trying to get that clutch pull to eliminate one of the squishy brawlers on the other side of the field.
Yeah, so I'm looking for like a Carl, a Piper, maybe a Tick, because Tick this is one of Tick's best maps. Probably the strongest comp that you're going to find is like Carl, Piper, and Tick, and all of those brawlers can be played right now, and so I would not be surprised at all to see both teams rolling out with a very similar comp to that.
All right, well, we know that Penny is one of Ponkatsu's favorite characters. Will he bring her? Yes, he will. Penny's busting out for the first time with sweet balls of fire as her star power.
Yeah, so this is going to be really great because Hakego and Ponkatsu were both playing their favorite brawlers. And Tick is chosen for both. Like I said, this is one of Tick's best maps, and we'll see how it shakes out right here.
Goodness gracious. We are already seeing that firepower coming out early on. Penny looks like she's going to juke for the star, but decides not to. Takes one hit from that Tick, who is just oppressively throwing those bombs right into the center of the map. Bomberman won't be denied, but a nice shot from Piper on the left side. Almost grabs a Brock kill.
Ooh.
Gets Piper down. Skyrix eliminated, and that's going to give the edge to Animal Chanperu.
Yeah, Hagego softened him up, and Tick got the kill right there.
A nice chewy bite of the nugget.
Yeah, indeed. Now, what's going to be interesting here is how they're actually pushing way back up. Over on the left-hand side, Hagego back in the corner. Is he going to be able to move? Twisty to it with the super. He was down before he needed it there, but he did get the kill. 5-3 now. They puts the lead back over to the PSG side.
Milcreo and Hagego both eliminated, and the momentum has swung back, but it's not time for PSG to play defense. They have to keep that pressure up because they do not want to be pushed into the bottom section of this layer cake. It might seem delicious to be ahead, but it's just as much pressure when the sword is hanging above your head.
Yeah, there was a couple shots from both Pipers on both sides, and what it is with Piper, if you get hit once, you immediately have to fall back or risk giving points to the other team, and neither team wants that, especially with those with the Ticks rolling around there, with the mines just covering the battlefield.
A strong push from Penny, but she hasn't been able to get the kill she's looking for against that Brock yet. Has hit him so many times, and you'd expect a bigger strike, but not this time. PSG are once again pushing them back. Animal Chanperu are biting off more they can chew, and these Tick bombs are just littering the field. No access to the bottom of this map, and only 10 seconds left for AC to try to get even.
It's got to be a big push, and it's got to be right here, right now. Super low health from Animal Chanperu, and Skyrix, who has been hitting every shot imaginable, takes him down, and that's going to finish that game off at 11-3, a dominating win for PSG.
Knock him dead. Bounty is going to our friends at Paris Saint-Germain.
Yes, indeed.
The lead right now, just a 1-0 though in this best of 3 set. Animal Chanperu back to the drawing board. They didn't have to face off against Mortis, but YDE got his druthers anyways.
Yeah, he was playing that Tick and doing a great job. Tick is just one of these big area control brawlers on this map. He throws out those mines and they sit there denying you access to a certain spot for 2 seconds on the ground, and it just gets to where you're forcing your opponent to walk into certain lanes, and that Piper is right there like a snake in the grass waiting for that shot.
A snake in the grass. She bites hard, especially when she's got that ambush power-up to deal even more damage. It's that center control that really determines the map early on. Whoever is able to grab that first star and deny entry to their opponents tends to get the lead in these bounty games. Now down 0-1, the reverse sweep seems far away, but if Animal Chanperu pulls it off, that'll be it here and now, Lex. They could pick up a victory still if they've got their sights set on the bounty win.
Yeah, PSG's got the ball rolling in their way right now, and they've got to keep it going because if they stop for a moment, it's going to be end of the day for them. But 1-0 in bounty. They played really well. I seriously doubt that they're going to change anything because of how well they played. Does Animal Chanperu change anything? They had a Penny there. It was matched up against a Brock. She was outranged and outgunned. But it's still a good pick. I don't know if they're going to change anything. I still feel like they might roll in again with the same comp and say, I know that we can play better than we just did.
Well, they faced off against a lot of challenges on their way here. We actually asked Milcreo what was the most difficult thing about reaching the World Finals. You know what he said? The layover in Seoul on the way here. That was the toughest thing. Maybe he didn't have Wi-Fi while he was
right.
in the airport.
I mean, if that's as tough as it gets, then this should be a walk in the park for him. So we'll see how that rolls out. But I had a few incidents in Seoul myself.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Do you want to share with us?
No, that's okay. I prefer to leave that memory in the past.
The Incheon airport is actually wonderful. They have little robots running around that can tell you
saw one of those.
where to go.
I thought it was like a newfangled Roomba at first, but then I realized that no, it
Did
actually
you just
gave
say newfangled?
Yeah, a newfangled. Is that like a word?
That's pretty old-fangled to say newfangled.
Well, I tell you what, here, Woody, back in my day.
Okay, boomer.
It looked like a cleaning thing, but then people were walking up and asking directions to it, and it's pretty cool actually.
Right. Well, I think that we're just about ready to get into game number 2 here. We'll see if Animal Chanperu and PSG are prepared to hop back into the action. It's going to give them a little bit more time to maybe switch out their comps. Do you think that that's something to expect from the Animal Chanperu guys?
I mean, I think it's very possible considering that the last game went really poorly for them. But at the same time, if you think that Hagego Pipers is his pick, and Milcreo is all about the penny, then, I mean, they feel confident in those Brawlers.
Yeah.
Maybe they just roll in with them again and realize that we can do better than we just did.
Yeah. Well, I think that the tick was what really gave them a lot of trouble there. What do you think would be a preferable counter pick against the tick?
Mortis.
Given that Mortis is banned, is there anything that you can
maybe,
choose?
I mean, you could go with another thrower, but you're going to get outranged by Tick. So,
Right.
I mean, there's possible a Daryl pick could come in and do something.
Would busting down those walls help at all, or is
You
Tick
could,
just
I
going to
mean-
hide behind a different pair of walls?
So, I mean, yeah, there's quite a little bit of walls to bust down, but I mean, Piper can do that a little bit, but she puts herself at risk if she goes to move forward to try to jump, so that's
Right.
usually not what happens. This map is very much a sit back, poke, 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 and see who can get one of those shots in there and get a kill, but I think that the only thing that could counter the Tick really is either another Tick that's just playing better, which didn't happen last time, or something that's really dynamic, and that's going to be a hard pick. Daryl, I don't think is out of the question, but I think that it's a little bit of a stretch.
Play better than one of the best ticks in the game. That's going to be a very difficult ask for Animal Champeru to deliver. But, hey, looks like there's still a shot. They're both going to take those two long-range brawlers. The King and Queen, as our friend Kairos called them, Piper and Brock, with Tick to support. And
So-
even the same star powers except for Brock.
Yeah, so they did switch out the Penny. They decided that, like I said, she was getting outranged and outgunned by Brock, so they're going to match it, and they're just going to see who's the better players here. Now, Twisty Twig is using Rocket number 4, and Milcreo is using Incendiary.
Oh, what map do we have here?
Not the right one.
Well, hey, maybe this is a little bit of practice in the field here. No, not this time? Okay.
That's funny that they didn't catch that before they all readied up, but they'll get that squared away here in just a
I think
second.
they have other things on their mind right now.
Oh, yes. It's I'm sure that there may be 1 or 2 pressures on them right now.
Yeah.
Or 12,000.
Or 250,000, yeah, if you're
Yeah.
counting the whole prize pool that they're competing for here. The weight of the world.
I tell you what,
the
man.
championship title. Before them.
Right now, if Animal Champeru wins this, that guarantees them an extra 12,000. They've already won 12,000 just by making it here. If they win right here tonight and move on, that guarantees them at least a minimum of another $12,000.
Hey,
So
that's pretty good.
it's not a small amount of money that's on the line right now.
Chump change for a mega millionaire like yourself, aren't you?
You know, that's the way we do it here.
Big baller on the YouTube channel. I heard you have a pretty nice strategy channel for Brawl Stars.
I do quite a bit of Brawl Stars channel. You guys should definitely go check it out. Lex. I've got like at least 3
And you
subscribers.
stream?
Yeah, I do stream.
In addition to streaming here.
That's right. I stream over on Twitch as well. Lex Brawl Stars over on Twitch.
Keep an eye out if you want to get the pro strats to make it here yourself one day, maybe next year.
Right. Definitely. Well, obviously.
But you'll need 2 good teammates as well. Do you have any good clan recommendations, or
I do.
how might someone find a good band?
Probably the
Excuse
best
me.
clubs. Actually, they're clubs now. It's
man.
changed too many times. I know. Probably like the Bandits organization. Cactus Bandits.
Okay.
Boom Bandits, Whiskey Bandits, and the Scrappy Bandits. You guys go check them out.
Golly, that's a lot of bands.
That's a lot of bandits. Also, Tribe, also a good one. We got to rep the Tribe as well.
Of course, of course.
There's some good bands out there, or good clubs. I say band too because it was bands forever.
It was originally.
I'm stuck in it, but yeah, you're always going to play better when you get some friends and you play together as a team. It works out way better for you.
You hop in that voice chat, get a nice microphone to share your dulcet tones and all your best strategies with your buds. And I guess now's a good time maybe to ask the folks at home what they think about the competition so far. Animal Champeru looked to be dominant from those first 2 sets, but Paris Saint-Germain has got a lot of fans. They were the lead in Europe, and I know that if you're rooting for a Western team out here in Busan, you only have a few to choose from. And
Right.
I say, why not PSG? They have a great Brawl Stars team. They have a lot of fans of their football club as well, being the only team in Paris.
Right. Yeah, no, they're actually a really popular team. Like I said, I watched their qualifier, and I have not seen another qualifier where one team dominated so much. They absolutely crushed the competition. And right here, they're having a lot harder time. Obviously, that competition was not Animal Champeru. It looks like we're going to be trying to get back into that match on the correct map this time. And we're going to see if
Knock on wood.
we're going to do anything here. But Incendiary versus Rocket number 4, as I was saying, I actually really like Incendiary on this map, only because it leaves this pacifier on the small lanes that you can go through, and it blocks you off. It's good area control.
This time it's going to be a rock duel over on the left lane, but big advantage as YDE takes a kill, and a second now. Paris Saint-Germain has come and hit the ground running. They didn't grab the star in
Who
that
needs
first
the one
exchange.
in the middle when you can just kill the other team?
I guess so. But hey, that does leave them a little bit vulnerable here. It's going to be the star picked up by Animal Champeroo, and they only need to get one of those players on the outside edges to equalize.
Yeah, no, they're playing really great right now. With 2 early kills, they're probably going to play pretty conservatively from here on out. Although Twisty Twick over on the left-hand side fires off just a flurry of shots and then follows it up with a super that does not catch anybody. However, it does leave open a huge chunk that they can no longer hide behind.
Piper is down. Piper, no Piper. Skyrix gets the kill, and each member of the PSG team is now holding another star above their head. Piper's going to drop some of her own wall there on the retreat, but no kills yet for Animal Champeroo.
Yeah, Skyrix has been on fire with these Piper shots. You know, Hagego was saying his favorite brawler is Piper, but Skyrix is just doing an amazing job right now.
Wow, lots of hits from the Animal Champeroo guys, and finally a kill here. Ponkatsu earns the win in that mirror match over on the right side. Tick v Tick goes to AC's favor. They're down 2 stars now and 34 seconds left to equalize.
Here comes the Tick Head coming in on the right-hand side. PSG, will YDE, oh yeah, he couldn't deal with it by himself. Skyrix was able to chip in right there. That's a dangerous thing
that
coming at
kill
you.
is good! Animal Champeroo pulls ahead as here Piper gets the Piper v Piper win. 18 seconds left for Animal Champeroo to hold on.
They turned it around. They were staring down defeat, but now they've got to just slowly move back. Can PSG get it?
Another one!
No! Another shot there. Takes
Animal
out Twisty Twick.
Champeroo undeniable in game number 2. The long-range brawlers have had their day, and with another one stacked on top, they might have lost the first half, but Animal Champeroo came back with overwhelming force, tying up this 4th set.
That came really close at the end on the very top right-hand side. YDE.
E-I-E-I-O.
They're PSG, YDE, there's too many letters to remember. He actually took the other Tick way down. He was like 1 or 2 little mines away from taking him out, which would have tied it up, but just not enough time. $1 short, 1 day too late.
$1 short, but several stars short. That was not even close at the end count. It looked like PSG was once again going to pick up a win and finally send us to a siege tiebreaker, but Animal Champeroo just continued the pressure. Super long range shots and great coordination by their Brock and Piper, often firing in triangulation at the same opponent, knocking them down one by one. And once they had the lead, it seemed like Animal Champeroo were very comfortable retreating up into the top half of the map, forcing an assault by PSG that they just couldn't back up.
Yeah,
if I were to use one of my favorite phrases from Top Gun, they were writing checks that their ego just couldn't cash.
That's exactly right. They came really close though, but this means right here, 1 game. They are 1 game away from walking away with extra money, moving on to the semifinals, and PSG is 1 game away from going home. Is this going to be the one? They decide to run in with the exact same comps. Once again, star power is the same. Who's going to come out on top? You are about to be the smart one here of all of us. Your pick looks like they could win.
I might have been right about this pick, and I won't brag about it for more than a year if that's the case.
That's fair.
I promise at Brawl Stars World Finals 2020, I'll let someone else take the hold. Wow, though those Pipers are killing each other, but it's an advantage for no one at this point. 3-3, and no additional stars above any brawler. It's
what happened
game right now.
Yeah, Skyrix actually had picked up an extra star, and so he was worth more than Hagego was, and so they traded off 3 all up, and it's kind of a stalemate, but a big super by Milkreo opens up the middle. That gives a sizable advantage to them. Almost takes him out, barely escapes with 152 health.
YDE is sweating bullets right now, and he's firing bombs out of the top as well. Still, it's, I think, an advantage right now for AC since they've been able to bust up the bushes on the south side of this map. PSG's Brock is just raining down Hellfire. That Incendiary is really doing a great job denying access to Twisty Twick.
Yeah, he cannot walk in there with taking him down. But a big shot, it lands there by Skyrix, but not enough. Instantly falls back and is playing it safe. I think that AC's got a great spot right here. it's a really tough spot for Skyrex to be able to work the center there without the help of all the bushes and the walls.
Ooh, Hagego takes a big hit. That could be an opportunity there, but no. Twisty Twig pushed back. That incendiary almost took him down, but no team has been able to pick up another kill. Tied at 3 stars all. We only have 30 seconds left for one of them to pull ahead.
Yeah, they need to come on. Somebody needs to pull ahead here pretty soon, because if they don't, it'll be a rematch of this exact same setup. But
you know what? If I were PSG, I'd be happy to take the rematch at this point. They lost their center push. They're down in star powers. There's only 15 seconds left, and this is not an easy push.
Oh,
but
no!
never mind! Piper grabs the kill with 12 seconds left.
They need
AC needs a hit right now.
But they're not going to be able to get that ticket. Pushes them back. They're moving in. They've got 5 seconds. A ticket coming in on the right-hand side. Looking at YDE up in the corner.
But not enough to kill.
Wow.
YDE stands, and a 5-3 win for PSG means we are going to a tiebreaker siege set.
I would have it no other way. I love it going to the last. Their backs have been against the wall since the Brawl Ball, and they have not given up. They have been fighting, and now they can prove it, and they can win it in Siege. It's 3 games to victory.
Wow, it all comes down to this. An exactly even matchup right now with 5 games apiece for PSG Esports and Animal Chanpuru. We didn't get a chance to see PSG play Siege in their qualifier, so this is going to be a fresh showing from them. They also didn't much say that they prefer Siege. Only Skyrex said that he thinks that he's going to be the one to show his skills here. On the other side, Hagego said that Siege is his favorite game mode, so let's check out what the bans are and see if that's going to give an advantage to either side, Lex.
All right, yeah. So I would seriously be surprised if Tick wasn't banned here. Such a strong brawler to play here. Tick, Rosa, BB, those are like the big ones that I would be looking at to get banned. Jean from both sides. Of course, they don't know what the other team is going to ban, and they both decide that they want no part of Jean. That opens up the field pretty wide open for almost every other option. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to go forward with into these matches.
Yeah, he can dish out a ton of damage on offense, and with that pull, he can grab any brawler that managed to pick up a bolt, or even pull back the bot as it's approaching that Ike turret. So
yeah, you can buy yourself a lot of time with that pull.
We actually saw that in one of the previous matches. I thought it was like maybe a 12-bolt bot that was running straight for the turret and pulling it back with Jean. That turret barely took any damage.
Yeah, it's a really good move. And so, I mean, Jean is great, and he has tons of control with how far, not only how far his shot goes, but it goes out a certain distance, fans out into this massive arc, and it's such good area control that both teams didn't want any part of it. I'm thinking that we're going to see some Rosa, perhaps some Bull or some Tick, but I just remembered that not only in the last match that we did, probably the most dominating Siege game that I've seen so far was a Poco and Double Tank, but that's not going to be played here. We've got Sandy, Barley, Rosa for AC, and BB, Rosa, and Barley for PSG. Very similar comps, except for the Sandy and BB play. Sandy's going to give a little bit more, it's like more of a surprise kind of middle control, but BB is so good at Siege.
At delivering that killing blow, she's also able to knock back with her first hit, so maybe see on defense a bot walking into range and then YDE knocking it back to take some more damage on the approach.
Yeah, he did get a little bit too risky right there. He got the bolt, but once you get that Rosa in range of you and she's chasing you down, there's really not a lot that you can do to prevent it. And right now, AC has total control. They picked up all the bolts, and here comes the bot coming in right now.
Yeah, we got a level 3 bot storming on through here. It's taking quite a bit of damage from this Barley, though. He is just hammering away with that super, trying to push back the enemy Barley as well, but he is pushed out himself. Ooh. That's an uncontested bot on the safe. Firing away, gets it down to 68%, and Emerald Champeru already has a lead on this next one. They've got a 2-to-1 bolt advantage and hold position in the middle. That super from Sandy is coming in clutch, shutting down the BB, and now a 3-2 Brawler lead in the center. There's no way for PSG to get any bolts. Animal Champeru looking to close it out with 2 bots.
Complete and utter domination control of the center. If you can't get near the middle, there's no chance you are going to win, and they are absolutely dominating. And here comes another level 9 Siege bot. 68% it's got to burn through. They may be able to hold this off if they play really well, especially with the BB, but no, no! A big super comes in from Hagego and burns her down. And now with the bot charging in, the Sandy super, they don't know where they're coming from. 42, 32, 19, 10, 8, and they are going to finish it off right there with the first game in Siege going to Animal Champaroo.
An admirable defense, but you can't stop the rock. The bot moves in and demolishes that turret. Animal Champaroo with the advantage in this final set.
One game away from walking away with this. PSG's back's against the wall, as it has been almost this entire match. They've got to be getting comfortable but not happy with their position. So let's see if they can change. They actually got dominated. Top to bottom, they got dominated right there.
Yeah, it wasn't even close, but I gotta say, I think one of the big reasons for that was that they fought so hard toward the end of that first bot. It seemed like they were able to get one or two of the bolts, but just shut down early on. When the first bot's coming at you, you gotta defend against that one. Then once that's done, the enemy already has control of the middle. They shut down with a beautiful Sandy super, able to keep what am I trying to say? Able to keep their opponents from being able to see where their positioning was at. So with those two punches going straight into PSG's face, it was easy to grab all the bolts.
Yeah, that's why getting kills right around the bot and when that time it comes is really critical. And AC did a great job of not dying in that and knowing when to fall back and say, we've got enough, we're not going to be too greedy, we're going to regain control, and you're not going to sniff any more of these bolts. We're going to hold on to it, and we're going to have another bot coming your way very shortly.
Well, speaking of very shortly, we will very shortly know which team is going to the semifinals. Animal Champaroo looking happy to be ahead now in this last set, but Paris Saint-Germain has picked up 2 sets in a row, and they're no strangers to being down. They've been able to push back for the victory in a previous set, but playing Brawl Ball, they found a big difficulty trying to surpass Animal Champaroo. Picked up that win for the tie, but it wasn't enough in the end. We'll go back to the drawing board now and see quite a bit of a change-up here in the compositions. What do you think here, Lex?
Yeah, so they swapped out BB. I guess they felt that BB wasn't doing them very much good, and so YDE is going to play that Carl, which he plays so very well. This is an interesting. Now, the good thing here is for PSG is that Carl is going to outrange Sandy, and that's going to be a big help. But BB,
not a very popular pick for this map, though. We don't see Carl in Siege very often.
I think that this is just a pure, I am so comfortable with Carl that I feel like that I can play him and still make it work.
Well, that comfort's not paying dividends just yet. Every single bolt has gone to Animal Champaroo, and once again, they are holding domination over the center. This Rosa duel in the center is also going in the favor of the red team. They dropped one of their brawlers, though, Punkatsu going down, but still, it's going to be the lead for Animal Champaroo. They grab the bot, and it's going to be a tie, 1-1 on bolts.
Yeah, they did. Were able to pick up a couple more, so now it's actually 2-1, and they just got to deal with this bot before he gets in there and does too much damage, which I don't expect him to really be able to do. Hardly any to the Ike there. No, they kill him, and he is only able to do 5% damage. But the real story here is the control, and look at where AC is right now. They have that control of the center, and they're back right where they were just a couple minutes ago. Don't come near my mid. I've got it. Get out of my house.
Stop. Don't attack me there. This is my no-no square. We have got plenty of power coming in from this Barley, especially over on the left side. Congrats to Hagego. He has got to be the ace of this race so far. 5 seconds left until the next siege, and with the second one in their pocket, AC is moving in again. A level 7 bot.
Yeah, level 7 roll in here. They can still defend this. They can still make this work, but it's got to be a great defense. Oh no, they're all going down. All 3 teams are coming in. This could be it. This could be the moment that AC goes to the semifinals.
Animal Champaroo with another deadly blow, but not enough to knock him down. It's going to be a 3-3 bolt tie, but the lead is now on PSG's side. They've got the middle, and this third bot is going to be the biggest, the heaviest. It all comes down to this. It's an all-out brawl for control. Both Barleys drop on the left side. It's a 2-1 lead for Animal Champaroo, but the swings from the car will not be denied. Grabs a bolt and pulls back on defense. Last siege coming now. Animal Champaroo!
That's gonna be it! Unless, no, there's no way they can dive and make them out. That's going to be it. Animal Champaroo is going to win this, take down one of the favorites in this tournament, and show them that they were no joke, that they could get it done themselves.
Utter domination, and only 7 bolts picked up by Paris Saint-Germain in this second game. Animal Champaroo advanced to the semifinals, and their names will echo through the halls tonight.
That is this is an upset that not everybody except for only the really smart ones saw coming.
You're very kind, Lex. Yeah, I thought they might have a solid chance. They've been talking about their practice paying off, and it sure did here.
Wow.
One of the highest synergistic teams here with great communication, clearly paying off. Their short trip from Seoul to Busan has left them with plenty of vigor and fight left in them. They'll be going up tomorrow in the semifinals, but we still have to figure out who their opponent will be. We're going to be squaring off to find out very shortly. Actually, maybe they're going up against our first winner.
I think they
We'll get the bracket later on. Don't worry about that. It's time to break down this match. We're soon going to find our fourth one. But first of all, let's talk a little bit more about how my correct prediction came through. Animal Champ Peru, the victors of match number 3.
I mean, it was all about control in that last, there in Siege. They assumed control of the mid, and they would just held on to it with a fist so tight that they could not be pried out of their hands, and they dominated PSG.
Sometimes you squeeze too tight and it slips right through. It almost slipped out of their hands with wins in the first 2 sets. It seemed like PSG might have gone for the reverse sweep there, 2 wins of their own. But when it came down to it, Siege was definitely in Animal Champ Peru's hands. Props to PSG, a dominant showing there in Heist, where they picked up the 2-0. I believe the Heist was the only 2-0 that PSG was able to get, but they did split there with Brawl Ball. So they'll go home with $12,500 and a lot of fans eager to see them return for another championship next year.
Yeah, they played very well. I mean, I know it's disappointing for them, to have lost it, but you still got to be really proud of yourself that you've made it this far and you performed admirably on such a big stage. And so props to them, but Animal Champ Peru is the story of today with a big upset here over PSG.
My goodness. All right, so let's take a quick look at the scores that we had for each of these matches. An 0-2 led Animal Champ Peru through the gym grab and bouncing off once again to follow up with a Brawl Ball victory. That was the first time we'd seen any team here get back-to-back wins in the first 2 sets. It really seemed to me like that was going to be the last nail in the coffin and they were just going to be able to sweep. But Heist turned out to be the favorite game mode for Paris Saint-Germain. And I want to know, what do you think is the strength in leading here? Do you think that, I mean, more often it seems like that's what's able to deliver the victory.
Yeah, no, I think that it was just, PSG just flat out, it wasn't like out-comped. It wasn't, out-strategized. They just flat out got outplayed because I think that AC just had the better players tonight on their side. They hit more shots. They controlled better. They positioned better, and they did such a great job, led by Hagego over there. It was just really brilliant.
Yeah, but with a 2-1 in Bounty, PSG seemed to have that long-range advantage. I think that the Carl pick in that last Siege matchup might have been what held them back, though. He just doesn't have very much of an ability to round corners. But at any rate, we're going to be moving on right now. We've got a quick video to show to you before we break down the rest of this match and take a look at our highlights.
Hello, we are PSG Brawlers.
I'm Citric, 17 years old. I'm living in France.
Hello, I'm Sam Bentley. I'm living in France. I'm 23 years old.
Okay, I'm Mustafa Ibrahim. I'm 18 years old. I live in Austria.
I'm Whitey, and I'm 17 years old, and I'm from Denmark. We found each other all the game and played a lot together, and we ended up doing really well together in tournaments. Then we got signed by PSG.
Who is the best ace of the team? 3, 2, 1.
I pick me because I know really me.
Gem grab. I picked it because I feel like it's a game mode where it's a lot about holding control and winning your lanes and the sides, and I think we are very strong. There's a lot of great teams from all around the world that is participating, but we have prepared a lot, so we are definitely feeling really ready for this. For the tournament, we have prepared a lot before by playing against a lot of other great teams. So we have prepared what brawlers we would like to ban and prepared for what the other team could ban. Definitely we want to go all the way. We will do our best to beat you and make the best team win.
こんにちは。私たちはアニマルチャンプル
自分のチームでの役割は2人をサポートして試合に勝つという役割です。
自分の役割はとにかく粘って味方の援護を待つということです。
私の役割は常に対面に勝ち続けることです。
自分の好きなキャラはペニーです。
スパイクです。
エリザベスです。意識することはとにかく視野を広くして仲間の対面相手に球を当てて仲間を勝たせるというところです。
8개 팀 중에 예상 순위
ナンバーワン。 一番練習してきたんでどのチームよりも練習してるんで連携力で勝ちたいと思います。日本の強さを見せてやろう。
1セットも取らせない。
Welcome back to the stream, guys. It's time for another delicious deep dive into those juicy highlights from our match number 3.
Oh yeah, it's going to be some good. There's a lot of really great moments in here. I'm looking forward to seeing how well Animal Champeroo was able to put together all of those plays, all of those high skill moments to lead them to this moment where they're moving on to the semifinals.
I'm really looking forward to some of those long-range blasts in our bounty matchup.
They were
where PSG pulled it back ahead and gave themselves a shot at the win. I know the highlights are going to be popping up soon, but let us know what you thought of that last match. If you were cheering for Animal Champeroo or for PSG Esports, they both have a lot to be proud of here today, but tomorrow there's only going to be one team left standing at the end. That World Championship title still in contention by Animal Champeroo. You'll get a good sense why as we go out the highlights now. Ish.
Or at least in a moment.
Here they are.
Yeah. This was at the very beginning here, taking a look at these. The Daryl play was really great. The first game, actually the leading off this entire game, the match, the first gem grab was just absolute insanity. 25 gems had spawned out there, and there was just back and forth. But a great play by Hagego that really stopped the countdown and give themselves another chance at it, and they took that chance, ran with it all the way to victory.
Yeah, PSG was ahead 11-9 gems, and it was a real clutch retreat there from Hagego, jumping back with his super and using that train to protect them not just once, but twice. At the end, they had 25 gems. One of, I think actually the highest gem balance that we've seen so far in this championship.
Yeah, I mean, actually, there was 26 on the field, which is only 3 short of what the maximum can spawn. Anyway, looking over here at Brawl Ball, some great pulls there by Skyrix. This was another area where I saw some play here that I didn't even really expect, but AC was doing things with that Sandy that I was not really looking for them to do, but with that point where he got it past almost everybody on the team at once was really amazing. With a big super, and right there is able to kick it past all 3 of PSG's members.
Incredible to be taking that much damage and still be confident to roll on through and blast in for that final shot. Animal Champeroo behind in Brawl Ball, but they kept at it and picked up that set win. In Heist, though, it was a different story. Paris Saint-Germain, well known for their high skills and perfect timing from the El Primo super, stopping short that Frank.
Yeah, that's why El Primo is that counter for Frank. He just holds that super. As soon as Frank runs up, you just stop him. But here's just right at the very end. Look at the 2 saves, just both melting. But at the very, we're talking milliseconds, and it would have been a tie. But 2% to 0, and then moving on to Bounty, it was a different story. The very first game, they tried the penny and it didn't work. But then they switched on over there and really, was able to make it work.
Oh, those are Piper shots going out, long range. Those Brock and Piper shots over on that left side of the map was what I was glued to that whole time. It seemed like Animal Champeroo was going to get the win in that bounty set, but PSG did a better job on that left lane.
Ooh, the last one right here, again, this was all about control, and AC had all of it. They let the bot go, and what you need to watch is that how when the bot doesn't, finish it off, they don't care. They don't try to press it. They fall back. They resume control here. And so when, PSG rolls up in, they're like, oh, so they're all still there. And we still can't get the bolts. And that was the story.
I'm not sure if there was a single bot that PSG was able to grab. And Animal Champer always just a little bit ahead in that Siege setup. Got exactly what they need. A little bit in Siege goes a long way.
Yeah, not surprising though. We're looking here at the most picked brawlers of the day. For Skyrix and Hagego, they both went with Piper 6 times each of them played. And they both actually played him. They both had some really good moments. Looking over here, I was curious looking at YDE. He went with Tick more than any other brawler, but that's mainly because AC knew which brawlers he wanted to play, and they did a great job of banning those brawlers.
Yeah, banned out Mortis twice against them. The only 2 times we've seen a Mortis ban was to deny YDE. The MVP for Paris Saint-Germain had a 33.33, repeating, of course, kill participation in that match.
Yeah, but over on the other side, even though that Hagego and AC won, 34.88 is very similar. That's actually a pretty nice stat there for YDE for having his favorite brawlers banned, and still did pretty respectable. But over there with the Piper, almost 35% of the kill participation is really great, and I'm still amazed that these are trophies, 29,280. That just sounds like a number that is unreachable for me. Wait, not seems.
I think it is
unreachable.
For you.
It is unreachable. That's really good here. So looking over here on set 1, again, 25 gems in that first game. That was just an absolutely
The numbers
bonkers
belie
game.
the true story, though. Paris Saint-Germain was ahead in that first game of gem grab for a long
That's
time
true.
before AC was able to pull back and grab them all.
You're right.
But yeah, Brawl Ball was a different story. It kind of tossed back and forth. Animal Champeroo picked up the first win, lost the second game, but were able to clinch it in the third one with a 2-1 score. Heist was a completely different story, though. The safe destroyed both times by Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, some really close games in there, but in the end, you just gotta give it up to Animal Champeroo for playing such a great game, and they're going to be reaping the rewards of that, which is moving on to tomorrow with a shot still in play to be the Brawl Stars, the first ever Brawl Stars World Champion.
That's right, Lex. They're doubling up on their prize money, and they're still in the action. They've got only 3 potential opponents to go up against in match number 2 for the semis. But Lex,
there's going to be another match coming up right here soon.
much fun. Now I get to do it my way. Make it or break it, all the rules. And I feel like getting a little crazy. I'm never gonna sleep again, I can't slow down. I'm having way too much fun. Party's on, just keeps getting better. It feels so good, makes me want some more. Having way too much fun. Never ever wanna stop. It's only just begun.
Oh my goodness, my
And
then
finally.
What's going on here?
No time to explain. Go!
Someone normal. What is this place?
Well, you got a vest-wearing cactus, grave-digging bats, and a killer biker crow. Oh, and if you stop to explain, you're a goner.
Okay.
Hello, we are Brawlers.
I'm Too Citwick, 17 years old. I'm living in France.
Hello, I'm Sam Bentley. I'm living in France. I'm 23 years old.
Okay, I'm Mustafa Ibrahim. I'm 18 years old. I live in Austria.
I'm Whitey, and I'm 17 years old, and I'm from Denmark. We found each other over the game and played a lot together, and we ended up doing really well together in tournaments. Then we got signed by PSG.
Who is the best ace of the team? 3, 2, 1.
I pick me because I know really me.
Gem grip. I picked it because I feel like it's a game mode where it's a lot about holding control and winning your lanes and the sides, and I think we are very strong. There's a lot of great teams from all around the world that is participating, but we have prepared a lot, so we are definitely feeling really ready for this. For the tournament, we have prepared a lot before by playing against a lot of other great teams. So we have prepared what brawlers we would like to ban and prepared for what the other team could ban. Definitely we want to go all the way. We will do our best to beat you and make the best team win.
こんにちは。私たちは アニマルジャンプ。
自分のチームでの役割は2人をサポートして試合に勝つという役割です。
自分の役割はとにかく粘って味方の援護を待つということです。
私の役割は常に対面に勝ち続けることです。
自分の好きなキャラはペニーです。
スパイクです。
エリザベスです。意識することはとにかく視野を広くして仲間の対面相手に球を当てて仲間を勝たせるというところです。
8개 팀 중에 예상 순위
ナンバーワン。 一番そう練習してきたんで、多分どのチームよりも練習してるんで、連携力で勝ちたいと思います。日本の強さを見せてやろう。
1セットも取らせない。
Howdy all, and welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals. We're here on the English commentary desk. My name's Woody.
And I'm Kyra Simon. As always, it is time to brawl. That's right, this is the first ever Brawl Stars World Championship, and we have got a fantastic lineup of players that have already played and are moving on to the semifinals tomorrow. But right now, we're actually going to be playing Nova Esports against Dr. HK. Some amazing players.
The first time in Brawl Stars history that teams from different regions have been able to come together and finally duke it out to decide who is the best in the world. A $250,000 prize on the line, and our quarterfinals today have already seen some awesome action. 3 out of the way and 1 left to go. It's all up to Nova and Dr. HK to claim that last spot in the semis for tomorrow.
Now, no matter what, each one of the teams has already claimed $12.5 thousand US for their own prize. But
Not too shabby.
Right now, these two teams, they've got a chance to double that for at least 25 grand for their team tomorrow in the semifinals.
And maybe even more. You know, for me, it's all about the pride about being able to claim that title. World champions is something that you can't just get at any tournament. This is a very special spot and a very clear time that they can make this claim. And once again, I'm going to sit out. I was happy to sit out last time. I made the right prediction, and I'm going to do it again. I say Dr. HK is the team to beat here.
That's right. I think that Nova is probably more well known across, at least, you know, I don't know too much about Dr. HK. And so
you're about to learn.
We'll see who really wins here.
Well, Dr. HK actually had a dominant performance in their regional finals. They picked up a 3-0 victory over CTM. They played Gym Grab, they played Brawl Ball, and they played Siege. We're going to see 2 of those game modes right off the bat in this best of 5 sets. On the other side, Nova qualified through the European region, but they weren't able to have quite as strong of a performance. They actually only won 1 of those sets, and it was Brawl Ball.
Yeah, Brawl Ball, and they actually did very well there. Now, for those of you guys that are just tuning in here, basically what we've got going on is we've got 5 different sets of each of the different 3v3 modes. Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, we got plenty, and you know, all of the team modes. So let's go ahead and see a little bit about the teams.
Yeah, we'll learn a little bit more.
I'm Tom. I'm from the UK. We are Nova Esports. We all found each other through ARC's Discord, and obviously we're all from the UK, and we all just gelled really well, and then from there we began to form a team, obviously how well we're playing together. Yeah, my favourite brawler is Gene. I love the way obviously he hooks brawlers towards you.
My favourite brawler is Bull. He's one of the most simple characters in the game, but if executed well, he can be the most influential in the battle and be the game changer of specific modes, especially heights.
My favourite brawler is Spike because he's really cute.
Why did I say because he's green and cute? Actually, no, he's not green, he's pink.
We've practiced really hard and we know what we're good at and we believe you can win.
Which team is the biggest rival?
PSG.
More.
Well, the biggest competitors because we play a lot of competitions against them. Obviously in the first qualifiers, they beat us to get first, so obviously we want revenge for that. We're gonna win. Nova strong.
Hello， 我哋係 Dr. HK。Hello， 咁我係 Kingsley 啦，我就最叻係 Mortis， 因為最難用。Hello， 我係 Dr. M 啦，我就最叻係 Shelly 啦，因為佢好中意嗰種短近距離嘭嘭聲嘅嗰啲槍聲，所以就練佢練得多啲以前。Hello， 我叫太陽神嘅，我最叻就係 Coach 嘅，因為以前 Coach 就特別勁嘅，咁我好中意佢，所以我就成日練啦以前。
你哋覺得最強、你哋最大嘅敵人
？PSG Station 啊，係咪 ？PSG 入邊有一個隊員係叫 YD，YD 係一個好出名嘅 YouTuber， 咁睇過佢嘅片都覺得佢好勁，同埋睇佢哋比賽覺得佢哋會有一個好大威脅。我哋係未完全足夠，但係接落嚟，如果我哋贏咗去晉級4強嘅話咧，我覺得我哋就會有足夠嘅信心去攞到冠軍。其實係信心。我哋比賽嗰陣時候打贏咗你，打傷咗你唔緊要，我哋會醫翻好你，因為我哋係 Dota 嘅。
Space Station and PSG were their #1 nemesis, but they've both been eliminated. Will we see another upset on stage with our 4th quarterfinal match?
I don't know. We will see here. You can see them. They're going on the stage, shaking each other's hands. They're being friendly right now. In fact, you got even some Dr. HK player, you know, bowing to him, showing that respect, saying, "Hey, I respect you, but we're about to beat you." At least we'll see. Now, Nova Esports has a total...
You smile at their face and you stab them in the back. Taking them down is what they're best at. Nova Esports with the lead in trophies here. What do you make of that, Kairos?
You know, it's actually come into play more than I thought that it would. A lot of these competitive players, they spend the majority of the time actually playing against other players that are, in skirmishes in their same organization, trying to find out the most competitive matches rather than pushing in the ladder. However, it seems like a lot of the teams that have had more total trophies have actually come out on top. And that goes into play because of how much time it takes to really push those trophies.
All 3 Brawlers on the Nova side have at least 20,000 trophies. That's a ton of experience in a competitive format, but keep in mind that the highly coveted tournament victories don't always follow the same playbook as the ladder. The metagame shifts and changes, especially because we have the inclusion of Brawler bans here, where each team can exclude one Brawler from play entirely.
Yes, and a lot of that, the gameplay actually, or who wins, actually does go a lot into the Brawlers that you pick, the Brawlers that you ban, what you know about your opponents, and what you think they're going to end up playing. That really does go into a lot. And not only that, but we also have a live audience here. We've got thousands of people watching on YouTube and Twitch. There's a lot of pressure for them to compete against each other right now, and that can also go to your head as well. Man, you gotta give Kingsley that those props for looking so solid on stage there.
Sure can.
He's giving that smile. He's giving the thumbs up. He's ready to go.
And it's just the stare of death from Dr. Triple M directly at the screen. He knows where his bread is buttered. It's going to come from wins in Brawl Stars. They look pretty excited right there. Something that we heard about the Dr. HK team is that their degree of survivability is insane, that they don't die when you think that they would, that even if they take a punch, they'll keep on swinging. Staying up is the most important thing here, avoiding those deaths. So let's see if that perk pays off for them in the first set here. Minecart Madness, as always, is our gym grab map.
Yes, this is an intense map right here. You've got mine carts coming around, you got gems that are spawning, you got your team, you got lots of walls you have to focus on getting behind. Now they have actually banned Rosa and Jean, two very solid brawlers that we've seen a lot of in this map for today.
Yeah, particularly Jean is really great in Bounty, but we've also seen him get banned before in gym grab by the PSG esports guys. Jean, if he gets a pull on a brawler that has a ton of gems, that can often flip the entire game on its head. So clever pick here from Dr. HK. More happy to play standard gym grab, watching the gym carriers kind of accumulate slowly over time until one team gets to that avalanche point where they triggered the countdown.
Absolutely. So they are playing all 5 of the competitive game modes, or up to 5 competitive game modes. And for each time they're playing, so for Gem Grab right here, we're doing best 2 of 3 for this. All happening in the same map of Minecart Madness, and all happening with those same 2 bans of Rosa and Jean.
We didn't get a chance to see Nova play Gym Grab in their qualifier, but as it goes for Dr. HK, they were dominant in their first game, I gotta tell you. However, they dropped game number 2. It seemed like they got a little bit too aggressive. They learned their lesson, though, and picked up the set on a 2-1 victory. The Brawler picks are in, and I want your first impressions, Lex. Excuse me, Kairos.
Lex is almost as good looking. I'm interested to see this long-range comp right here with Spen, LC, and Tom going long-range brawlers, Piper and Brock, versus this really tanky comp with the support of Poco as that healing brawler. That's, the comp from Dr. HK is something that we saw a lot of previously today with 3 bears, and they dominated with it. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. It's going to come down to who can hit their shots.
It seems like a bit of a tricky setup here with 2 long-range brawlers. Nova is really going to have to focus on center domination, and they've got it early on. Kingsley going down gives Nova the first 3 gems to claim, and can they push that lead even further?
Spen LC is also able to use his super to open up that wall. That's going to give them a little bit more control, and they're able to just completely outrange this enemy. Now, Daryl goes in, but Cerulean comes back.
Down Dr. Triple M, and the Nova team will still be in the lead.
Yes, very solid control right here. And with their teammate gone, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually come back up here. Nova has a very dominant start right now.
He rolls on through.
They're back. He rolls on through. The minecart's going to stop him. That is for sure. But they actually regain control of the center. Spen LC's hitting some shots on Poco. Not able to finish him off. and they're able to stay alive. But now they have to fall back here. Sun God, he is stuck right between their shots on that minecart.
Yeah, very aggressive plays here from Dr. HK, but that's what they got to do. Send in those 2 tanks to try to push this Nova team back and give just enough time for their Poco to grab some gems. Nice kill there from Poco. Will equalize, and Dr. HK pulls ahead. 6 gems now as the train chugs on through. 7 gems total, and Dr. HK in the lead. Can they hold on to it, though? They've just lost their Poco.
They lost their Poco, but they're still able to defend down there, not picking up those gems. However, he goes in to try and pick them up. He ends up getting taken out, but Spen LC is hitting shot after shot, taking him out. She is stuck right there, the one corner where she does not get hit by the gems.
Hold on, the train. It's going to give Red the control of the center. Dr. HK grabs another gem. They're up to 9 now. They just need 1 more in to pull back on defense. 3 gem lead is enough that Nova would not be able to catch up. And look at this dominant play in the center. BB whacking away with the back. It's a home run for Dr. HK.
Wow, they're able to just grab that control, and now they have complete control of the center, and that's going to make it very difficult for Nova to catch up. This Daryl's going to have to make a fantastic play, but with 1 versus 2, it's going to be, just did not happen for him.
Domination, but a very close defeat in the end there. It was a 10-9 victory for Dr. HK. Only 1 gem separated them from canceling that countdown. Dr. HK with the early lead, able to hold on through the end of that match. And Nova Esports have got to be going back to the drawing board now. It seemed like they were doing pretty well actually early on in that game, but Dr. HK double tanking it and just push after push, sending Nova back to their spawn point.
What happened is that Daryl went in to go grab those gems. Unfortunately, did not have the HP to survive through an attack from Poco and Daryl, and then so he ended up losing the gems that he was holding, despite his try to push to go grab that. He was rather than being he was just tried to go for it when he's probably maybe done a little better with a little patience there.
Okay. Well, it seemed like so many times Nova actually had the edge in kills. They would pop down one of the Dr. HK players and then have a 3-2 lead, but with a weakened Daryl and without too much hit points left on the rest of their team, they just weren't really able to claim hold of that center and deny that Poco the ability to just kind of rush in, grab a gem here and there, heal back up, and pull back.
Absolutely, and it's actually, there was one last gem that was on the field, but their Piper was not in the right spot for where, it's kind of, there's a certain area where that gem will pop out, and Piper was like, hey, I'm hoping it's popping out here. It did not pop out there, and so they were not able to pause the countdown for a little bit longer, kind of stall. And
giving them every little bit of a chance to equalize, though. Yeah, sometimes you can hope and pray that another gem will pop out in time, but no luck this time for Nova Esports as Dr. HK starts with the lead, and it looks like they're going to play a similar comp here. Nova switching it out, though. No long-range brawlers this time. That did not work out for them.
No, this time they're actually going to go with Spike, which is a very solid option against these tankier brawlers. And it might actually be, it's a little bit more of a counter comp right here. Spike does such a great job at control, but he also is a really good option against Daryl. As long as he can avoid Daryl supering in on him. That sealed hoop star power that Daryl has is such a good one because he can go in and just tank so much damage. And it's more than sometimes Spike can even dish out. Now Tom is able to grab that first gem, but the second gem pops out over on Dr. HK's side. So it's very small lead for just a few seconds.
Train's coming through, and it separates Spike from the rest of this Nova crowd. All 3 Dr. HK players taking some hits, though, as they finally barrel through on the left lane. That's an equalizer for Dr. HK, as it's 2 players left now, but they gain the advantage since they held onto the center of the map. That's a 3-gem lead now, and Dr. HK is once again on a march to victory.
Now Nova here is able to regain control of that center while they took out a couple of brawlers. That's really important, and their Poco just has to sit back there and wait. Now that Daryl goes in to try and take him out. He's able to take him out, and he rolls, but unfortunately it does not go exactly where he needs to, and Dr. M is able to finish him off. Definitely upsetting that, because now Dr. HM, he cannot be as aggressive as he would like to. They're able to get that kill right there, but Spen LC is stuck right here. He knows that Sun God is on the way out there to smack him right into that train car.
But a big advantage for Nova now as they were able to get that kill, steal the gems, and get back to their side of the map. It's going to be 3 gems more on Nova's side, and they are absolutely pressuring hard. Dr. HK being pushed back once again. Poco at low health. Sun God with an epic knock, but is now trapped over on the left side of the map. holding 3 gems, that's not a good spot to be in.
He's just waiting. You know, the one thing is, look at that, they've got the gem count. Is he able to get out of there? He was. Tom was able to heal him up just enough so that he could survive, and they're trying to stay back so the Sun God does not take them out. Cerulean gets healed by Tom, and that, I think, is going to be victory here in 1 second. Wow, so crazy. That swap back, you know, we had Dr. HK, who was really dominant in that first match, but Nova definitely showed them what Nova Strong really means.
Taken down for malpractice, Dr. HK is going to a tiebreaker now against Nova Esports. This gym grab competition is not yet over. Once again, I've said it many times before, the team that wins gym grab has won the match all 3 times. This is a clutch opportunity to claim the moral lead and to really get the momentum that you want to move on to victory.
You know, red team has won each time too, so
that's a good point.
Maybe
in
Dr.
favor of Dr.
HK
HK.
I don't know if I'm saying I'm in favor, but they might have the advantage. The color, it means a lot sometimes. Yeah, but that last match was really crazy. I'm interested to see what they end up playing this time. I think that Nova did a really good job at going with Spike so they could try and counter that heavy, tankier combo. But now, how is Dr. HK going to respond to that? Are they going to play more long-range brawlers that can counter a Spike? Or are they going to stick with what they did and try and keep going for it? Maybe they're going to keep, maybe they'll try Spike. Maybe they'll try Spike or Sandy. Or, yeah, Rosa and Jean are the ones that are banned, so.
Fine choices all around, Kairos as always. But that comp definitely did work out for Nova, so you got to expect Dr. HK to make an adjustment here. I will say, though, as before the match, we commented that Dr. HK picked up the first victory, lost their game number 2 during the qualifier in Gym Grab. Will they be able to do the same thing here? They're not going to change their comp up. It's still Daryl, Poco, BB.
Yeah, and I think that fertilized with Spike is a really solid option right there. So we'll see if they are confident enough with it. Maybe last time they thought, you know what, we just got outplayed. Maybe they, I don't know. We'll see.
Guess we will.
I don't know.
All right, well, the first gem's going to pop out on Dr. HK's side. The second one as well. A good chance to grab it here, but nice denial by the Nova guys. They're going to be firing away. Spike's going to get a good hit, but knocked into the train. A great swing from Sun God, and the sun is shining today.
That's right. We got Dr. M. He's right there. He's definitely caught in a tough spot there between those 2 brawlers. The train's able to actually hit Sun God, but that reduced damage from BB's star power is just so good. Spen throws down that super, keeps them pushed back even a little bit further. And with that, they got so much control right here, and Sun God is trying to get in there, but he's got to wait for this train to stop in order for him to really do that.
Daryl rolling through with his barrel, getting a strong hit and claiming the center there for Dr. HK, and it's a massive strike here, denied. Nova's going to be able to push them back once again, and with a huge gem lead now, 6-3. Dr. HK is going to be reeling as their second tank has gone down. Daryl's back in the action to try to provide some coverage for this Poco, but he has been eliminated, erased from the top of the map as Dr. HK is struggling to gain foot.
Just a couple more gems in order for them to actually be able to run away. They've got control, but they've got to worry about this BB coming here to hit them into the train. They decide to fall back, probably the smart move. They've got to be patient here. That's all they need to do is just get a couple more gems. Daryl tries to go in.
One more gem is all they need.
That's right, just one more gem. Spike throws down a second super. And they are able to take Daryl out. Cerulean over there just controlling the area, keeping BB from getting in there, and he's able to do it so well. All they need is one gem spawning on their side of the map. Spen throws down the super to prevent Dr. M from taking them out, and it works. Charges up another super and throws it down, gets rid of him.
Nova is unstoppable! The middle held by our blue team as the 10th gem is claimed. Can BB get a kill? Denied by the train, but Daryl keeps it going. That Spike super saves the lives once again of our blue team, Nova Esports, on the countdown with 7 seconds left. Can they hold on? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nova takes set number 1.
Such a crazy match. Once again, Dr. HK, they just needed one more gem in order for them to get that back to a tie. But Daryl tried to get in there, take somebody out so they could at least pause the countdown. That's all they really needed. And that ends up going for a victory for Nova Esports. Now, you said The winner of Gem Crab has taken the victory each time.
That's right, but the red team has won every time, so we're going to have a new standard here in the arena. One of those streaks will be broken. Gem Grab goes on the reverse sweep to our Nova players, and we're going to be moving in next to play Brawl Ball again.
Yeah, now for Brawl Ball, they are going to be playing center stage. Yep, kind of a bushy map. We'll see a picture of it here later, but there we go. Most picked brawlers, above 10,000 trophies, total trophies, Shelly, Mortis, and Rico. I don't know if we'll actually see any of those brawlers. We'll see what they end up banning. I would not be surprised if we saw some Sandy, maybe some Terra, some Spike, maybe some Rosa. Rosa's really good here. We've seen some of that. We've also seen some Daryl. Lots of
good
Daryl.
options all around once again, Kairos.
That's right.
And we actually have spoken with Spin LC and Tom. They both said Brawl Ball is their preferred game mode. So let's see if they can pull it off here. Rosa and Rico have been banned by these two teams, so they are out of the question. With no Rosa here, these teams are going to have to pick a different tank. What would you say, again, is going to be the best option here, especially with the Rico ban?
You know what? I think that they'll probably go with a Daryl, and a Spike would be a solid option.
Okay.
Sandy
I'm gonna say
work out.
El Primo.
They could see some El Primo.
Okay.
Yeah, they could see some El Primo. He's a super solid option. He used to be one of the best brawlers for Brawl Ball, but they nerfed his star power and his Meteor Rush star power, and so we'll see. But the pros, I mean, it's still long, plenty long. All you need is just a couple of seconds, and that star power absolutely helps make that happen.
Yeah, that flying elbow drop, busting up boxes left and right, and able to deal a ton of damage. But he's got to charge that super up first, and that's not an easy task against brawlers that are dishing out a ton of damage. What are the heavy hitters in terms of DPS for a Brawl Ball map like this? I've seen Shelly quite a few times.
Yeah, Shelly's a really solid option, especially on defense. If you know your team is going to be playing really tanky options, and Shelly's really good. You can also see,
and we know that Dr. Triple M loves playing Shelly.
Yes, absolutely. We could Spike would be a really great option just for countering those tankier brawlers. I don't know, where Rosa is banned and Rico is banned, I don't know if we're gonna see triple or double tank with Poco.
Huh. Well, here's the lineup. Daryl, Bo, and Spike for Dr. HK. They're gonna take some more unorthodox options here. You did say Spike is a preferable hit, but Bo, interestingly, is going to provide that insight into the enemy bushes. That circling eagle star power is going to give him the ability to see through the weeds.
Which is going to be interesting, because that's going to be him versus basically Gene, who uses his attack to be able to check things out. Now, here, obviously both teams are playing Daryl here. Oh, look at that golden mecha bow skin. He is showing it off. He might have just done it just so he could show off his prowess in the Brawl Stars community. That is absolutely crazy.
Why else would you get the golden mecha bow?
To show it here at the Brawl Stars World Championship. That is right here. Daryl goes in, tries to take out Spen LC, and looks like Nova's actually got a pretty good advantage right here. Spen can pass it up to Nova Cerulean. He might be able to make this. He waits patiently and is able to barely get it in. Dr. M was not able to stop that. Man, such an intense matchup right here. We got Spike throwing down that super and is able to actually hit two brawlers with it. Not able to really keep them from doing anything, but Dr. M actually goes in.
Daryl rolls in, and a nice super also from Bo. Knocks down another brawler. This could be the team kill. No, denied at the last second. Carl will survive, and that's not going to be a goal for Dr. HK.
Yeah, now Tom right there, he's going in, and he was able to actually stop that bow. And look at those magic puffs right there. He's using that magic puff star power to help Spen's LC stay alive a little bit longer. Spike throws down that super. Doesn't really do anything. Oh, but look. Oh, let's see here. So Dr. M was trying to super that in over to Sun God, but he wasn't able to get in there.
Another great example where Healing Puffs is paying dividends. Spen LC almost down and out, but survives to push again. Nova Cerulean for a second goal gives Nova the shutout victory.
All it takes in Brawl Ball is for you to get one, maybe two kills in order for you to create that opening to get those shots in there. And that Carl was in the perfect position in order to take advantage of those. And that's what it comes down to in Brawl Ball. Forcing openings and then taking advantage of it. There's a two-step process there, aside from defending, of course.
Thomas showed really consistent performance with Poco in Gym Grab and with Brawl Ball. That healing can really give him a great job in pressuring. This time he was switching it up a little bit, running in there with a different brawler, but no matter how you want to approach it, Tom, I think, is got to be one of the stronger players on this Nova team.
He's super solid right there. I'm curious to see if they actually end up switching, or Dr. HK ends up changing their brawler lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if Dr. M actually played some El Primo. He showed some amazing gameplay in his qualifier that really captivated the fans. Just incredible gameplay, and like I said earlier, El Primo only needs just a couple of seconds in order to really score a goal once he has his super charged up.
Yeah, they work really hard to prevent their opponents from gaining that early lead. Dr. HK in particular definitely likes to play from a position of prominence. That's why they are often pretty aggressive in the first minute of each game, but so far it just hasn't panned out for them. Only one win picked up in Gem Grab and haven't been able to contest so far in Brawl Ball with not a single goal.
Yeah, now what I'm thinking here is they might actually go with some more like a control comp. Rather than tanky or brawlers, they'll pick one brawler that's a really good gem or ball carrier, probably Daryl, and then they'll go probably with maybe Anita, maybe a Spike, try and control the center. Carl will be really solid as well. At least for this situation where Rosa is actually banned and we're seeing some Spike gameplay from Nova. That Spike gameplay has been fantastic.
In your opinion, do you think that bow circling eagle pick was good? It looks like they're gonna, go away from that, so maybe not.
El Primo, yes,
yeah.
El Primo from Kingsley. Actually, Dr. M was the one that played it in the qualifier, so El Primo by Kingsley is going to be interesting to see here. And once again, Magic Puffs from Gene. I've got to say, Magic Puffs is really good. Not a lot of people pick it because
it's just that little puff. When you've got really heavy damage dealers like Daryl and Carl, maybe they do need a little bit of healing to help them out.
Yeah, it's, just trying to be a little bit of a mixture from Poco, who usually was a healer. And he's just going to take advantage of that a little bit. You can see them just hanging out together, too. Spen LCs tries to go in, deal a little bit of damage to Dr. M, but Dr. M heals himself up and throws some HP up. Look at this, is he able to get this solo score by himself?
Goodness.
Look at that opportunity he took advantage of. That is crazy. I didn't even see that was a possibility
with only
there.
a few hundred hit points. You know where he got those from? The healing puffs.
The Magic Puffs. Sun God once again throws down that super in the lower right-hand corner. It seems to be a pretty popular place for him to put down there. Didn't actually connect. Kingsley was able to take somebody out, but Cerulean throws the ball out of the area so that he can actually focus on dealing damage. And Kingsley here, he's trying to apply some of his pressure here. Cerulean able to take out his opponent. And now, look at this. Spen LC, is he going to be able to do this once again? He's got to do something because Kingsley.
No way.
So much. What in the world?
Too much power. Spen LC is indomitable. Another goal, and Nova is in their prime. 2-0 in Brawl Ball, and they are close to clinching with the first sweep of this Brawl Stars World Finals.
I saw one little moment of Spen LC looking up at the camera, and I'm pretty sure he winked. He was so dominant right there. It's almost like his team wasn't even there. He was facing against 3 players himself and was able to get those goals twice, which is just crazy. That is a strong return from Nova right here. Now it is 1-1. Dr. HK 1 Gem Grab, Nova 1 Brawl Ball. We're moving on to Heist. Who do you think's gonna win?
Hey, some people say spin to win. Now I'm saying spend to win. I think Nova's gonna pick it up again. You know what? I was really rooting for my Dr. HK teammate, buddies, but I gotta say, Nova has really impressed me with their performance here, picking up a huge amount relative to their qualifier showing. So I guess kind of the same with Animal Champeru. I think that they have practiced a lot and made a lot of improvement in the past few weeks, and that could be enough to deliver them the World Championship. Just one set is going to separate them from advancing to the semifinals now.
Okay, now we've got another Rosa and Rico ban here for Heist on Rolling Rumble. Daryl's still available, Bull's still available, BB's still available. I would not be surprised if we saw all three of those brawlers playing against each other, with maybe the possibility of a tank stopper like Spike and maybe Ems, although we actually haven't seen any Ems gameplay today, so that might not happen.
I don't want to blow your mind too quick here, Kairos, but what do you think about seeing an 8-bit on this map?
You know, that's a good question. 8-bit has a rather low pick rate in the competitive meta over 700 trophies, but he actually has the highest win rate. I actually did a video on this where he literally is one of the best brawlers, if not the best brawlers, according to win rates above 700 trophies, but he has the lowest win rate, or pick rate. The reason why is because people think he's boring.
Oh.
But here, it's
Poor
not about
guy.
being entertaining,
Retro
it is about
cool.
winning. That is right. Okay, so it looks like we're actually doing triple tank comp from Nova Esports, and Dr. HK is going with two tanks and Barley.
Hey, the winning comp in Heist for the past few matches has been triple tank. It's super important to get that damage in and get it fast, because we've seen base races go down in favor of the team that does more damage, and often that's going to be the melee brawlers.
Yeah, Dr. HK is going to... Their Barley
all
game
three
is
sneaking in on the left side.
What?
It's going to be a base race, Kairos!
And it looks like Nova's going to win this year. They've got more DPS, or maybe not. Maybe not. Let's see here. It is close, and no.
There it is.
Ends up taking that. It's that El Primo has more DPS than Barley does. They ignored each other. They tried it out. They base raced.
Virtually no reaction from Nova Esports, just a little smile here and there. They're like, yeah, we know how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys didn't try defending. I was going to say it was going to come down to Barley, actually. And Barley just doesn't have the DPS. He actually has quite a bit of DPS with his extra noxious star power, but El Primo has one of the highest DPS brawlers. He is one of the highest DPS brawlers in the game, so.
A very aggressive push. In StarCraft parlance, we might call that a Zerg rush down the left lane there, throwing it all in. Dr. HK, Six Bull did not get rewarded this time. They dumped the damage into that safe, but Barley just noxious, but not enough.
That's right. Barley could have been really great. He could have been a fantastic defender. Obviously, we've actually seen a lot of base races today, and I was not expecting that in today's competition. Normally, what I see on competitive matches is focusing on defense first and then going on offense, and it seems that players are going for, I don't know, I don't think that that's the smartest play most of the time, but obviously I'm not here as a #1, as a world champion player. So
look, it confuses me a little bit too, because oftentimes when we see non-tank picks, that's an indication that that team is willing to play defense, trying to shut down their opponents and then shove it in even harder afterwards.
Yeah, this is what's happening right here. Dr. HK is doubling down on that tank aggressive base race combo, where Nova Esports is actually playing that Spike as a tank stopper.
Okay, I see different star powers also between these two goals. Berserker is going to get some more damage if he gets knocked down, but Tough Guy could give Dr. HK the survivability edge here. It's going to be Spike versus
Daryl.
Yeah, Spike versus Daryl.
Spike versus Daryl, which is actually interesting because Daryl's typically been a really excellent option for this year. Now you can see Tom right there. As Spike, his goal is going to be defense, and he's trying to do a little bit of damage to Dr. M, but it's Dr. M's running out and being a, running around playing merry-go-round with it, basically.
A little bit of a damage advantage here now for Dr. HK as they got one of their brawlers on the enemy safe, and it looks like he's still hitting away at it down there. Spike is just distracted, not able to finish him off. Meanwhile, 2v2 up on top is going to result in a lot of damage here, but I think that Dr. HK is going to win the exchange. Bull happy to barrel through that wall and bust it down. Advantage here for Dr. HK as they've done almost half the damage to that safe. Wow, Spike really did not do a good job repelling that Bull.
I think that Daryl did an especially good job at just avoiding those shots and wasting Spike's attacks, paying attention to when Spike actually had unloaded his shots so he couldn't. But Kingsley going in for this attack right here, dealing tons of damage. Two players are trying to stop, and they finally are able to, but now we got Spen LC just whacking on that safe. Home run after home run. And it is close with a ball charging it, but they're able to stop it. Tom throws down no, he does not throw down the super. And
wow, Spin LC hard to stop here. Tried to get that super to bounce more than a couple of times, but couldn't get it to happen. Dr. HK still with a 5% lead now on safe health, but it's going to be the next attack that wins it. Daryl's rolling through, going to take a few shots at that BB, but doesn't make it to the safe. Defense from Spike is good. The charge in from Bull.
Kingsley's going in there. Is he able to finish it off?
Can he finish it off? A ground slam from BB!
What in the world? That was such a crazy match. When they decided to focus on defense first and then go on offense, that is when Dr. HK turned this thing around for them. And now it's going to come down to this last match for Heist. Both teams have won. Now Nova Esports won Gem Grab and Brawl Ball?
Yep.
They won both?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's match point at this juncture for Dr. HK. They know it. They picked up a win, but they need to do it again. The audience clearly quite impressed by that come from behind performance. Dr. HK still trying to take a stab here, but having learned their lesson from that first ill-fated attempt in game number 1, they played a bit more standard there in game 2 and were rewarded like King's for it.
That's absolutely right. Kingsley, Dr. HK, they're ready to go. Yeah, but we'll see what they end up playing this time. I'm curious. The first matchup was that base race. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually did see them play Barley again. Their original comp, it ended up not working out because it was just a straight up base race, but Barley might actually be a solid option against. Oh, it's not happening.
Well, Spike didn't seem to pan out for the Nova players. They're going to ditch him to the side and send in Shelly instead. 3 heavy hitters for both teams. What do you make of the BB versus Shelly matchup here?
I think Shelly typically, if it's a 1v1 BB versus Shelly, then Shelly wins. Yeah, most of the time.
More damage. That Shell Shock is an incredibly powerful star power, but I thought that we might see more Band-Aid. It got a lot of use in earlier sets, but maybe that Shell Shock is just what puts him over the edge to take out the safe.
That slow is what Shelly really needs in order to really line up those shots and get maximum damage. And you can see Spen LC, he's focusing on defense. That is what he's primarily doing while his teammates go up and do some damage. Novus really trying to get in there. He knows he's in a tough spot right there, but Spen LC once again falling back, focusing on defense, trying to charge up his super so that he can use that as an ultimate, hey, you're not coming past me right here if he needs to.
Dr. HK takes a poke, but charges up their super and gets a couple of shots on that safe. Nice defense there from Nova Spin LC, and as you noted, that Shelly can deal a ton of damage close range. Bull at almost full health makes it into the Dr. HK safe and knocks it down to 53%. That's going to be a big advantage for Nova now, but can they hold on to it? Playing defense on the balance side, they finally have taken down Dr. M, but they got a BB positioning herself, making a whack over at Tom.
Okay, we got Bull coming in right here. Shelly does not have her supercharge up though, unfortunately, so now it's going to come down to Spen using her super in just the right moment. It's really close right here. Is he able to get, able to get rid of the Bull, but he is not able to get rid of the BB. BB's still dealing damage, and Dr. HK is charging down the field, ready to deal more damage to the safe, and this is so close right here. Spen LC deals a little bit of damage,
but is knocked back. Not enough to kill the safe this time, but with an advantage on health, it's Dr. HK's game to lose. Can they keep this pressure up? BB making her way downtown, but pressure from Tom is denying her an exit from that bush. We got a Bull right there on the safe. Got to knock her back. It's going to be a ton of damage. That's it. Nova wins. They're going to the semifinals in the first and only sweep of the Brawl Stars world.
That is so crazy. They absolutely showed that dominance there. I think that Shelly play was what really came down to Spen LC just playing defense the entire time. There were plenty of times when you actually saw Spen just hanging out in the back while his other teammates just walked right past him, ignored the player on their safe, and went for the offense. And that is the victory for Nova Esports today.
Hats off to you and the other casters for your expert prediction, picking off Nova to go on to the semifinals. We've got our entire crew lined up and ready to brawl tomorrow. That $250,000 prize pool and world championship title isn't going to claim itself, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that you subscribe here and follow to make sure that you'll catch the action tomorrow.
Yes, both on Twitch and on YouTube for Brawl Stars official channels. 3 Bears, Tribe Gaming, Animal Champeru, and Nova Esports. Who is going to be the victor? Who is just only going to leave with $25,000? Only going to leave with $25,000 for their team.
Hey, it's a lot on the line, and these teams have really shown up well today. Big shout out to Animal Kemperu, one of the big upsets for the day. But I'm also proud that Three Bears and Tribe Gaming, as well as Nova Esports, are giving us representation from regions around the world. Wherever you are, you still have a team left to root for, and I hope you let us know in chat which team you are cheering on in the semifinals tomorrow.
That's right. Hashtag Three Bears, hashtag Tribe Gaming, hashtag Animal Champadoo, or hashtag Nova Strong. We'll see.
Only
Nova
one will win.
Esports.
I think you might have a prediction here. Are you willing to share?
I mean, I'm going for Tribe. I mean, I'm a Tribe man, you know, so I've got to root for who I'm going. However, I will say that I was not expecting Animal Champadoo to take out PSG Esports, and the fact that they did that, they showed some absolutely incredible gameplay. I think it's going to come down to I don't. Let's see here. Is it going to be Three Bears versus Tribe Gaming and Animal Champadoo versus Nova Esports? Is that how it works?
I'm not sure how that bracket's going to shape up. Maybe we get a chance to peek at it here on the overlay, but otherwise we'll be sure to tweet it out and let everyone know where those top 4 teams are going to be standing. I got to say, from my end, I think Three Bears are going to have the shot of a lifetime tomorrow. They're still the hometown favorites. They were one of the teams that had a 4-set victory, so they only dropped that 1 set in Brawl Ball. They're definitely going to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out where they can tinker and improve there. But their Dream Grab map was a 2-0 sweep. Their Heist setup was a 2-0 sweep. So I think they've got a lot in their favor, and I expect to see them show up and perform very well tomorrow.
They did an excellent job. The only time they lost was 1 match in Brawl Ball, or let's see here. No, they lost 2 in Brawl Ball.
Yeah.
But they did have a victory in Brawl Ball as well. It was 2-1. So
yeah, no decisive loss in any of those sets. Three Bears has got a lot going for them. I know that you have great love for Tribe, and we hadn't really talked about them yet. I was sitting out during that cast. But do you have anything that you want to share on that?
I think it's just going to be fantastic. Tribe is just so skilled, but
I'm Sven.
We'll hear more from them.
Yeah.
I'm Tom.
I'm from the UK. We are Nova Esports. We all found each other through ARC's Discord, and obviously we're all from the UK, and we all just gelled really well, and then from there we began to form a team. Obviously how well we're playing together. Yeah, my favourite brawler is Gene. I love the way obviously he hooks brawlers towards you.
My favourite brawler is Brawl. He's one of the most simple characters in the game, but if executed well, he can be the most influential in the battle and be the game changer of specific modes, especially Heist.
My favourite brawler is Spike because he's really cute.
Why did I say because he's green and cute? Actually, no, he's not green, he's pink.
We've practiced really hard, and we know what we're good at, and we believe you can win.
Which team is the biggest rival?
PSG.
More.
One of the biggest competitors because we play a lot of competitions against them. Obviously in the first qualifiers, they beat us to get first, so obviously we want revenge for that. We're gonna win! Nova Strong!
Hello， 我哋係 Hello， 咁我係 Kingsley 啦，我就最叻係 Mortis， 因為最難用。Hello， 我係 Dota Triple M 啦，我就最叻係 Shelly 啦，因為佢好中意嗰種短近距離嘭聲嘅嗰啲槍聲，所以就練佢練得多啲以前。Hello， 我叫太陽神嘅，我最叻就係 Coach 嘅，因為以前 Coach 就特別勁嘅，咁我好中意佢，所以我就成日練啦以前。
你哋覺得最強、你哋最大嘅敵人
？PSG Station 啊，係咪 ？PSG 入邊有一個隊員係叫 YD 係一個好出名嘅 YouTuber， 咁睇過佢嘅片都覺得佢好勁，同埋睇佢哋比賽覺得佢哋會有一個好大嘅威脅。我哋係未完全足夠，但係接落嚟，如果我哋贏咗去晉級4強嘅話咧，我覺得我哋就會有足夠嘅信心去攞到冠軍。其實係信心。我哋比賽嗰陣時候打贏咗你，打傷咗你唔緊要，我哋會醫翻好你，因為我哋係 Dota 嚟嘅。
Welcome back to the arena for the Brawl Stars World Finals. That beautiful trophy shining bright on the front stage. One team will be able to lift it tomorrow and claim that big prize out of the 250,000 pool. Kairos, what do you think of the action so far today?
I've been blown away. Honestly, there's so much.
It's a good thing you're strapped into this seat.
Yeah, it's got me good down in here. But there's been a lot of really big matches between players. I've been surprised to see only a couple of teams have really been very dominant against their opponents. A lot of close matches.
Nova, I think, is a dominant team, and would you say 3 Bears?
Three Bears.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I know that we're going to be ready to hop back into some highlights, so let's check out that juicy action from the previous match between Nova Esports and Dr. HK.
Yeah, Nova Cerulean there. He goes in and is able to stop that. Spen LC throws. Spen LC just did so many fantastic spike plays throughout this entire tournament here. And they're just grabbing that control in the center, keeping the team completely pushed back, making it very difficult for Dr. HK to actually come in there and even get any gems. There you got Dr. M trying to go in there and grab some gems, but
and
Tom.
the area denial from back-to-back-to-back spike supers just shutting down Dr. HK in the late stages of that round.
Yeah, you even saw that multiple times there. There's a second super right there. He takes somebody out, charges up his super, throws down another, makes it so hard for the enemy Daryl to actually get in there. And here you've got them. They got the countdown. They can grab that and just run away. And that's exactly what they do. Unfortunately, one more gem did not spawn out there for Dr. HK to actually tie that up.
Moving on to Brawl Ball now. We saw an equally dominant performance here from Daryl, getting shot after shot. Spen the MVP of this set for sure.
This is such a great play right here where both of his teammates end up getting taken out. Kingsley throws down his super, tries to get in there. Spen LC, 3 players trying to deal damage to him, and he's still able to go through with 100 HP is all he had to, and he's able to kick that in and grab that goal.
In this first game of Heist, we saw a base race between these two teams, but with only 1 brawler difference, Barley was not enough DPS compared to the overwhelming force dished out by El Primo up top. Nova picked up the win easily with a 17% lead.
Gameplay was definitely changed after that, where both teams tried to play a little bit more defensive before going on the offense, but Nova ended up taking that victory for Heist, which was all they needed to finish out the match for today.
A big congratulations to Nova Esports for being the only team to sweep through all 3 sets today. Well played, and we have to see more of you tomorrow, but we know that there's 3 other teams that are stacked up against you, and they are going to be prepping as hard as they possibly can to get that World Finals crown.
That's right. We've got 3 Bears, also Tribe Gaming and Animal Champaru, and all 4 of them are going to be trying to get that shot at that #1 position. $90,000 for their team.
Man, match number 2 was really tight. Same thing with match number 3, both going to that Siege tiebreaker. We're going to have some different maps tomorrow, so if you've had enough of what you saw today, don't worry, we're going to be switching it up just to give you another sense of what these guys are skilled at. But wow, the thing I got to notice obviously on this page is that Dr. Triple M played Daryl every single game.
Every single match, that's right. And Spen LC from Nova Esports, and Daryl's really fantastic right now, so that's a very solid option. But Cerulean also had played Daryl 5 times, and Spen LC played Daryl twice. So we had a whole lot of that. Now, also Spike, though. Spen LC playing Spike each time with the support of Tom as Poco a lot of the time. Very big. Sun God played BB 7 times. It looks like Dr. HK were the types of people, they picked the brawlers that they love the most, and they kind of stuck with it.
Downside, though, is that it makes you a bit predictable, and I think Nova Esports did a great job counter-comping them toward the end of that match, picking out the best brawlers that they thought would be able to take them down. Let's take a look at the key players now for each team. Dr. HK had Dr. Triple M as their MVP, the star player in one of their games, and able to pick up a kill participation over a third, with Daryl, the big heavy tank, as the only brawler he ever chose.
Well, he played it very well. Now, Spen LC, like I said, Spike, he's so good at playing that Spike, and he got star player 3 times. Kill participation, are you seeing that? He was a part of almost half of all of the kills that happened against Dr. HK throughout throughout that match. I mean, he was there, and he was ready to take them out.
That's just the power of those thorny pricks. Spike can deal a ton of damage and can spread that DPS out. That exploding cactus bomb spreads out in 6 different directions and gives him a lot of damage advantage when he's throwing it right into the core of the action.
Now, Dr. HK did have that victory. I mean, it was close. 9-10. That happened again in game number 3 for Gem Grab, but in Brawl Ball, Nova swept them. Dr. HK could not even get a single shot into the goal because they just did such a good job at defending against that. But then we had a heist where that base race at the beginning was just great. I loved it.
Wild. It was the only game like that of the entire 4 matches that we saw today. And you got to give props to Nova for recognizing when they were in an advantageous position. We don't often see a whole lot of base races at the competitive level, but today we definitely saw a lot of calculated moves by these teams. The first time that the blue team picked up was in match number 4 when Nova found their win.
Yes, that's exactly right. So tomorrow we're actually going to be seeing 3 Bears versus Animal Champuru.
That's right. And on the other side, we'll have Tribe Gaming versus Nova Esports. Still single elimination, so lots of excitement for these teams. We're going to be making sure to share the news on all our social media feeds to let them know that these teams have got to show their support for their favorite players here in Busan, Korea.
Yes, for that championship. $90,000 there. It's going to be crazy. And thank you guys so much for watching today's episode. That's how I end my video.
Today's episode of Brawl Stars Finals is brought to you by the great minds over at Supercell. And thanks very much to Lex and Kairos. My name's Woody. We've been your casters for today, and we'll see you again tomorrow. I hope that you'll tune in on all the main Brawl Stars channels and let us know what you think over on the social medias as well.
That's right. And we're going to go back over to the opening to the host.
Yeah, the host is going to close things out as is customary.
브롤스타즈 월드 파이널 2019 치열했던 8강의 경기 끝에 이제 단 4팀만이 남아 있습니다. 다시 한번 치열하고 재밌었던 경기를 펼쳐준 모든 선수들에게 응원의 박수 부탁드리면서요. 내일은 저녁 6시 더욱더 치열하고 재미있는 경기로 4강 그리고 결승전이 펼쳐집니다. 이 시간까지 시청해주신 많은 여러분들께 감사의 말씀 드리면서 내일도 렛츠 브롤!